2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualified for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome in, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5. It's the finals weekend, and it's Matsy and Dan to take you all the way through it here for day one of these endeavors on this weekend of absolute chaos.
There's no better way to put it. Championship weekend. We're the ones to kick it off for the weekend here in the Pacific region. I can't wait, Matsy. We have so many great matches coming up. And I'm like at the edge of my seat already. Like it's like in the middle of the night for me, and I'm like wide awake already. And you can tell how much thrill we have to bring you the action through our voices and through the visual of Marvel Rivals as a whole. This is in fact season 5 of Championship Weekend, like we just said, and you could argue it's one of those scouting phases, right? Where a bunch of these orgs that are looking to break into the Marvel Rival space are definitely keeping an eye out on some of these players that they potentially could look to pick up if Ignite does come in full swing.
Yeah, that's right. You know, keep your eyes peeled for Ignite or whatever that could be, and to keep your eyes peeled for whatever the preseason could be. You know, get keen for that competitive timeline. I'm sure we're going to have more info soon, hopefully, leading to Season 6 next week. Let's go! But we'll
Yeah.
see how things go once we get into that one. You know, it's always, I guess, pleasant or nice to hear some great words from Guang Guang and the crew there. So very keen to see what they have to say when the next video comes out. But speaking of videos, we're going to go through some amazing videos right now. We have some amazing costumes to talk about, everybody. First and foremost, when winter answers the call of light and thunder, wrapped in frost and grace, cloak and daggers, eyes are paredu, trading shadow for shimmering white and blue as they move like a winter breeze across the battlefield. And when the skies tremble, hail Thor, god of winter, his might sealed in ice and storm. Available right now till January 22nd, 6 p.m. BT. Embrace the cold, let winter reign.
All right, then you can let winter reign is through these costumes. A lot more coming at you because you can go nuts about them. These snowballs aren't going to throw themselves. You can just give in to the holiday spirit and style with Penny Parker's festive snow spider, Star Wars storybooks like Star Cracker, and Daredevil's iconic I'm Not Daredevil costume, which is available right now until the 16th of January at 1 a.m. Pacific time. So you could have a lot of time to strut your cold as ice looks and bring on that winter cheer that is slowly but surely fading away. But if you have the costume, it'll last a lifetime as we head over to what I think is the best Penny skin in the entire game right now.
Couldn't agree more. Best Penny costume there. Show them why they're all treading on thin ice. This was no snowman. It was a snow spider. Or more accurately, a snow spider. It may have been coated in a thick layer of snow, but there was no mistaking everyone's favorite mechanical marble, especially when Penny Parker popped out of its hatch in a festive holiday dress.
And you can keep it cool on the battlefield with Penny Parker Snow Spider, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 5, aka right now. What's also right now is that this costume is available until the 16th of January. I know, some incredible stuff. And you can slay the competition and reign supreme. This is just an awesome costume all around. The sound effects, the music, the visuals, they nailed everything. So, and this is something that, honestly, Marvel Rivals as a whole just does so well with these costumes.
Consistently great. Consistently amazing. Could not agree more there, Dan. You know, big shout out to the Rivals team for all their amazing pieces of creativity coming out with their costumes and everything there beyond. But you know what else? It's the coziest time of the year. It's gonna be time for coziest time of the year, festive sweater season. Matt Murdock opted for a slightly more casual option, donning a personalized holiday sweater that still managed to make a bold statement. Maybe not a fashion statement, though.
Yeah, maybe not, but he's still embracing the festivities, you know, in comfort and style with Daredevil's Not Daredevil costume, which first appeared in Daredevil issue number 7 back in 2011. And he will bring the warm, fuzzy holiday to the battlefield, which is available right now. Who said comfort can't look good? But
That's
something that also looks good, but also a little bit terrifying and unsettling at the same time, is the Star-Lord costume.
That's it. Your magical story is about to unfold through countless victories ahead. Star-Lord was decked out from head to toe in an elaborate costume that made him look like a Christmas nutcracker. From his mustachioed mask to his red and green coat, he looked like a storybook character come to life.
And you can crack open a full world of those mysteries as Star-Lord's Star Cracker costume, first appearing in the current season of Marvel Rivals Season 5, which is available also again right now until the 16th of January. The night is always full of stars, but with this costume, you can be the one that ignites the brightest. As I don't know, this is just a great looking costume. Although a little bit unsettling at times, especially when the MVP animation decides to play at the end of your games. I think the voice line is enough to like send it over the edge on being one of those iconic costumes.
Oh yeah, couldn't agree with you more there. You know, really love the new costumes online. Big shout out to the Rivals team for pumping up the volume for all your holiday festivities there, the winter festivities. Although, if you're in Australia like me, then it's a little bit warmer. Maybe we get into that Punisher costume. But schedule. As you can see, we've progressed through all the way from December into the Ignition round, all the way through round after round. Last weekend on broadcast, we saw rounds 7 and 9 get played out, rounds 10 to 11. But today we are on heading towards that final stretch. Round 12 to 14 going to be played out, and then tomorrow is where it all hits the conclusion. We have our lower bracket finals into our grand final here for the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5, where we can crown our next champion.
And what better way to do it right here, right now? This is MRC Season 5, the first look at Marvel Rivals Esports in the year of 2026. And keep in mind, Marvel Rivals Season 6 is going to be bigger than what we have right now. And what's also just as big is that nice looking prize pool, 14,500 being split up across the top 16 teams. So if some of these teams might not have gotten as far as they wanted, but if you still got to that top 16 spot, you are still coming home with a decent amount of profit. And that's the great benefit of Marvel Rivals Championship. You can enter for free, you can enter with whoever you want as long as you're above a certain rank, and you have a chance of grabbing these cash prizes.
That's it. You got a chance to get a slice of the pool there, chance to dip into it. You know, there's a lot of cash rewards on offer for our factions here, so very excited to see who is going to be crowned our champion, you know, because we've already locked in the 9th to 16th teams there at the moment. We're playing for that 5th to 8th place here today. It will be for our top 4 is going to be locked in. Very excited to see which factions are going to be heading into those positions, Dan, because, you know, a lot of cash rewards on offer, all of these rosters. But speaking of these rosters, we are going to be taking a look through our bracket right now, Dan, and I don't hesitate when I say this. These games are stacked.
These are insanely stacked. You got XOXO1 versus TBD, to be decided. That's their team name. They're actually decided on being TBD. So we're gonna clear up that confusion there. But XOXO1, a notable team to look out for. They have been a consistent contender in Ignite Asia back in 2025. Then you go on to what I think is going to be the match of the night. Crazy Raccoon versus Chopper Mag. A top team from Ignite Asia versus a top team, actually the top team from Ignite Oceania, locking horns in the upper bracket. Then we set our sights to the lower bracket as well. Zero Tenacity up against Heckers. Zero Tenacity being a what is it called?
Staple.
The place staple. That's the word. I don't know why I'm like screwing up right now. Anyway, it's a stable name in Ignite Asia, having mostly notable players that we have seen in past teams. I know back in Ignite Asia, we dubbed them as the baby Genji, considering how many ex-Genji players that they had back in Stage 1 and then in Stage 2. Most of the core retained and moved over to Zero Tenacity. And we topped things off with Gosari up against Tech Thunder as well. And
really being, I guess, a couple of teams to keep your eyes on, right? I mean, Gosari has been the surprising achiever coming up. You know, they had players from like the ex-Kanga roster there in Rocco and Solman doing some amazing work. They also brought on Hoodie as well. So it's just been really impressive to see their journey thus far. But I mean, like one in the same. You know, Tech Thunder has been the quiet achiever as well. Like they've had to slug it out through the lower bracket and in order to get to here. And yeah, this is a big test for them. You know, having to face off against Gosari once again. It's kind of come full circle for them because, you know, in the open qualifiers, they lost to Gosari. And now they get to run it back all over again to see if they have their chance of redemption. So, keen to see how it goes. But we're not looking at that game. We're looking at this one. It's Chopper Mag taking on Crazy Raccoon, everybody. The one you've all been waiting for. Here we go.
And you didn't have to wait long. The top team from Ignite Asia Stage 2 versus the top team from Ignite Oceania Stage 2. Now we get to see what they've been cooking up. Chopper Mag have been mostly keeping their roster. In fact, they are keeping their entire roster, as we got Bobo, Duep, Skittles, Zenstar, FMCL. Some of those names you have seen pop up, especially in the Ignite Grand Finals, where they went on a generational run, honestly, showing that OCE can really get toe-to-toe with the world's best. Whereas Crazy Raccoon, after their maybe underwhelming showing back in the Grand Finals, albeit they were drawn into a very, very strong group. But either way, Crazy Raccoon did in fact overhaul their roster. They dropped most of their players, and they brought in a bunch of superstars from different teams. Most notably, Reject, a little bit of Gen G as well, but you've also got a newcomer in the likes of Yaki, who has been putting on an absolute show on the Daredevil especially, which is exactly why Chopper Mag will ban it out.
Yeah, looking to ban that one out, and they're going to secure the Loki for themselves there. So playing into the God of Mischief always been pretty positive, I'd say, especially in this season. You know, seeing the combination of like that Gambit, and then you have the God of Mischief to just run it back again with another Raging Royal Flush has just been absolute insanity. But speaking of insanity, we are going to be seeing the Emma Frost on the Protect here for Crazy Raccoon. They want to get those Carbon Crushes down, Psionic Seduction. They want to keep things in a line there, and they should be able to do so with great success. But two more bans remain here. Which way will it sway? Will it be another Duelist? Will it be a Strategist taken away? It's going to be the Phoenix, the staple Duelist, I'd say, into the current meta. You know, a lot of teams have just been picking into that over and over again. But, ooh, Jeff is actually going to be banned away. That's not something you see so often anymore. So curious what's the thinking behind that one.
It would slightly make sense when it's the domination map, right? It's going to be a little circle that you have to defend, and Jeff is really good at clearing people away from that circle. So I guess Chopper Mag would not want to deal with it, whereas Crazy Raccoon do take the taking away the Phoenix in order to enable the rocket just a little more. And another thing to note is that Mantis also getting on through, avoiding any bans from both teams. So triple strategist could be a very, very viable approach for both of these teams here. Keep in mind, this is MRC. This is not the Ignite ban draft that some of you might be used to, where these bans and picks are all one-sided. Here, everything is global. All the bans are global. All the picks are global, which means these compositions will most likely be mirrored. So both teams will be running the very same, if not very, very similar compositions. It's going to be a matter of who has the better mechanical skill, who can operate their compositions better as the gates open, and we are well underway for our match of the night.
That's it, well underway. Let's get ready to play. And, you know, I gotta say one thing that's also on display. We were blazing up costumes before. Bobo is donning the new Adam Warlock costume. Shout out to the new Adam Warlock costume there. Legendary. Finally got one. I'm keen to see more where that came from. But here we go, Dan. Mission area on the unlock, and it's the Battle of the Walls already.
Strategist looks to be the option for both of these teams. Moon Knight going to be popped by Brownie, who is just going to AoE down the rest of the team. Already has Anna Khonshu. Looks to hug down Chopper Mag with his open arms, as everyone on Crazy Raccoon looking to take over the first fight. Great sleep onto Skittles. Yaki from up above of all places with the rocket super jump, and is able to secure its staggers onto Chopper Mag. And quick as you like it, Crazy Raccoon will start to open up the bank.
Yeah, the bank's open, and let's see if they can take something out of the vault here. So they are just going to propel themselves ahead a little deeper here. Stall things out, see if they can capture a bit of damage trickle through. Brownie in a solid position, you know, holding up high and get those bigger chunks of damage through. Make sure they get the arcs down as well. And they're just really able to effectively deal with Skittles clones just so easily. They don't need to face off. They've already got the Hand of Khonshu up again as well. So they're ready for a fight, and it looks like they're going to play straight into it. Here we go, Dan.
Oh, Groot Knight, the Wombo combo was there, but the Soul Bond was enough to keep Chopper Mag alive and tank themselves through that Hand of Khonshu, and now they're going to be able to solely contest onto the point as Gargoyle takes his skies with the Meteor M. Will look for the dunk. Will find the damage onto the two Vanguards, but Bobo will bring them right back thanks to the Karmic Revival. Gargoyle is able to melee down another, but with the Karmic Revival still up, everyone on Chopper Mag can look for round 2. Rain on Me has the Soul Resurgence, can keep Chopper Mag alive, but Zenstar won't be so lucky as everyone on Crazy Raccoon looking to push on forward. Ultimates on Crazy Raccoon are also available as well, so both Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon will have ways to drag out this fight for just a bit longer.
Yeah, and exactly what you want to be seeing from them. You know, you want to see them stall it out, build up that percentage there. And Crazy Raccoon, they're happy to oblige. Chopper Mag, though, they need a way to inject themselves onto the mission area because otherwise they're going to be playing for that routine and it's going to be difficult to maintain stance if they get control. Speaking of, here we go. It's going to be the big hug combo into the hand of Khonshu, and Brownie is just dunking on them right now. Quad KO on that one. Looking for Bobo as well. They will lock in the Penta. So major damage from the Moon Knight player there, and it's going to stop Chopper Mag from doing anything into that first capture point. That was insane, Dan, because Chopper Mag had basically a full roster of ultimates at the ready. So they were good to go, but the denial from Crazy Raccoon there is just insane.
Crazy Raccoon, they knew that they didn't have to go for anything aggressive. Yeah, you could have gone for the full core press and maybe try to push Chopper Mag into their own spawn, but if they start committing those strategist ultimates on their side, Chopper Mag can respond with strategist ultimates on their own. But with Crazy Raccoon having the control of the point already, they knew that they don't need to invest in all of that. They just have to wait for these duelist ultimates to come up online, and then Piggy and Brownie both teaming up with the Groot Knight Wombo combo that we all know and love, just shredded down Chopper Mag. And you can see on Chopper Mag as well, they probably thought about going for the Strange Portal as well. Not sure if Duep is going to use it in this round, but Chopper Mag really need to find a different approach as Duep starts swirling those fingers as he's looking to get a portal what seemingly could be on that high ground, or just cut off the main area that Crazy Raccoon are walking towards right now.
Yeah, curious what perspective they're taking here. Looks like they are going to jump straight into it with a big hug. There's Zenstari now popping it into the hand of Khonshu with FMCL. Thought about it, didn't commit it though. They will be looking to hold it back and prepare themselves for the unlock. Here we go. Khonshu coming around the side, try and isolate the strategist. They succeed. Blaster is down and will force the Soul Resurgence there on both sides. So you're going to see who can get on top of this fight. Does give a bit of time for Crazy Raccoon to restore their forces. Brownie as well playing into their own hand of Khonshu. They will not find success. Piggy getting shut down there, forcing the retreat from Crazy Raccoon here. This is a great isolation coming through from Chopper Mag. You know, they stacked their ults up, they've managed to find the benefit, and now they will be able to get that early control.
Yeah, Seung-hoon went down early in that first fight, which is the most important one when it comes to these domination maps. Chopper Mag are able to open things up first. And with Seung-hoon still struggling to make his way back into the site, it's really just up to Yaki and Lostro to provide the healing output on Crazy Raccoon, and Chopper Mag were able to out-damage that, especially when you have a Moon Knight on both of these teams that can just output so much AoE damage across the teams. And now Piggy looking to open things up onto Zenstari, but Bobo, or Skittles actually, on the Adam Warlock instead of Bobo himself, will bring everyone back into the fight, but the hand of Khonshu is just going to send them straight back into the grave as Bobo now, it's his turn on the Karmic Revival, brings everyone back for round number 3 as Chopper Mag still now losing control of the site as Crazy Raccoon will find a way to bring it right back to them before anyone on Chopper Mag were able to revive in time. This fight will be extended even further as Seung-hoon with the God of Mischief will use the invisible boundaries. Zenstari goes in with the Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu, but Crazy Raccoon, they're still holding on as Chopper Mag will lose 1, will lose 2 as the AoE is just too much for Chopper Mag to handle.
Yeah, just getting overwhelmed through that fight there. You know, they react with the hand of Khonshu with one of their own there. Really impressed with how they've been able to trade a blow for blow into these fights. Like Brownie, one of the same. They started that fight off by getting a Hexa KO into that Karmic Revival there. And now it's going to be even more insanity laying in wait as they're just slowly trickling up the bouncing damage there. It looks like Chopper Mag is opted to take the high ground now. Still allowing Brownie more and more presence to just build up to that ult once again, though. So we could see another Khonshu online before we know it. Speaking of, the boundary going to be coming up from Crazy Raccoon. They are going to be looking to just propel them off of the mission area as fast as possible.
Pull from Lost for just to try to isolate the Vanguards for just a little bit longer. Lots of low health bars on Chopper Mag though, but at least the Karmic Revival will bail them out yet again. Bobo very close onto his own Karmic Revival as Yaki looks to surge the souls of Crazy Raccoon as they look to re-enter the site and make sure that Chopper Mag do not have a chance to retake. Gargoyle is able to isolate Rain on Me and he will go down. That is a key strategist gone in this triple strategist comp of Chopper and Mag. Duleb takes to the skies. Gargoyle will do the same with the Meteor M from both sides. But Gargoyle with the dunk onto 2. And Chopper Mag will crumble to pieces. A poster dunk from Gargoyle initiates the battle, ignites Crazy Raccoon, and they take over Hell's Heaven.
Oh my days. Can you believe it, Dan? Like, a pretty convincing first capture point coming through there. You know, Crazy Raccoon starting off strong, then furthering their pursuit into the second one as well, albeit Chopper Mag started to look a little bit more competitive towards the second side of that one, but Crazy Raccoon, they just look like they're in control right now. Like, Brownie managing to really maneuver the Moon Knight so well. I mean, just look at the stat line. No casualties. That's all for Brownie. That is insane, Dan. And same could be said of Yaki there. Like, how does that happen?
Like, this is a team that quite literally overhauled their roster, right? You drop a few of those players, you make sure that you pick up a full Korean team, a full Korean roster, and this amount of communication, especially when everyone can speak the main language fluently, provides these advanced plays that Crazy Raccoon can go for it. Yeah, it's a little bit basic with the Brute Knight Wombo combo. It's a very standard, a very simple combo, but it was very, very effective. You can see how fast both of these players were able to use their ultimates in tandem, especially when it came to that first round. There were a lot of moments where Piggy would go for the Strangling Prison, and Brownie immediately went for the Hand of Khonshu without any hesitation and was able to secure so many of those KOs, whereas Chopper Mag, they were a little bit disjointed, I would say. They were a little bit disconnected, and Crazy Raccoon, if they're able to keep this momentum, they might be able to send Chopper Mag down to the lower bracket. And keep in mind, Chopper Mag also have not dropped a single map until now.
Just crazy to think about that,
crazy,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the I guess the only immortal team at that point until now has never lost the map to Crazy Raccoon. And, you know, speaking of losing maps, the first map Crazy Raccoon lost was against Gosari. So, interesting to see that team as well. Keep your eyes peeled on that one. Maybe we'll see them later. But for now, very excited for map number 2. We're getting straight into it, everybody. It's going to be Central Park on a Convergence. You know, these teams, they're ready to party, ready to get things rolling. And first map, you know, a bit of a slow start for Chopper Mag. They looked a little bit more competitive towards the second side of it. So maybe we call that the warm-up game for them. We'll see how things go. But Crazy Raccoon, they need no warm-up game. They're red hot to the trot immediately.
Yep, and they're going to take away the Gambit, which they did back in map number 1. Chopper Mag looking to do the same, taking away Yaki's main duelist of choice, which is that Daredevil, who has been so good on it. I swear, every time I see Yaki dive into the back line, he always comes out with at least 1 or 2 KOs. It's honestly a sight to behold. But Crazy Raccoon will prioritize the Moon Knight that worked out so well for them back in map number 1 on Hell's Heaven. Now they look to do the same here on Central Park, as Chopper Mag will actually lock in the Phoenix, which lowers the stock of the Loki pick and the Rocket Raccoon pick as a whole, especially with that Ensong Inferno being able to get rid of those pesky little spawnables on the map.
Yes, you've got to be very careful of those, don't you? You know, otherwise we could have the Marvel Zombies version of Namor coming at you. Been a bit terrifying. That's not here for much longer. Make sure you get your games in before it goes, everybody. I just finished Nightmare 4 last night. It's good mode.
Oh.
We're going to bring something back. But right now, we're seeing the Protect onto the Invis here. So it's going to be good prioritization around that strategist, I'd say. You know, the boundaries are just so key, especially playing into that first mission area. I think the boundary is really going to keep things engaged for them, considering they're playing into the defense there. It's great that they chopped away the Wolverine as well. They don't want to have those isolation KOs be coming into effects there, but Chopper Mag, you know, they're playing into the Dunkmaster Duat build. That Magneto going to hit the Protect this time.
Yep, Chopper Mag really want to make sure that they have some sort of peel potential if Crazy Raccoon do think about going for something crazy, something like a dive composition. But Chopper Mag really prioritizing the Magneto. Also being able to one-shot some of those key strategist ultimates that could turn the tide of these fights. As Crazy Raccoon, think about their final ban, it's going to be onto the Psylocke, which really does target Bobo.
Team to win this one.
Yeah, you can see that they do not want to allow Bobo to be enabled here, because once Bobo's on, then it's trouble all the way around, my man.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you do not want to be getting a one-way ticket to the Bobo show. We've seen what that can look like, and it is absolutely scary. But speaking of scary stuff, we're going to see a bit more where that came from once we get into the map here. Last moment, hero pick's been locked through. I like to see that they're playing into the Penny here. Gargoyle looking to utilize the mines perhaps just to keep a bit of control over that first mission area. You know, it's pretty common on a map like Central Park as well, and looks like they are considering playing into what you commonly might see on a bit of a, you know, convergence or convoy, if you will. Sometimes that triple on the Crazy Raccoon side. So eager to see if they stick that one out.
Meg, on the other hand, looking to take a different approach. Usually to counter the triple composition, the attacking side would usually... Oh, okay. As I say that, they're starting to shift towards it. They run the Storm, they run the Groot, and then you run a hard-hitting duelist. Storm just amplifying the damage on every one of Chopper Mag, especially when Bobo is in that lightning form. And that'll allow Chopper Mag to hopefully break through what is the bunker-style defense of Crazy Raccoon. Or you can just wait for FMCL to stack up that Ensong Inferno, which would get rid of everything that Yaki put out.
Yeah, we'll see what they are going to be able to bring up here as we jump straight into the fold now. Biggie trying to isolate them with the Thornwood walls. Then we'll see if they can capture the KO through here. Chopper Mag, they're hesitating to get onto the mission area already. Cutting off line of sight there for Zenstari, but I mean, it's a Groot versus a Groot combat, and a Biggie could be in a bit of trouble. Luckily, they slip away, paddle the walls there, you know. This is so troublesome. You don't know where you got to go.
Yeah, it almost became an octagon where the two Groots would have just spent a few rounds just swinging hands, throwing hands at each other. As Zenstari does come right back thanks to Skittles. But here we go. The ultimates are starting to come online and ready to go. Piggy will pull the trigger, but it's immediately countered by Rain on Me. Lastro is able to bide enough time to put his ultimate down, but it gets shut down immediately by FMCL, whose Ensong Inferno does get amplified by the Cosmic Yarn as more resurrections coming in. Brownie comes in with the Karmic Revival, but if a Hurricane is right on top of the resurrection point, it's going to get very, very difficult for Chopper Mag, for Crazy Raccoon to find a way back in. Chopper Mag starting to charge up that mission area as Lostro starts to prepare the portal.
Starts to prepare the portal and ready to see if they can launch some portal combat, but it's not meant to be.
Oh no.
This time around, they're going to be taking it a different direction. And it's going to be Chopper Mag getting a nice double KO to switch things off into that first mission area there. We move on to the convoy section of Convergence. It's time for Ratatoska to make a move. And it looks like Bobo's making the switch up to the iconic Star-Lord. We've seen that one before. I can't wait to see the Galactic Legend back in action. Trying to take on Yaki, also playing the center.
Bobo, another one of those signature heroes. If you can't play the Psylocke, then he's got the next best thing, which is the Star-Lord as duet. Still holding off on the front line. Crazy Raccoon invest in the Cosmic Yarn just to zone away Chopper Mag from the mission area, preventing it from moving any further. But Chopper Mag, they should be okay with this. They just have to fall back, wait, and see for a better opportunity. Skittles is prepping the Cosmic Yarn for himself, which probably will be used in tandem with the Meteor M and maybe the Endsong Inferno as well. Lostro pops up the invisible boundary, but he needs to be careful to not go down, and he will be able to avoid a good chunk of damage from FMCL's Endsong Inferno. So great looks, but Zensari goes in with the Strangling Prison, locks up so many members of Crazy Raccoon, and then Bobo now taking to the skies, making sure that Crazy Raccoon cannot move any further, will force them to go into shelter as Chopper Mag looking good, looking sharp as they secure that second point. So far, Chopper Mag looking very, very good as they look to set their sights on Dracula's throne.
That's it. You know, they're hungry after getting that loss in map number 1 there. They want to bring it all the way back here on map number 2. So very eager to see if they can run it back in this one. Obviously, this is only the first half of the game. You know, we still got another whole half to cover. We'll see if Chopper Man going to be able to push it a full distance or whether Crazy Raccoon can stop them in their tracks, because they have over 4 minutes to get it over the line here. So Chopper Mag are on quite the run in their attacking side so far. Very eager to see how the ultimates come out in response here from Crazy Raccoon, because they're getting closer and closer to a full roster of ults here. And I guess it's going to come down to who presses the big button first, or who gets isolated in the KO department first and foremost. Gargoyle's in a lot of trouble. Ooh, got a bit uncomfortable there, and they do go down. Boundary coming up, but won't keep them there. At least they have the BRB though, you know, as a bit of a backup plan.
Backup plan is already burned away to the wayside. Chopper Mag have their ultimates as well. Rain on Me pops open the invisible boundary, but it's going to be Brownie to be able to crash out FMCL from the fight. Cosmic Yarn already burned away by Crazy Raccoon, which allows Chopper Mag to use their own. In tandem with the Meteor M, will shut down Bobo as Gargoyle dunks another one out into the spawn room. Yaki is able to blend down Skittles with the Blaster Barrage as the rest of Crazy Raccoon are able to hold off this initial fight versus Chopper Mag. But again, Chopper Mag just have so much time and now so much ultimate economy as well when you compare it to Crazy Raccoon, and they're going to use it immediately as they are able to shut down 2. Yaki goes to the skies as Duep is able to soak up a lot of the damage. The meteor does explode, but you do deny Yaki from getting any more value out of that ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to be so crucial to just deny them in every corner there, every turn here, you know. Try and see if they can step them out of line here. Bobo get distracted by Yaki for a moment, but now back in the front lines with their teammates. Should be able to get a ton of damage with the Galactic Legend. Already finding Brownie there, looking around the corner. Lastro in deep trouble. Not going to go down though. Big pop there, forcing the boundary. Now looking to concede a bit more. Big burst fire coming out from Bobo as well. Boundary in response from Rain on Me here. Trying to keep them online. Happens Retribution coming down and will be immediately shut down. Endsong Inferno from FMCL ready to spell trouble. Bobo's down though. Good hits from Gargoyle there, just trying to stall out the mission vehicle here. It might not be enough, but they're getting closer and closer to that Meteor, and they have forced Chopper Mag back at the last hurdle.
Finally, Chopper Mag have to put on the brakes for just a little bit. Bobo getting isolated, getting taken out. Signals Chopper Mag to just regroup for a few more seconds, buy enough time as they look to strike, as they take down Gargoyle, but he does have the BRB, and Endsong Inferno immediately shut down, and that allows the Cosmic Yarn of Skittles to be fully in fruition, as Seunghoon also uses the BRB as well. Yaki finds a pick onto Rain on Me, who does come back thanks to the BRB, and he's able to find another one as soon as he's able to get the teleport back. This new guy on Crazy Raccoon is putting on an absolute show. The newcomer on Crazy Raccoon just being the shining light here as Chopper Mag have to find a different approach yet again.
Yeah, forced to try and find the adaptation here, and really impressed with how Crazy Raccoon's been able to compose themselves. You know, initially we had 4 minutes on the timer, and they've almost drowned it down to 0 time remaining at all. So, rise or fall here. It's going to be a very tough endeavor ahead, but I think Chopper Mag might just be able to enter this with a bit more tools at their disposal. We'll see how it goes, though. It's going to be End Song Inferno into the boundary there already. Finding the KOs, so good pickups on both sides there. Bobo locked in. Oh, my goodness. Pixel perfect. KO on the Brownie there, looking for more as well. They're inside the boundary. Will be a 4 straight out. Bobo somehow getting away from that one. Big shout out to Rain on Me there, keeping their team online a while longer. But speaking of online, Bobo trying to take Piggy offline. We'll be back on deck here, close to the Galactic Legend. Yaki's first to it. Duckmaster Duet back in action. Are they going to grab it? That's going to be the test. It's Bobo now. Trying to bring it up. A gargoyle pops down their own meteor. Not going to be able to get anybody though. But Bobo, deep trouble. Not falling to the rubble. It's the Sia from Skittles with the riddles. Coming at you right now, Dan. And it goes the full distance. We over the line, my man. And Chopper Mag, don't let up.
Oh my goodness, Chopper Mag finally were able to secure the full push, albeit they had to use all of the time left in the bank. But in the end, both sides just being able to counter those ultimates perfectly. As soon as Yaki went for the Galactic Legend, Duep was there with the Meteor M. Chopper Mag, they went for their own Galactic Legend on the likes of Bobo and Crazy Raccoon, or were also able to counter it as well. But in the end, Chopper Mag were able to get a little bit more value. They were able to get 1 or 2 picks, which ended up zoning away the rest of Crazy Raccoon, and that allowed Chopper Mag to just go right on in, get the full push down, and now Crazy Raccoon have to match it, or else the map will go over to Chopper Mag.
Yeah, they have to match this energy, because if they can't, then it's going to all be tied up. But one apiece here, Dan, and you know, Crazy Raccoon can't afford that. They can't afford this kind of momentum shift, especially at this stage of the tournament. You know, it's imperative that either of these rosters gets that win through, and they can progress further into the upper bracket. You know, they'll be, I guess, one more step ahead of them, because the winner of this only has to win one more game, then they're in the grand final, which is crazy to think about, right?
3, 2, 1.
Yep, the winner of this will guarantee a top 3 finish in MRC Season 5 here in the Pacific region. Both teams putting on an absolute show, as Rain on Me is able to put down the rain onto Yaki. A little bit ironic, you could say, but Crazy Raccoon will have to move on without the storm for just a little bit longer. But thankfully, the spawn room is very, very close for Crazy Raccoon, so Yaki will be able to regroup quickly. Whereas Chopper Mag looking to bunker down the main area that Crazy Raccoon are looking to entry in from. As Duep and Zensdari, the Groot and the Emma Frost looking to play in tandem with each other. Brownie goes in with the Moonblade, almost bursts down one member of Chopper Mag, but will not be able to finish the KO in the end. Brownie is just putting down so much AoE damage as he's waiting for Piggy to find his strangling prison, but Brownie will find FMCL, but he will be right back. But Skittles won't be so lucky, as he's going to go down. A Venn diagram of invisible boundaries will be used as well. The Grit Knight combo comes in, and it's just outside of their own invisible boundary. Perfectly placed and perfectly executed is Crazy Raccoon as they look to secure the first point, but Zensdari has that Desperation Portal up and ready, and Skittles is able to bring safe passage with that CYA.
Yeah, solid stuff coming through there. Last second portal though, coming at ya. Time for the see ya. Time to see where they're gonna be. Duep goes down. KO coming through there. Brownie following suit as well. And see if they can spell a bit more trouble. FMCL trying to send them straight to hell, as they have a lot or more where that came from. And here we go. It's going to be the Psionic Seduction, so just trying to zone them forward. The walls will at least support their endeavors on the retreat there. So Crazy Raccoon to stall it out. They have 3 ults at their disposal, getting close to more. Soul Resurgence now going to be popped as well. FMCL is ready with the dunk there. Does have it ready to go. Omega Hurricane on its way to FMCL, not getting anybody also. So Yaki jumping straight into the thick of it now, looking to do what they can. Bobo does have Comic Revival though, so even if they go down, there is a way back in. There's a way out of this one. And it looks like we could see that relied upon. Here we go, Comic Revival coming up. But then the Khonshu is up now. We could see a big hug very soon, and there it is.
Perfectly placed. The Coronation. Absolutely perfect. Bobo had the Karma Revival. That was their one avenue of keeping this fight extended for a little bit. But in the end, Crazy Raccoon are able to break through. Chopper Mag did their best to run down the clock and now they have to regroup. They have to fall back for a little bit as Crazy Raccoon might be switching up their composition a little bit. Yaki goes over from the Storm to the Adam Warlock, and Brownie now on to the Phoenix as they look to push on forward. Bobo just peppering down Brownie for a little bit as the rest of Crazy Raccoon look to push on forward. Yaki actually going over to the Mantis and will give the Adam Warlock duties on to Seunghoon, but Dueb is able to find Brownie. Piggy will follow suit as well, and as soon as Crazy Raccoon switch up their comp, they get sent straight back.
Straight back and straight forward, ready to draw it through there, and we'll see if they are going to be able to bring things up a notch here as Chopper Mag just holding them down at their spawn point at the moment. Dueb almost forced back into it. Invisible Woman trying to pull them back into the fight there, but ain't going to happen for now. But at least a little bit of presence here, and you can see Zenstari ready to pounce on the Venom as well. But Crazy Raccoon looking to force themselves forward now. Boundary coming up from Rain on me here. Try and see if they can take advantage of that one. Stall out the timer a little bit longer. It's going to be another boundary in consequence there. So last throw looking to take advantage. Duep ready for the dumps. Does have Song Inferno as well. And they will find Piggy in last throw. Doubling on that one. And we are going to see the Galactic Legend from Bobo as well here. Unclear if it was necessary at this point, but they're going to do whatever they can to just reset Crazy Raccoon here. And Feast of the Abyss as well. Every ult is just coming down at this point, Dan. They're ready to commit everything they have, but now they have no ults at their disposal, and Crazy Raccoon, they've got a couple of critical ones.
Yep, Yaki from the off angle looks to pop the Galactic Legend. Bobo does spot him out, but it's too little too late as Piggy is able to capitalize on this disjointedness of Chopper Mag. Everyone running for the hills left and right. None of them are stuck together. Everyone is isolated, and Crazy Raccoon are able to just run rampant all over the mission area, and Chopper Mag off the investment of ultimates being too much in the past fight comes back to haunt them as everyone on Crazy Raccoon were able to capitalize with a single Galactic Legend.
Yeah, just really impressed, right? How they held themselves together, just not having anything to deal with it, and they took advantage. But speaking of, it's now going to be a Sia in as the Freedom Charge, looking for the big boop with the Meteor as well. Gargoyle ready, waiting. And we will not get anything from it, but at least they are getting a bit more presence forward, and Song Inferno could be what they need. Boundary coming up, Seunghoon goes down from Bobo. Nice KO there. Looking for more around the bend as well. Last throw in punishment. It's going to be trades left, right, and center right now. Biggie in trouble, and they will be forced back here. Time is dwindling hastily here. There could be just one last fighter for this next capture point, Dan, and I'm worried for Crazy Raccoon right now.
Much better.
Yeah, all they got is Lostro on the invisible boundary. He's able to buy... He should be able to buy enough time for Seunghoon to put up that Cosmic Yarn, string it out to allow Yaki to go crazy on the Galactic Legend. But on the flip side, Chopper Mag, they do have the Meteor M that can soak up a lot of those projectiles coming in from Yaki's ultimate. Bobo has his as well. FMC on Zenstari now charged up and ready to go. As Chopper Mag look to land the finishing blow, they should be able to, but Crazy Raccoon do have a chance to stay alive in this fight as Zenstari kicks things off. Swifty Feast of the Abyss, then FMCL goes in. Dulep with the dunk, has it ready, but Crazy Raccoon are able to evade it well. Everyone on Crazy Raccoon still alive and well. Skittles has the CYA, but it's going to get cut down immediately. Crazy Raccoon now, it's their turn to go on the offensive as Brownie still holding on to the Song Inferno. Is now Bobo. He sees the opportunity. He sees the moment, but Gargoyle looks to shut it down immediately. Brownie, great shots onto FMCL, who tried to escape with the Dark Flight, and the Psionic Stun will be perfectly placed as Brownie just clicks away left and right. Oh my goodness, making a penta for Brownie, and by the skin of their teeth, Crazy Raccoon secured that second point.
Just putting in the hard yards into this one at long last. They will be able to blast through. Still not much time for Crazy Raccoon here, though. Only a minute to get it to the final stretch here. We'll see if they are going to be able to find their moment, or whether they could get caught off guard by Zenstari, for example, taken off the map at the staircase. So they are just going to be looking to encase the mission vehicle, establish a bit of more presence here. Very eager to see new perspective on this one, Dan, but see what Brownie can do from afar. It's Heaven's Retribution coming at you from a Piggy right now. Gonna lock him in place, clear the space. Oh, they won't be able to get too much as Gargoyle goes down and comes right back up.
Yep. What goes down will come back, I guess up from the pits, right? As Duet is able to float himself into the ledge, and he's able to keep his life for just a bit longer. Skittles pops the CYA while being inside the invisible boundary. Bobo looks to team it up with the damage amplification as Crazy Raccoon look to do the same, but no one goes down. And that allows FMCL to pop that Soul Resurgence, revives the souls of Chopper Mag as Duep takes to the skies with the dunk, looks to set his sights on Brownie as Zenstari looks to pin members down of Crazy Raccoon as Bobo is able to find the off angle, but Piggy is able to trade onto Duep, who does eventually fall down, but again, we'll be right back into the fight as Overtime Meter comes into fruition. Yaki and Gargoyle very well could team up their ultimates to rip apart Chopper Mag, who have absolutely nothing to counter this as Yaki is preparing the Galactic Legend. He says his voice line. He lets everyone on Chopper Mag know that you have nothing to counter this ultimate. Crazy Raccoon will push forward, and Gargoyle, most notably, will be able to hold on to that Meteor M. And now there is a chance for Crazy Raccoon to set up a wombo combo with Piggy's ultimate as well, as Chopper Mag gets staggered left, right, and center. And that's going to do it. A full push for Crazy Raccoon, and we go to overtime in Central Park.
OT City, baby, welcome in. It's a pleasure to be here, 3-3. And now let's see who can break it through for another one. Both these teams showcasing exactly why they are LAN caliber rosters, and very eager to see who is going to be able to take it away in this fight right now, as both teams are pushing it the full distance. Really goes to show how hungry they are to get a big win. And let's see who's going to be able to find the win here in OT, as Chopper Mag going to be on the attack right now. Crazy Raccoon going to be sticking it out on a defense, and let's see who will be able to get their chance to take their stand here, because it's going to be a tough battle forward, and this is only just the beginning.
In fact, only the beginning. Crazy Raccoon
30 seconds before you
looking
attack.
to set up with a standard 2-2-2 composition. As Crazy Raccoon not opting for the triple-triple composition as Chopper Mag. We have yet to see what their final composition will be. They still have time to switch things around, as Crazy Raccoon look to lock things in with only 2 strategists, and one of them being the Mantis is definitely a very interesting approach.
3,
Because the Mantis isn't really known for the healing, it's really more known for the damage amplification. And I think Crazy Raccoon are thinking if they just pump out enough damage, it'll be enough to keep Chopper Mag from entering onto the site. And I think that's what Crazy Raccoon are opting to go for, as Simplin is just pumping Brownie with these damage amps.
Yeah, just so much, isn't it? You know, they're just able to get those numbers to an all-time high there, and see just how high it can go. Continue to flow that damage together, bit by bit. Brownie so close to having the Hand of Khonshu available as well. It could be a great impact maker for them, should it be required, and considering there's not that much time left either, it could be exactly what they need here, as they are going to hold back. Here we go, into the combo, the big hug, into the boundary. It's time to get attacking here, as Chopper Mag gets shredded through. The combo has been just insane. No way past the OT timer.
Going for the sleep.
It's caught.
Going for the sleep.
Oh,
You got it.
no! They get the sleep, and they will sweep it past Chopper Mag there. No one going to be able to protect the Strange for the portal. That's going to be a full hold there for Crazy Raccoon. So, Chopper Mag need to do it better, but will they be able to?
Another thing that Crazy Raccoon did go for with the Mantis pick is not only are you getting extra damage, you're also getting a faster ultimate charge. Ultimate charge is based on how much damage you do, and with the Mantis amplifying that damage means that Crazy Raccoon can get their ultimates faster. And if someone just puts in that enchantment onto Piggy and Brownie, that allows a very, very fast Brute Knight Wombo combo. And that's exactly what Crazy Raccoon went for. And Chopper Mag are just going to get wiped as soon as the timer hits 0. Overtime meter does come in, and then Seung-hoon with the sweep, perfectly placed. No one on Chopper Mag were able to defend the Strange from getting slept
30
on.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How does Chopper Mag decide to approach the defensive side? They are also opting for a 2-2-2 composition.
Not as big as I
As
expected.
Crazy Raccoon looking to stay on the Moon Knight. Can Crazy Raccoon break through what Chopper Mag did? They also have 60 seconds on the timer. Or do we see a draw here? Which also could be very, very possible.
4, 3, 2,
Ooh, that would be nasty. You don't see those often, do ya? But hey, anything could happen. We'll see if it's going to be like a draw, if it's going to be even more. As we are looking to hold it back for the moment. 1 minute to go. Will Chopper Mag be able to run it up right now? That's going to be the true test of their metal. And let's see if the kettle's going to come to a boil here. Well, the fire will be extinguished as we look to ignite the battle once again. Already rattling things up. Bobo in deep trouble, trying to hold around the side there, forced into the side rooms. But Crazy Raccoon are approaching this from all angles. I mean, you got Piggy just trying to be a nuisance up front, already getting taken down though. So a good KO from Duep there might actually spell a bit of success for them. Brownie and a Gonshu coming up. A nice response. Rain on Me goes down and more to follow off the back of Gonshu. They are just doing everything they can. Chopper Mag, what is happening right now? Trying to stall it out. The Seer coming up in a plight of desperation here. And the Crazy Raccoon are just making this go all higgledy-piggledy, my man.
Everyone just spreads out. Brownie even grappling into the backline of Chopper Mag, what seemed like all by himself. And Chopper Mag, they just get caught off guard. They're just going to get stunned away as everyone on Chopper Mag just throwing themselves into the site one by one. But that's not going to do anything as Crazy Raccoon off an unorthodox strategy of just swarming Chopper Mag from all angles makes it work, and they're able to get themselves up to 2-0.
My days, they get themselves up at 2-0 there, and Brownie is going to be the hero of that map in particular. Huge combinations between the Strangling Prison, the Hand of Khonshu, and if those aren't in the highlight reel, there's something wrong, Dan. Something very wrong. Speaking of, we got our stat lines right now, and yeah, no doubt, Brownie is going to be top of the tier there. 54k damage, 22 finals, and just putting in a lot of work on that Moon Knight.
They made it work so many times back in map 1, and here in map 2, again, it's no different. Crazy Raccoon really pulling out a lot of different approaches from their strat book, especially when it came to that overtime defense as well, being able to full hold Chopper Mag from what seemed like a very interesting approach by utilizing the Mantis in a 2 strategist composition. And that's all that mattered. Get fast, get more damage, get faster ult charge, win the fight. And that's all you need, because all you needed was one good fight, as they only had 1 minute to work with. And Chopper Mag, though, they are down 2-0, but they are really holding their ground. They got a full push off against Crazy Raccoon in the first round of Central Park, but unfortunately, just was not enough.
Couldn't agree more. Just not enough at that stage of the game there, Dan. But they do run it back in the next instance. So it's really solid stuff coming out from both of our rosters there. Really impressed, with how they've been able to hold it together, and very excited to see what else is going to be on board here, because already Crazy Raccoon, they've been able to take it to series points here. So this is where we see all the cards brought to the table. Maybe we see some cards brought to the table. Maybe Gambit slips through. No chance. No chance.
There's no chance. There's no way.
Maybe. Maybe. Nah, we'll see the Bobo Psylocke. Yeah.
Oh, true. We could have both sides of the same coin, but right now, Crazy Raccoon are at match point. If they're able to find one more map, they'll put themselves in a top 3 finish guaranteed. Chopper Mag, though, they're not done yet. They still have another map to play out. Chopper Mag, their reverse sweep could start right here, right now. But before that, we're going to settle down, take a short break, and we'll be back for more action between Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualified for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be online with the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5. It's Massey and Dan coming back at ya with Chopper Mag taking on Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon already going to be at series point, taking away the first 2 maps in a row here. Chopper Mag need to step up immediately.
And they will do so by picking Krakoa for map number 3. A map that we have never seen Crazy Raccoon play on here in MRC Season 5, whereas Chopper Mag have already played it twice and have obviously won both. So Chopper Mag really did their homework, like you said in the green room, as Crazy Raccoon have to navigate playing this map for the first time ever as a team in an official match.
Yeah, curious to see how they're going to be able to react to them there. You know, obviously they haven't played it in MRC so far, so it'll be a bit of a tester for them. But speaking of tests, both teams going to be tested by the initial bans. Goodbye to Daredevil and Gambit here, but hello to the Loki show. We are going to see the God of Mischief back online again, and Chopper Mag is their time to get the Protect through. And we'll see what they will carry through into it. Maybe they lock in that Psylocke like I've been hoping for. Nah, not at this stage.
Probably going to be the Phoenix, if anything.
Surely.
I would say.
Yeah,
surely. Oh,
Ooh,
okay. That's also a good plan as well. Inviswoman being a very good strategist in the current meta in tandem with the Loki. So you've already got the best in slot options. Chopper Mag will then take away the Mantis, which does weaken any potential triple strategist compositions that Crazy Raccoon do want to go for, but on the flip side, Chopper Mag will also not have access to triple strategists as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how things will progress here. So they are going to be looking to lock in and give it their all. One more Protect going to be on for both teams. It's going to be the Cap. Looks like we could see some deep potential from Piggy and Co. with the use of the Cap at the ready, but see what Chopper Mag is looking to bring themselves. They're just gonna stick it through for the moment, you know, just looking to think about their options, and it is going to be that Phoenix.
Yes.
So you talked about it before, and there it is.
Yep, Phoenix, a very strong pick to be picked up by Chopper Mag. The Rocket Raccoon will really get weakened yet again, having to think about when to place the Cosmic Yarn, or those Phoenix could really just hold on to the Ensong Inferno until the enemy Cosmic Yarn gets strung out. And Chopper Mag, they tried to use the Phoenix to remedy what Crazy Raccoon were doing, especially with Rocket Raccoon being one of the top strategists in the entire game at the moment. Not quite the strongest, but it is definitely up there in how strong it can be, especially on Convoy and Convergence with that BRB, and then also the damage amplification coming in from the Cosmic Yarn. The damage amplification demands the attention of the enemy team to burn it down, or else they risk getting wiped. But now, in Domination, it really could be the same story, as Crazy Raccoon are definitely eyeing to pick up that Rocket Raccoon, the next best thing available with all these bans coming in.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of potential come out from the Rocket before, right? You know, there's been great uses of the Seer there, and we're looking to see if they can put that one to the test once again, as I think we should see Sung Hoon on that one. But, ooh, I don't know if you see what I see right now, Mr. Dan, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Crazy Raccoon right now. Obviously, everybody can't see it just yet, but in the server, we've got a bit of a hover of the, well, it's gone. No iron fist.
We're going everywhere right now. We'll see if Crazy Raccoon decide to settle on the Hella Namor composition. Another very strong composition as a whole, a strong duelist lineup, where you're able to control a lot of that neutral area, but the problem being is you have to take control of that neutral area first. Hella Namor, a strong comp, but is very, very weak when it comes to trying to go for those retake opportunities, which makes this first fight for Crazy Raccoon even more important for them to win, or else Chopper Mag really could just zone away Crazy Raccoon for the rest of this round, unless Crazy Raccoon makes some sort of adjustments.
And it's interesting to see Chopper Mag bringing out the 3-1-2 onto this one right now, Dan. You know, FMCL is actually bringing out the thing here. See if they can deal with their opponents, and really curious to see how it progresses through for Chopper Mag. You know, as they're definitely showcasing their flexibility and their strengths in full swing. But speaking of, a big damage onto Piggy, just shutting down the Vanguards immediately. You'd think they'd focus on some of the other targets, but no, they want to deal with front foot aggression right now, and they've already managed to find 3 KOs across the board here, and they have no signs of stopping. FMCL hunting Yaki. Oh my goodness.
He just comes flying in like a rock, quite literally catapulting himself into the back line. And basically a meteor, a big blue meteor, right in the face of Crazy Raccoon as they look to regroup. And like we said, Crazy Raccoon, they lose out in the first fight. How long does it take for them to retake? As Yaki and Brownie looking to take to the skies, as the Goddess of Death is going to come in, but it might get cut down immediately as Rain on Me pops open the invisible boundary. Skittles has the second wave of the invisible boundary prepped and ready to go, and will pop it right now. Yaki, I think, went wide with the Horn of Proteus as well. FMCL going for the Yancey Street charge onto a target, but is struggling to find it, so he will regroup back into the team. Seung-hoon could be the difference here with his own God of Mischief as Piggy pops up with the Dialectic Seduction as Dueb takes the skies with the dunk, ready to go, and we will wipe out Piggy as Crazy Raccoon do get the invisible boundary thanks to the God of Mischief. FMCL goes in with the clobbering time onto 2. Chopper Mag, can they capitalize? Can they find value? As he finds the haymaker onto Brownie. Crazy Raccoon look to be zoned away yet again as Crazy Raccoon tried, just barely trying to get that sight back to themselves, but Chopper Mag will have none of it.
Having absolutely none of it, they are ready to go the full distance here. Rain on Me going to be able to pick up a Seung-hoon there, so great KO coming through. Gargoyle could get isolated as well. We'll see. They are going to be able to force them back as they do take it easy. They put on the brakes a little bit there, take out some of the clones as they zone it out, but Crazy Raccoon need to step up sooner rather than later. They've got a few ults at their disposal, could see the boundary come up to start things off here, but one and the same is going to be Rain on Me picking it up first. Lastro now in response, looking for a Cup and Crush coming out on a Bobo as well. We'll be able to at least survive through it. Here comes that Goddess of Death, another boundary coming up as well. M-Song Inferno into the Meteor there. We're going to do whatever they can here, Dan, but the fight ain't over till it's over.
Definitely isn't over yet. Bobo finds backline access onto Lostro as FMCL still landing haymakers right onto Piggy's face. So that's going to be a key Vanguard out of this fight. Yaki goes in with the Horn of Proteus, but it goes wide yet again as FMCL backstabs him this time around. This Dueb just making sure that these projectiles do not land onto anyone on Chopper Mag as Crazy Raccoon just get routed. Overtime meter will hit 0 and Chopper Mag take round 1.
Wow, oh wow, my days. The Grove has been captured here, so the first objective is down pat. A really solid approach to the mission area there. You know, I was yeah, impressed with how the triple Vanguard has actually worked out for Chopper Mag here, and I think it goes to a testament to how FMCL has been able to assist them by playing into the thing there, having Zenstari to support them on that another diving Vanguard there. It's just been super solid. Like, Crazy Raccoon haven't been able to navigate it as effectively as they would like here. So the question, I guess, is how do they break past something like this? Because Chopper Mag, they're not pulling any punches in the literal sense, you know? FMCL coming at you like another meteor on this server. So very excited to see how this next capture point will play out.
You also got to take into account FMCL, when he dashes onto an enemy, he does apply vulnerability onto the side of Crazy Raccoon, so that allows Chopper Mag, if they're able to focus down a singular target that FMCL jumps on, do definitely have a chance to one-shot the target, as Crazy Raccoon looking for an adjustment here, as Yaki goes onto the Winter Soldier, of, well, all-around duelist, but is also good on that anti-dive. But with FMCL, his passive of him being not able to be displaced might cause a little bit of problems for Yaki when it comes to that peel potential, as FMCL goes in with the clobbering time onto 4. but the invisible boundary will keep Crazy Raccoon alive and well. So that ultimate will be thrown to the wayside as FMCL will also fall to pieces as Chopper Mag look to find a different approach in. Beast of the Abyss is good, provides Zenstar the sustain he needs to grapple himself out to safety. Skittles then, with the God of Mischief, will get the invisible boundary down. It's gonna hold on to it until Lostro pops his own invisible boundary. So it's gonna be both of the boundaries going onto the site at the same time. Bobo goes in, takes out Yaki as Gargoyle looks in to find anything with that Meteor M. It does not find anything as Bobo is able to reposition thanks to the Dark Flight. Dark Ascent, I should say, as Chopper Mag looking to get the retake down, but Crazy Raccoon look to hold their ground, looking to secure the site. Yaki even investing the Strange Portal as well. Got Gargoyle going in for backline access as Duweb goes to the skies as well with the Meteor, but will not find anything as Rainami will find Piggy. Gargoyle will follow suit. The Vanguards on both sides battered and bruised as all that's left is FMCO and Yaki. Piggy doing his utmost best to make sure that Crazy Raccoon have a semblance of controlling the site as a second rotation of invisible boundaries comes into fruition. FMCO goes in. This Chungus life is fully in favor of himself as he finds the triple. Chopper Mag finally breaking through, it seems like, as Crazy Raccoon, with half the members gone, will follow to pieces. And Chopper Mag, what seemed like the longest fight in this entire series, are able to finally break through and get themselves on the board.
Finally able to break up past the defenses there, and what a drawn out battle. Goes to show both teams are not messing around here, you know, with the big change up. They're able to get the Maelstrom online to get some KOs through. Now we're seeing a bit of rogue action coming in to the mix as well. So Duep looking to use those Heartbreakers and steal some of that ult percentage away from the enemies. Why not? It could definitely help from here. Ensong Inferno into the Feast of the Abyss though, trying to secure double KO. Nice combination there. Yaki and Sunghun going down. Rain on Me going to be on the trade though. It's time for another Ensong Inferno. And they will capture some KOs of their own. Skittles going to have all to do with the boundary right now. Just trying to keep that stronghold at bay there. And they will be able to push them all the way back. A good KO onto Gargoyle and co. Just trying to force the issue as long as they can, but they're getting closer to that 50% mark right now. Gonna have to navigate Piggy as well. Crazy Raccoon getting a bit closer to having a bit of a deck stack as well. You know, I can see there's a Kraken impact on the way. Sonic Seduction into the Freedom Charge. So this could be their chance to clash and fight back as well.
Gonna be up to Piggy to pop that Freedom Charge, and will do so immediately. Gargoyle does have the Silent Seduction available. Yaki is very close to his as well. Chopper Mag still waiting on their own ultimates as Rain on Me will be able to get these invisible boundary in time, and Yaki will be able to disengage, but he does get the reset thanks to Skittles' clone, and he can look for a different dunk, a different approach into this fight. But it will expire. Yaki does not opt to use it, but he will land the shots onto Duep. Still hiding in this middle of the column onto the site, does find the hook, but the middle of the point actually saves Skittles' life, but Brownie in the backline is able to click down FMCL. Skittles does have the God of Mischief, but does not opt to use it just yet, as Crazy Raccoon are able to flip the site in their favor.
Broken toy.
They will be able to flip that switch right at the last second there, Dan. It's really crazy to see how they were able to finally make a move here and get their hands on deck. But I mean, one and the same, they're going to have to stay focused, you know. Chopper Mag are getting closer to almost 5 ultimates here. So there is a big opportunity for them to flip the point if they play their cards right. One and the same though, they've got those strategist ultimates up on the Crazy Raccoon side. So it really could come down to who activates first in this instance, but we'll see how they want to progress this one forward, how they want to play it out. They're already getting closer and closer, dancing on a knife's edge here. Big bionic hook. It's going to be Bobo activating first though, Ensong Inferno into the big boop, and they will scoop up Sunghun there. Big KO coming through. It's going to be the boundary on both sides though. Skittles last to activate, and they've got the Heartbreaker trying to steal some of that percentage away. Gargoyle goes down and looking for more. Feast of the Abyss available for Zenstari as well. And they will be able to flip the switch onto this one. Crazy Raccoon at least is staying present though, so they might be able to bring it back. With Lastro going down, this is devastating, especially now. They need all the strats they can at this point. And luckily, they bring up the Freedom Charge from Sunghun. Okay, they're trying to keep this one going, Dan.
They're trying their best. They're doing their damnedest. Seung-hoon might have actually chosen the correct ultimate to use here, as he had to storm his way into the site with the Freedom Charge, making sure that Crazy Raccoon have a way to get themselves onto the site. And now Piggy with the real Freedom Charge now, making sure that Crazy Raccoon have the overhealth they need in order to stay alive in this overtime scenario. Chopper Mag still seizing control, still having that site for themselves, as Gargoyle is threatening the Eye of Agamotto, but he doesn't even need it, as he's able to take down Bobo with the daggers. And now the Eye of Agamotto really could be the difference here. He's threatening it, but the overtime meter coming dangerously low. Crazy Raccoon, they cannot move, they cannot hide, as Yaki is able to punch down more. Piggy will get himself a double, and Crazy Raccoon will just barely hang on.
Hanging on by a thread there, my goodness, Dan. It's just so neck and neck all the way through here. You know, both of these teams are just fighting for dear life in this tournament. We'll see who will be able to hold on to this one, as Chopper Mag already up by 1 capture point here. All they need is 1 more to keep themselves in this series, because if they don't, they have to fight 1 more capture point. Could be them on the edge of being sent to the lower bracket, but we'll see what Chopper Man can do. We'll see what is going to be on its way. Got a Mischief is here with the boundary. Fist the Abyss as well. Ensong Inferno. Good for Brownie, delaying their own boundary on last row there. And they do capture Zensari. A decent start. They've got the Meteor online though, so they can respond to this. Bobo waiting patiently too. And pretty close to their own boundary from Rain on Me here. Agamotto up front though, trying to see if they can stop them in their tracks there. Won't be able to catch them this time. Some of them going to be able to bring on the boundary. And Rain on Me responding immediately with boundaries of their own. Heartbreaker online with a Freedom Charge.
Oh my God.
Good timing on those ones. Rain on Me going down. It's going to be the Ensong Inferno from Bobo. Downtown. They fight both strategists. There's no way. Oh my days. This is a path of destruction here. No strategists. You're in deep trouble. Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag are imploding upon the point right now. Biggie needs to get out of there quick smart. The OT timer. It flips. They're hunting down Biggie. Bobo's not letting up. And they get the KO through. Surely Crazy Raccoon can bring it back, but no! Chopper Mag are still in this series, and they will be able to take the 3rd map!
How in the world? How? How does Bobo find the clutch eliminations onto the 2 strategists of Crazy Raccoon? The Ensong Inferno usually leaves members at a sliver of HP, but Bobo finds the opportunity, was able to land the Ensong Inferno, and crashes out the rest of Crazy Raccoon. What a play, what a clutch factor from Bobo. But you also got to give props to the rest of Chopper Mag. They had to step up here, and were able to answer the call. Crazy Raccoon at match point just could not get it over the edge as Chopper Mag. They're looking like they woke up now.
Absolutely agree with you there, Dan. You know, they switched up their pace, managed to play into a triple Vanguard setup on domination. Crazy to see, and they've managed to find exactly that. Look at that. The big pounds there from FMCL on the thing. Those were just insane. The thing is so back, man. Oh, my days. Love to see it, Dan. And there was so many huge plays throughout this map. Just so much work.
God. That first fight on the 2nd round felt like an eternity. Both of them just countering each other's ultimates to perfection. It essentially got to a point where a 2nd rotation of invisible boundaries had to be burned in order for someone to take control of the site. And then towards the end, Bobo just crashing down with the Ensong Inferno quite literally was the difference in that entire map. And oh my god, it's still a best of 5. We are still in this. The best team from Asia versus the best team from OCE, still going at it again. The fight still rages on.
Rages on, and with no Rage and Royal Flush, really eager to see how that's going to go, Dan. Maybe we see the Rage and Royal Flush in map 4. Who knows? But
Maybe.
definitely excited for what else this series is going to bring, you know, because Crazy Raccoon, they brought it up, and now Chopper Mag have brought it back. We're into map 4, and you know what's in store? It's going to be a bit of convoy, my man. We are going to paint the town with rivals. It's going to be Midtown coming at you right now, Dan. And when you think about Midtown, Chopper Mag have already played and won this map twice so far in MRC, and Crazy Raccoon are one and the same on this map. So a bit of a matched record in terms of both of these teams on this map in MRC so far.
Yep, both teams currently undefeated on Midtown. They've won on it twice for both of these teams respectively as we navigate the ban draft. So far, the initial bans have been relatively the same. Gambit ban from Crazy Raccoon, and then Chopper Mag banning out the Daredevil. And then Chopper Mag will be able to secure the Phoenix early this time instead of waiting a little bit longer, which means that, again, Loki might have a little bit of a harder time. Penny Parker also as well. Not to mention Rocket Raccoon, and also Hella if they do go for the Goddess of Death, in which the Install Inferno can get rid of it completely.
Yeah, it would be such a great opportunity for them to see if they can get rid of it completely and maybe take one step deeper. But next, it's a ban on the cards here. I'm very excited to see which that is. Oh, Loki is actually going to be banned out this time around, so no God of Mischief this time. I like the Wolverine ban from Crazy Raccoon as well, because they know that FMCL is someone who can flex into the Wolverine. There's a reason like that they've been hovering the last few maps, not really bringing it out, so great to see that. But oh, Dad,
Oh
here
my
we are,
God.
baby! It's the Bobo show!
We got it. We got the Bobo
yeah.
Psylocke. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were not able to witness greatness in the grand finals back in Atlanta, boy, are you in for a good one. Bobo gets his signature Psylocke, and Crazy Raccoon have to find a way to navigate around it. Magneto will be the final ban for Crazy Raccoon, as they also lock up the Invisible Woman. So that might be their one way of trying to remedy the aggression dive coming in from Bobo. But Chopper Mag still have one more ban. They will look to use it on the Mantis, which will weaken a potential triple strategist composition that Crazy Raccoon could potentially utilize. But they can still use it regardless. Adam Warlock really still being that main option on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Ultron also being a great in accompanying the triple strategist composition as well. But with Angela being in the game, the Ultron pick might be a little more difficult to pilot.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be something they have to consider how they navigate, isn't it? And, you know, it's been great to see, I guess, a bit of a return to form for Ultron into at least this stage of the season, right? Because sometimes he can come out, not always, but it's been great to see that teams are able to utilize him a bit more now, especially being able to put the drones on 2 characters now instead of just the singular pop there. Definitely has brought a bit more form back to Ultron. So curious to see how Bobo is going to be able to activate upon that hero there. So they are looking to consider their options. You know, it's the 3-3 setup. I guess a bit of a staple, right, for a map like Midtown, especially at this first point of contention here around the first choke point. So keen to see how it's going to go. But Crazy Raccoon, I think they have the perfect response. Playing into the Storm, the Moon Knight, they got that Groot again, and they've got the Punisher. Ooh, they've switched it up. No Moon Knight. Okay. Yeah. Still a rip and tear comp though.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon opting to go for the Cloak and Dagger. So it allows Crazy Raccoon to get access to the healing boost as well as the vulnerability with the Terror Cape as well. Yaki also playing on the Storm to give that extra damage amplification onto Crazy Raccoon. But Chopper Mag, they do go for the triple composition, but it is a very different form of triple. All 3 Vanguards fully focused on dive as Gargoyle looking to try to lock down one of these Vanguards. FMCL does go down, but he's going to be brought right back thanks to the Rebirth Beacon. But Gargoyle and the rest of Crazy Raccoon, they do have the damage to cut down one of the Vanguard at a time. doing their best as Bobo is able to get the Rage of Ultron down, trying to heal up what is left of Chopper Meg. But Duep does respawn. Zenstarry then will go down as FMCL is the only Vanguard participating in this fight. And now with the final judgment coming in from Brownie, all of these Vanguards will just get cut down to pieces as Chopper Meg having to regroup, will stick to the triple for now, but now they're starting to make their adjustment as Chopper Mag don't invest in the portal just yet, but Crazy Raccoon are so close as everyone on Chopper Mag will just scramble into the site. Duep is able to go in, but Lostro pops open the invisible boundary, but with the circle down, Skittles has an outline of where he can use the invisible boundary to swallow it up, combine it, but Yaki goes in with the Omega Hurricane, making sure that everyone on Chopper Mag are zoned out and eliminated, and will take over the first point.
My goodness, what a way to break past their defenses there. Really solid composition coming out from Crazy Raccoon here. They've even made the change up from the Storm into the Star-Lord now, so very excited to see how Yaki will navigate that one. I mean, one of the same FMCL. Gonna be Don and the Star-Lord themselves. So, you know, they got presence on the ground with Bobo, and they got presence in the skies with FMCL as well. Speaking of, it's time for presence with the Seer coming at you from Rain on me right now, trying to elevate the damage volumes. This could be the Eternal Bond online in two. Big hug there. Freedom Charge coming at you as well. So, they will be able to break past Bobo, though. Good shots with the shotty on Brownie there, and we're going to see if they can force them back a little further. Skittles in deep trouble. It speaks to the Abyss into the Galactic Legend, though. They do get the trade onto Brownie. Big wall isolating Gargoyle, and they're going down to the sewers as well, trying to get a bit more damage here. Oh, the burst from FMCL is big, but Yaki makes it bigger. So we'll be able to get that KO through there, taking the hero advantage in their favor. We're going to see if they can push that mission vehicle a little further along. Skittles, oh no, and they will go down.
I swear, every time Skittles is playing the Jeff, he's always in, like, the enemy's backline, just putting in Joyful Splash from the weirdest of directions, but Yaki is quite literally on the line with these shots, almost takes down Bobo, is trying to track him down. He sees him, he knows you're there, but is he able to win the 1v1? He has to Silver Salt to safety. Bobo just drawing the attention of the two duelists of Crazy Raccoon, and he will be able to escape just barely. But Bobo, he's got that Dance of the Butterfly, but Brownie looks to kick things off with the final judgment. Will shred down Duep. Skittles doing his best to stay in the backline, but he gets spotted out as Yaki is able to finish him off. And Brownie's zoning away the rest of Chopper Mag as Bobo goes for a desperate Cutterfly, but it's going to get immediately countered by Lostro's Invisible Boundary. Even with the damage amplification with the CYA, it is not enough for the time being as Crazy Raccoon are able to stagger the rest of Chopper Mag yet again.
Stagger them out, and they managed to do the most with a Cloak and Dagger out. So let's see if they are going to be able to do more here. Good usage of the ropes there. Brownie are going to be able to just propel along and propel themselves into some damage, holding on to the next choke point here and allowing their teammates to progress the mission vehicle further and further forward. But Chopper Mag have changed it up again. You know, FMCL going to be at you on the Phoenix right now. We'll see if they can burn things up a notch, but not going to be happening just yet. You know, they're still unable to stall them out. Yaki ready, Galactic Legend online. It's time for Skittles to lock in as well. It's Jeff coming out here. While they're trying to isolate their opponents, though, all their teammates are getting shot down. Skittles, nicely done to pick up their teammates there, to at least take them out of the crosshairs for a second. But ultimately, Crazy Raccoon are still locking in more and more KOs here.
Look how far Crazy Raccoon are pushed up as the mission area gets closer and closer towards that third and final point. Crazy Raccoon are well in position to get a full push down with 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. FMCL takes to the skies with the Ensign Inferno. Are there enough full health bars? They will find Brownie. Crazy Raccoon, though, are able to counteract it with the Eternal Bond. FMCL looking for the high ground advantage, making sure that everyone on Crazy Raccoon have to look towards him. And if that line of sight is attracted onto FMCL, that might allow Chopper Mag's team to finish off anyone that is not looking at any of these key targets. But Gargoyle aggressively using The Silent Seduction will catch out Zen Starry as Duet looks to use the Freedom Charge. Both Invisible Women's utilizing the Invisible Boundary, but with the sheer amount of damage output from Brownie, these Invisible Boundaries will not do a damn thing as Crazy Raccoon will shred down Chopper Mag as this full push looks all but inevitable. Just 3 more meters separates Crazy Raccoon and a full push. Everyone on Chopper Mag just throwing their bodies, hoping for some sort of stall, some sort of miracle, but it's not going to happen here. Crazy Raccoon complete the full push.
They go the distance, push it all the way, Dan, and that is going to be time to flip the switch. Once again, time to see if we're going to run it back like it was in map number 2, like we were in Central Park. Will we see another push coming out here? It's all going to be decided by these two teams, you know. Crazy Raccoon, Chopper Mag, they got all the capabilities. They got everything in themselves to make things happen here, and very eager to see if they can run it back on the offensive side right now. Chopper Mag stack it up on the attack. Ooh, could be going for the Spider-Man rollout strat here, Dan. Looking to change it up for a second. I see you do it, but I don't know if they stick it out though, but this could be a good setup. Oh, the FMCL Panther? Oh my days.
Gosh.
We're back.
Going full
it's stage 1 again. We're so back.
There's no way they lock it in. They still have 20 seconds to
way.
think about it. They have a few more seconds to change their mind. But Crazy Raccoon, I feel like, were able to contain Bobo so well. Even when he switched over to the Psylocke, Crazy Raccoons were just able to counteract that dive to perfection. And I think Chopper Mag are aware that Crazy Raccoon are able to contain them very well as they look to go a more traditional route.
This looks like a
Probably the best way to put it there.
Yeah, they've ran it back with the Bucky. You don't see Bucky as much these days, but it's great to see Bucky when it does come out. And Zenstari, they're going to bring it out on the thing as well. So you're going to see how they navigate the thing here, and you can see how Crazy Raccoon will be able to hold it together on a 2. They're triple set up into this one. But for now, Chopper Mag doing a good job just to push Herbie forward, utilize some of the walls there for Duet, and see if they can get a bit more than that coming forward. But no one has been KO'd out thus far, so it's a decent beginning. Yaki, could have been first on the chopping block there. A lot of damage stacked up in unison there, and even more around the corner. Gargoyle in an uncomfortable position, and Bobo locks it down. Now sight set onto Brownie here. It's Jeff coming at you as well. They need something quickly. FMCL coming at you with a Kraken impact as well, trying to see if they can catch them off guard. And they will be able to push them through this one. Tensari locking in onto the poor little rockets. Good going down. Oh my days, Dan. What a presence we've been seeing from the things today.
Yeah, the Yancey Street charge quite literally made it so that Seung-hoon could not use the rocket jump to try to evade the haymakers coming in from Zenstari. Seung-hoon literally had to resort to running up a wall. But Zenstari could quite literally do the same as he finds another elimination as Bobo is able to follow up onto Gargoyle, and Piggy will follow suit in joining his fellow teammates in the spawn room as Bobo is able to stagger out Lastro as well. And that's quite literally a very fast .1 going over to Chopper Mag. And look at the ultimate economy as well. It is heavily into Chopper Mag's favor as Crazy Raccoon making some sacrifices to try to pick other characters that might be better suited, as Gargoyle and Lastro most notably had to tank their ultimate charges down to 50%.
Yeah, they had to face a bit of trouble there. See what else they are going to be able to bring now as Duet ready, waiting, and it's time for the Strangling Prison. Stacking it up, Sia coming out in response as well. Clobbering time from Zenstari. They do find the opening KOs there, and they're looking for more, so double commitment onto the Vanguard ultimates there, and Yaki will be found as well. So solid outcome for Chopper Mag here. Does allow them to stack up a bit more presence on the mission vehicle here. Keep that front-to-wood presence. And now Crazy Raccoon, they're looking to run it back onto the same. Rain on Me will be able to bring out the boundary, though. FMCL does have Kraken impact, and Bobo Final Judgment could be what gets them over the line here. But Brownie's got one of their own, and they've got a boundary ready. Brownie's the first to pop here. Boundary coming up. Sensari going down. FMCL trying to spell trouble for them. They're getting isolated. Ooh, still online a while longer than I thought, but They will be able to run it back, only losing a couple out of that fight. So a good reset from the Crazy Raccoon side there.
Yep. Only investing into their ultimates, making sure that they stay on track in holding off Chopper Mag's push. They are able to stall for a little bit, but they have to do it for another 3 minutes. And it's Crazy Raccoon, if they want to keep Chopper Mag from securing that second point, they need to manage their ultimates. They need to manage their resources, whereas Chopper Mag just have to get a good combo down as Yaki gets an off-angle down, is able to assassinate Skittles before he goes down, but he will be brought right back. But it's still a man advantage in favor of Chopper Mag as Bobo goes in with Final Judgment, is able to find a few members, but Yaki is able to click down FMCL, the newcomer on Crazy Raccoon, and a newcomer in the rival space is able to find and make a name for himself as he finds the double. Brownie's able to follow up again, and Chopper Mag are going to get staggered out, and they thought about going for the portal play, but they opt to not use it just yet, as there is still 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my days. Can you believe it? They have managed to take control here, and they are looking to see if they can stroll ahead a bit more where that came from. But for the moment, just going to be stalling things out to it. Trying to take the presence up front there, waiting for what could be brought towards the Yaki. Holding it back from a distance. Wait for that moment. Wait for the move here. FMCL does have Ensong Inferno available now as well. They could be waiting for the silent seduction though, but they're not going to have time for that. It's time. It's going to be Strangling Prison into Ensong Inferno, doubling down. Rain on Me going to be able to pick up the third KO as well with the boundary there, and looking for even more around the corner. So Crazy Raccoon, they brought up the ults first, but they are going to be the last on the dance there, as they will be caught out immediately by Chopper Mag. And this is exactly what they needed to get it over the next capture point.
That's the strength of the Ensong Inferno being inside a very, very small room. Crazy Raccoon, they quite literally cannot take out the Ensong Inferno if the initial point is at the ceiling of a very, very small room. And that means that the crash down is all but inevitable. And Chopper Mag were able to utilize that to the full advantage. Great map awareness in general, as the rest of Chopper Mag look to keep the party going as they shred down everyone of Crazy Raccoon. Everyone falls. No one on Crazy Raccoon are able to respond. They don't even have their ultimates available, as Chopper Mag are able to take full advantage of it. They will invest a decent amount, but they're okay with it, because look at the numbers. Crazy Raccoon now getting closer to their ultimates, but Chopper Mag also right on their tail.
Right on their tail and ready to set sail into this one. Let's see how they trail ahead or trail behind as they look to glide through here. Mission vehicle pushing further and further along. They do have Strangling Prison available, but Crazy Raccoon, they got a few more ults at their disposal. They almost have all of them, as a matter of fact. Here we go. Final Judgment coming up. Ensong Inferno as well with the CL there. Not going to be able to get the damage past though. Rain on Me boundary is enough to actually sustain through it. Skittles almost going down though, getting a bit dangerous. And Bobo going to be the first one to fall there. Strangling Prison coming out from as in Starry. And they will fall one in the same. Bobo brought back by the BRB there. We're going to see if they can stack it up for more, but Crazy Raccoon, they are giving it their all into this one, and we'll be able to hit the reset onto Chopper Mag there. So drawing out the timer more and more. This is working out for them here. Chopper Mag, well, they got in them. Potentially one last fight. FMCL has an Ensong Inferno, Sia close by, and the Final Judgment. Crazy Raccoon, they got a lot more to give right now, and they're giving it right now.
Strangling Prison tags up so many members, but great walls from the other route on the other team will keep everyone of Chopper Mag alive. CYA into the Final Judgment will be invested. Lostro needs to stay alive if he wants to keep that invisible boundary up and going. Bobo just firing blindly into the invisible boundary, but he still finds value. Will take out Brownie. That allows a man advantage onto Chopper Mag, making the 2-man advantage. Might even be 3 as Yaki's dangerously low and out of position. And he will be taken out And now here we go. Final fight territory for Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon. Chopper Mag on pace to get a full push down with 20 seconds left on the clock. Rain on Me uses the invisible boundary to try to secure it. Sung Hoon puts down the Cosmic Yarn, but they get taken down. And as the feed lights up blue, Chopper Mag looking to complete the full push. The Silent Seduction just zoning everyone of Crazy Raccoon away as they look to swarm the site, but with too many low health bars, too many resources expended, Chopper Mag will get the full push down, and yet again, we go to overtime.
Oh my days, we're back. We're so back, Dan. It's OT City.
We are
It's
actually
Central
so
Park.
back. Oh
all
my.
over again. Let's go, man. This is so good. And I can't wait to see what else is going to be coming out of this one. Will we see the repeat here? Will it be Crazy Raccoon taking it away in OT? Will it be Chopper Mag riding this momentum all the way to the top? It's all onto this, my man, and I can't wait to see both these teams roll it out. Once again here, the clash of the Titans rages on, and now we're back to business and time to get set up for the next push.
And for those tuning in recently, this in fact is not the grand final. This is still what is, I think, round 12 in this entire tournament. So you still have another day left for the grand final, and the grand final is best of 7. But so far, this match in particular, this best of 5 is delivering in every way possible. How like, in what kind of series do you have where both the convoy / convergence maps end up in an overtime scenario? Only in this one. You couldn't really trademark it as only in Asia, but then again, this is an OCE team up against an Asia team, so
Only in Pacific.
only in Pacific. There we go. That's more like it. Here we go. As Chopper Mag look to open things up with a push of their own, they look to retain a similar composition from what they used back in regulation. As we head into overtime, as the timer is only going to be allowed 1 minute for Chopper Mag to get as far as possible, whereas Crazy Raccoon, they have a lot more time to work with. So Chopper Mag will have to do a lot of work in a short amount of time, whereas Crazy Raccoon looking to make an aggressive move with the Groot Knight Wombo combo yet again, a combo that they have relied on for the entire series so far, and they will look to use it yet again as Brownie takes to the skies, looking for more Moonblade damage, but will not find it just yet as Piggy very, very close to the Strangling Prison, but I'm sure Chopper Mag are well aware of this.
Yeah, they're maintaining distance. Last try going to be bringing up the boundary as well. Rain on Me, one in response. Here we go. The big hug comes out. Brownie bringing out the hand of Gonshu there. Not going to be able to get the KO through, as they will be KO'd themselves. Duep, solid for it. And they will be able to take advantage of the walls there. Chopper Mag doing everything they can, and they have risen up here. Bobo and FMCL online. What a huge turn of events there, Dan. They've now got a huge push behind them. They could even send this all the way to the next capture point for free, but it looks like they're going to try and get that TP play.
Don't turn back now.
Duep was able to find a Psychic Spear onto Lostro, who put down the invisible boundary. So with him going down, yeah, he came back thanks to the BRB, but that invisible boundary is already gone. Great force physics to zone away a few members of Crazy Raccoon as everyone on Chopper Mag desperately holding on to the point for dear life, and they're able to stagger the offensive push, the round 2 attempt for Crazy Raccoon, as Chopper Mag will get the 4th point. And with no time left, that overtime meter will stay alive, stay lit up, which means that at least one member of Chopper Mag needs to stay on the site. They will invest 2 members for now to make sure that this point moves as far as possible, whereas Crazy Raccoon, they are scrambling to group up and find a different way to break through, as that overtime meter already getting so low.
Lower and lower from here, and it's time for the CN to come online from Sung Hoon here. Then Sarah going down, Sonic Seduction online. Skittles now as well. Everybody going down at this leg of the race. All the ults are being committed here, but they're still managing to stall out the mission vehicle. Sensari just trapped in the corner. How are they living through this? That is crazy.
It almost worked.
Yeah, they just had their own little corner, but no. They're going to be taken out of the corner now, and it will be a solid holder coming out from Crazy Raccoon in the end, but props to Chopper Mag for pushing it as far as they did. You know, that's going to really force Crazy Raccoon to work a little bit harder into this one, obviously bearing in mind that Crazy Raccoon do have slightly more time than what Chopper Mag did into their own OT section here. I think it was a minute 40-ish onto this one, so we'll get that confirmed once we get back into the map here, but very interested to see how they try and navigate their time bank here.
Chopper Mag, considering that they only had a whole minute, 60 seconds to push as far as possible, getting up to about 4.5 points is already very impressive. And Crazy Raccoon, although they have a lot of time to match it, will mean that Crazy Raccoon really needs to lock it in if they want to, at the very least, take over the map and, in the end, take over the series and secure themselves a top 3 finish in the upper bracket. Chopper Mag now setting up with what seems like a 2-2-2 composition. So not much on the triple-triple category as Crazy Raccoon looking for a standard rollout composition with Yaki on the Storm and Brownie and Piggy with that Groot Knight wombo combo yet again. Can they break through? It's all going to be up to Crazy Raccoon to get those ultimates down and make sure that Chopper Mag don't do the same when it comes to ultimate economy.
Let's see if they can pick up where they left off here. They have to learn from how the last round played out and see if they can progress even further along. But speaking of further along, they are now going to be already pushing the mission vehicle up nice and quick. FMCL, big damage from afar. Piggy goes down there. So big KO to start things off. Already looking to hunt down the next one. Focus on the Yaki there, looking for more. Brownie in trouble. Not going to be able to stack up the Moonblades as quickly as they would like because FMCL is giving them a lot of trouble here. See if they can continue to make deep trouble for them. Yes, they can. Duep locked and loaded. Do not want to deal with that Moon Knight. And don't want to deal with anything else as well. They're ready. Boundary coming up though from last row. Now Rain on Me, one in the same. Bringing it back up and Crush coming out over and over again. Gargoyle going to be the one to find the KO out of it. Goodbye Zensari and maybe more. Duep in deep trouble, but Zen's back. The BRB good for it. FMCL ready with the Ensong Inferno. Yaki goes down. Triangle in Prison is not. Bobo bringing out the final judgment. Oh, no. The Moon Knight bringing out the hand against you. What? Zensari's still in it. They actually hold through, Dad. Oh my days.
Half of Chopper Mag went down, but the other half stepped up and made sure that Crazy Raccoon gets staggered themselves as well. That means that Crazy Raccoon have to regroup yet again, and with the timer running short, Chopper Mag will utilize and burn the teleport right now to make sure Chopper Mag are grouped up for this next engagement. But Brownie is able to find the isolated pick onto FMCL, who did look to go for the high ground, but will be right back. Everyone on Chopper Mag and everyone on Crazy Raccoon investing what ultimates they have left. Yaki really could be the difference with the Omega Hurricane as soon as CYA goes down. Rain on Me still has to navigate 25% more before the invisible boundary on Chopper Mag comes online. So if Yaki and Gargoyle are able to team up their ultimates right about now, they should be able to get maximum value, and they will be able to do so. The line of sight needs to be perfect for Yaki if he wants to find the damage, but somehow, some way, no one on Chopper Mag goes down despite having 0 ultimates to work with. Bobo from the backline is able to find the assassination onto Yaki with the daggers as the invisible boundary will be used by Lostro, but he gets bursted down, not just yet actually, as he's able to stay alive with the Guardian Shield. The Psychic Spear doing a lot of damage onto one of the Vanguards, but Piggy goes in with the Strangling Prison. As the timer runs short, someone needs to tap onto the site. They will be able to do so. The Pentagram Ferella also being invested on the side of Crazy Raccoon as they are getting desperate to get the push going. And with all 2 minutes and 46 seconds expended on Crazy Raccoon, they have to desperately push towards that first point as the music gets louder and louder. The Nakamoto gets just as loud. The voice line gonna haunt everyone on Crazy Raccoon as they all fall to pieces. Bobo going in with the stun, and Chopper Mag will follow suit. Do you believe, Betsy, we might see a map number 5?
I believe we are going to be going to map number 5, Dad. I believe. And so wishes will come true. Chopper Mag, hold it together, and we are going to the 5th map, man. Oh my days, and look at that MVP. It's none other than Rain on Me, also known as Salvation there on the Strategist. Big work being put in on the invis into that one, and that is just a testament to their synergy with their roster. So big shout out to Chopper Mag. They managed to take away a map, keep themselves online, not just in to the map, but into the series. Both teams now on series point. We are going to our 5th and final map here in the upper bracket. And just look at these highlights, my man. Oh my goodness.
So many plays, so much action. But in the end, I feel like Chopper Mag were able to shut down the key targets way faster than the likes of their opponent of Crazy Raccoon. I feel like Lostro just got picked off so many times right after he gets off those strategist ultimates, and Chopper Mag just perfectly navigating every single fight, at the very least in overtime as well. Just shutting down, especially Lostro, who quite literally has been struggling staying alive when it comes to using those strategist ultimates, not only here in MRC, but also back in stage 2 as well. When he was a newcomer on that Crazy Raccoon roster, it just felt like, especially in some of those fights, he just got picked off way too early in those important engagements. And right now, it might look to haunt them here as we set our sights on what could be a reverse sweep for Chopper Mag.
We'll see how they will fare into this one. You know, obviously there's going to be big issues for both of these teams heading into the next map, because both teams have been able to take 2 apiece into this one. Mr. Dan and I just don't. I can't pick a winner. You know,
I feel like every time we're both casting, there's always something happening. We got a map 5 in the grand finals in Atlanta. It was the only map 5 in Atlanta. Keep that in mind. It was the only one, somehow, some way. And here it looks to be no different, as I think this might be one of the first map 5s on the live broadcast here for MRC Pacific.
For sure, for the live broadcast. Definitely not in MRC itself, but for sure for the live broadcast. Yeah, so definitely eager to see how this one goes. You know, we've been talking this one up across the week, how this is going to be the match to watch, you know, for today. And, well, it's paying dividends, man. It's definitely paying dividends. It is going off in this matchup. Very excited to see the 5th map in Chopper Mag versus Crazy Raccoon. My goodness. And yeah, very eager to see how this one will end. You know, we have other series online as well. XO01, TBD, Z10 Hackers, Gosari, Tetek Thunder. There's a lot of series being played out at the moment, and very excited to see how this one will reach its conclusion. I'm keen to hear about all the other ones as well, but see what's going to be in store there, you know, as we progress towards it. But Dan?
Yeah. This is...
What do you think they need here?
I'm not entirely sure. It feels like Crazy Raccoon, they had the momentum.
Yeah.
But out of nowhere, it just seemed like something just didn't sit right. And Chopper Mag, they're starting to ramp up, and now they really are approaching that tipping point, as Crazy Raccoon really need to get it together. They need to find a way back in. But one of their ways back in really would be Yaki on the Daredevil, but we can definitely see that Chopper Mag have been observing what Crazy Raccoon have been doing, seeing that they are getting a lot of success on that Daredevil, and have been banning it every single map. And now look what it's doing to them. It's paying dividends for Chopper Mag, as they are slowly but surely going towards that reverse sweep. The best team in OCE up against the best team in Asia at the moment. As we set our sights on what could be an absolute banger of a 5th and final map for this top 3 spot.
That's it. It's absolute bangers with all the mash coming out into this one, and very excited to see how this one is going to reach its conclusion. You know, we got one more map left to give in to this incredible series here. Dan the man, and we'll see if do you have the source of where we're going? Do you have the source of where we're going? That's going to be the question.
Oh,
Mr.
that's gonna be an interesting question because both teams really have been going on one hell of a run throughout MRC. Chopper Mag
I got an idea.
not dropping a single map until this very series, where they did lose 2 maps off the rip to Crazy Raccoon, but that's not that big of a deal, as right now we are tied 2-2. The next map will decide who takes top 3 spot and who goes down to the lower bracket. Just doing a little bit of data checking, as Chopper Mag, they've got a lot of different options to go for. They've got Convergence, they've got Domination and Convoy. They've all had very, very good success on that, but Crazy Raccoon, it's up to them to decide on what kind of map they want to go for. And right now, their best performing maps are definitely on the Domination and Convergence maps. Maybe we could see another Domination map, maybe something like Burn into T'Challa. They're pretty strong on it. They've already played on Hell's Heaven. Celestial Husk, also a great option as well. And maybe they could even throw a curveball with that Heart of Heaven map as well.
I want to see a bit of Heart of Heaven, you know. We go to the Heart of Kunlun there, and maybe we bring out the Iron Fist as well, just for sprinkle a little bit of funness on that.
Make it more accurate, you know.
Yeah, we saw the Iron Fist hover before, man. You know, I was excited to see some Iron Fist, but not gonna happen. You know, hey, if Gambit comes through, I want to see this crazy tech I've been seeing from a few teams lately, where they just combine the Rage and Royal Flush into the Living Chi and just absolutely annihilate teams. I want to see that, man. You know, we've seen similar with the Galactic Legend, combined one and the same. I want to see that Living Chi tech come out with a Rage and Royal Flush. You know who you are, who've been doing that in MRC. You know who you are. Good to see it again today.
I'm just a little sad that we didn't get to see the obligatory Iron Fist performance in Midtown. If you knew anything back from the grand finals, every time Midtown came up, whenever a specific team, a specific player would pick the Iron Fist on Midtown, he would just go absolutely crazy out of quite literally nowhere. Shout out to Mullen Run from OUG. That guy pioneered the Midtown Iron Fist.
Couldn't agree more, Dan. You know, they just really showcased, I guess, the capabilities, and you know, we saw other teams start to follow suit a little bit thereafter that, didn't we? So really goes to show the adaptability of and I guess the evolutionary nature of teams and tournaments, you know, based on, I guess, showcasing some of the successes that you can find with certain characters and combinations there.
Yeah, another thing you could probably add on to is being able to adapt to different metas. This game in general has gone through so many iterations of metas. You've got Torch Ultron way back when. You've also got the Guardians Resurrection comp back when, for some reason, they gave Mantis and Star-Lord a regenerative cocoon like Adam Warlock for a little bit. That was a fun meta to watch. And just being able to adapt to these different kinds of things that this game likes to throw at you as we head into Season 6 as well. There's going to be a lot of things changing, I'm sure, that Netties themselves have been cooking up in the background.
I have no doubt in my mind, and it's great that you brought that up as well, Dan, you know, because obviously at the conclusion of this tournament, we have Season 6 right around the corner. Very excited for how that's going to stack up, you know. Hopefully we do see a bit of a depth video leading up to that. I've got my eyes peeled on that one. So we'll get keen to hear about all the big changes there. Obviously with Deadpool coming to the roster, and Elsa Bloodstone coming in 6.5 as well. Very excited for all those new heroes, and we'll finally get to know exactly which role Deadpool's going to be playing in. You know, is Deadpool a duelist, a strategist, a vanguard? Is Deadpool a map? We'll find out.
Well, I don't know. He's quite literally everywhere at this point.
Yeah.
I don't even know what he's ended up going. I think as of right now, he's just a question mark, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
He jumped into all 3 roles, and then now he became a map for a little bit. Now he's a good old question mark when you hit the Heroes tab. I don't know how. I feel like Deadpool's gonna change things up drastically. I don't know if it's gonna be the same level as Gambit, but it's definitely going to be up there, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for like one and the same, right? Because, you know, obviously when new characters come to the roster, you know, they can shift the direction of things, but also things could stay, I guess, mostly the same to an extent as well, right? Like, you know, you think back to some characters like Blade, for example, you know, haven't really been able to make a big shift when that one came around, but thereafter, other things kind of fell into place there. So I'm curious to see what direction we are going to be heading in, but I guess with that as well, Deadpool can make big changes, but as it goes with every new season, you see the evolution of team-ups and characters and how they're played, and there could be the addition of new team-ups, there could be the removal of existing team-ups as well, which could change everything. So we've got a lot to look forward to, I say, Dan, and yeah, as you were talking about before, it's a big test to every single roster, how they adapt between seasons, because the game never stands still. No chance in hell it stands still.
And that's one of the big attributes you definitely need when it comes to performing well as a team here in Marvel Rivals, and especially to perform consistently over several different seasons and metas. I feel like that's another thing that these organizations might have to look out for with the rapidly changing meta that we keep seeing throughout Marvel Rivals' short but memorable history throughout the past year. We've listed a few of those metas already, and if teams are definitely looking to pick up players, you're going to have to make sure that they're able to adapt to different metas, because we've seen teams perform well on other metas, and then once a different meta started to take shape, they just end up falling flat.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, you know, and I guess it really depends on the flexibility of the roster itself as well, because sometimes they can shine on some of the heroes in the pool there, but then obviously when the direction of the meta shifts in another direction, if they don't have those heroes at their disposal, or they aren't as effective at playing them, then they could struggle a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why it's just imperative that you play as much as you possibly can, become as effective as you can, and that's why you're seeing a lot of rosters, or some rosters these days, flexing into all different roles, because if you have someone who can play everything in the literal sense, then you can never go wrong. And I think a good showcase of that has been Chopper Mag. You know, there's been a lot of teams playing into those triples. Like you see FMCL, traditionally the duelist, playing into the Vanguard, playing into Stratus, playing into everything. You know, it's just so important to be able to do stuff like that if you want to stay ahead of the game.
Yeah, and I'm sure as the game progresses on within its lifespan, a lot of these players, a lot of these teams will definitely look to evolve their game, adapt to what they have to work with, as, like you said, being able to pilot almost every hero in the game to at least a decent level proves to be valuable when it comes to this game in particular. Being able to adapt to what the enemy team is throwing at you and being able to switch things around quickly and make sure that you efficiently are able to outplay the opponent. And that's really what we love to see when it comes to Marvel Rivals, right? You're seeing the little minute details, the little adjustments that these teams are making, whether it be through different hero picks, different rotation plays as well. There's just a lot of things that you can look out for, and what better way for us to break it all down for you guys.
That's it, Dan. Great way to break it all down, and a great way to stack it all up together. So very excited to see the direction that things are going to be heading in terms of, competitive scene as a whole, and Rivals esports in general. And you know, this is just the warm-up heading into season 5 of MRC.
This is the warm-up.
Here, MRC season 6 is where it all really starts to kick off. You know, you get those seasonal points there, which could make or break a team's positioning towards a potential LAN opportunity, you know, or they're beyond us. So definitely got to lock in, so to speak, from not just then onwards, but from this point forward. All teams need to do everything they can to just solidify their rosters, solidify how they want to take this game seriously. And very eager to see which teams will be able to find those successes, you know, heading into the deeper end of the competitive circuit towards MRC Season 6 and there beyond.
Yeah, and keep in mind, if my memory serves me well, MRC Season 6 might be one of the most important MRCs in the entire calendar year. If I remember correctly, if you win MRC Season 6, you pretty much guarantee a spot in Ignite. So, a lot of teams are going to be signing up and looking to gun for that top spot. And I'm sure if Season 5 MRC is already this crazy of a bracket, imagine MRC 6. Just imagine that for a second. If this is already crazy enough, just imagine everyone looking to get that Ignite spot. It's just absolute... I don't know. I just can't wrap my head around it, you know?
Well, you don't have to wrap your head around it now, because right now you got to wrap your head around this game. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. We are going to be into the 5th and the final map of this best of 5 series. It's going to be Burden to Tala. Domination coming at you for the final leg here. Chopper Mag onto the Daredevil band again. Crazy Raccoon onto the Gambit band again. It's same old, tale as old as time, bit of deja vu, and we're breaking through with a Protect now. Let's see what Chopper Mag prioritizes.
Yep, Burden to Tala is going to be the final choice for Crazy Raccoon for the 5th and final map. Winner will move into the top 3. There were some options in terms of map selection for Crazy Raccoon. Burden to Tala, Crazy Raccoon are currently 3-0. Other maps that are also 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon would have been Celestial Husk or Heart of Heaven. They also had Hell's Heaven, but if you remember correctly, that was already played, so they do not have access to replay Hell's Heaven. Although as funny as that would be, as Crazy Raccoon and Chopper Mag looking to progress further into this band draft, as Crazy Raccoon will take away the Loki this time around and will save the Phoenix for not themselves, but for the entirety of the lobby, as this is MRC. So everything that you see here, these picks and bans, they will be global. So no one will have access to Daredevil or the Gambit or the Loki or the Hela, but will have access to the Invisible Woman and the Phoenix.
There's a lot online now, isn't there? And they're very eager to see what else will be online. It's the Phobo Psylocke. They broke it through again, Dan. So the priorities have shifted, and it's going to be Cap Lockdown as well. Very keen to see the Freedom Charge assemble onto Burden to Tala. But 2 more bands. Who stays? Who goes? It's all on to this. And the Thing is going to be banned away. They don't want to deal with that tech again. They don't want to see those kind of meteors. Chopper Mag, though, 1 more.
Not only here in Pacific, but also in other regions as well. Something I've been observing is a lot of teams have been starting to ban out the Thing. And I feel like in this series, we could clearly see why, as Zenstar and FMCL in 2 separate maps have been causing chaos in the backline of Crazy Raccoon, as everyone on Chopper Mag just rushed down Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon quite literally don't know what to do about it. And right now, their only option is to just ban it out, making sure that they don't have to deal with it anymore, as Chopper Mag also investing their final ban on the Angela pick. So that enables a lot of these flyers. And speaking of flyers, Crazy Raccoon are hovering that Human Torch. Do we see Ultron paired up with it? We have yet to see.
Yet to see what could be. Let's see how it all goes, though, as we are going to be getting ourselves prepped up to go. It's the map momentarily here, everybody. As we now get our team set up for success, and I'm eager to see what Crazy Raccoon can bring into this one. You know, it's going to be a test in their own shift of momentum, because they're red hot to the trot in the start of this one. You know, they looked really good, but Chopper Mag have just been able to snag it back so quickly here. So Burden to Tala, a testament to their tenacity, to their commitment to victory here. But without further ado, Dan, it's time to see what both these teams can do. We are breaking out the gates and ready to go.
Piggy's already sprinting over to the back line of Chopper Mag. Gargoyle looking to climb up the wall, trying to find a dive right onto Chopper Mag as well. So if they want to coordinate this dive, they're going to have to do it perfectly. Here comes Piggy into the back line of Chopper Mag, but Gargoyle doesn't pull the trigger just yet because they've got a wild Zen Starry in their own back line. So both teams having to deal with a Vanguard in their own respective backs. As the ship takes off, the point opens up, but no one will secure it just yet as Brownie getting close to that Endsong Inferno, already leading the charge when it comes to that ultimate race, as Gargoyle staying in the center of the site, but Yaki gets an off angle, is able to finish off Skittles with the Blaster Barrage, and then teleports himself to safety. Now rejoining to the fight, but in a better position overall, means that Crazy Raccoon have all the momentum right now in that Endsong Inferno. Is not going to do any help for Chopper Mag if they want to find a retake into the site, as Bobo springs into action, is finally activated in tandem with Rain on Me's invisible boundary, and this is why Chopper Mag has saved the Psylocke for Bobo as he takes the skies, trying to avoid it's Jeff FCL T-posing up into the sky, will crash down right onto Lostro's head. He gets the speech bubble, and he will get taken down as Seung-hoon strings out the Cosmic Yarn. Yaki will follow suit with the Galactic Legend as Bobo looks to use the ultimate for himself as well. Everyone dumping everything into the kitchen sink, but it all looks to be Chopper Mag as they finally get on the board.
They're on the board, ready to draw the sword. Yeah, and ready to tread into territory yet to be explored. Yaki is going to be taken out of for now, though. So good KO onto that one. Going to drag things a little further, allow Chopper Mag to build up more percentage. You can see Crazy Raccoon thinking about their point of entry here. They're going to take it up high for now. Rain on Me are going to be falling back and bring up a lot of healing from afar here. No one hunting them down yet. Could get Domon, though. You can see Piggy now looking to bring up the Freedom Charge, see if they can barge into this one, support their teammates forward, and now looking to see if they can target down these strategists around the back. It's going to divert focus, though, from the front line of Chopper Mag, but it's not enough to take any members out yet. FMCL, though, is in a deep amount of trouble, and there it is, the opening. And now Crazy Raccoon are looking to explode onto this one, but the boundary's up, and this could be the shift they need.
For more left clicks, is able to catch out Piggy. Lostro is able to swallow up a few members of Chopper Mag, but is he able to get them over the edge? We're gonna have to see, but Gargoyle is able to find Duet, Brownie, and Seung-hoon. The rest of Crazy Raccoon just out of nowhere spring into action and will take out 4 members of Chopper Mag, and surely this retake will be successful, and Crazy Raccoon will look to get on the board themselves as Chopper Mag will bring themselves up to the funny number.
Yeah, looking to take it all the way through to the funny number. Love to see it, and see if we're going to break past that funny number, or whether Crazy Raccoon will just leave them there. They want to keep them on that number. You know what? I'd be happy with that percentage. You know, you don't need to win the map. That's the best percentage there ever was.
Yeah, if anything, they already won the map. As Yaki lasers down Bobo, and Endsong Inferno will not hit the ground, as the CYA does enable everyone on Crazy Raccoon to take out that bird before it hits the floor and burns up any potential CYAs that could be strung out even further. But Yaki in the off angle pops the Galactic Legend, is able to chase down Skittles. Brownie crashes down onto FMCL. Bobo will follow suit as the duelists of Crazy Raccoon are able to stagger out Chopper Mag yet again. Just get caught off guard by these duelist ultimates coming in from really strange angles.
Yeah, really awkward angles there, but there's going to be more angles in store in a second. They're going to maintain their distance over the mission area. Now looking to bypass the funny number themselves. And will be looking to push up towards more. So they hold the high ground for now. Trying to force Densari back off the angle. Duep looking to take things from down low. Not looking to take it too slow, though. They are pushing up with the dance. The cutter play here is Jeff coming out as well. Lastro delaying that one. Doesn't want to take the big damage, but they will capture all the enemies. Everybody on Chopper Mag is going on an adventure. And Lastro, what a huge delivery.
Descending forward down to the abyss, that might have sealed it. No one is going to be able to use a strange portal in time. It doesn't matter. Heroics from Lastro allows Crazy Raccoon to get themselves in that lead and are 1 round away from denying the reverse sweep from Chopper Mag.
Just insane stuff coming through from them there. They will be able to put at least a bit of stance on the board here. Nice to see the advancement, the comeback in their favor. But speaking of comebacks, the adaptation now is going to be coming through from Chopper Mag as well. FMCL does have access to that Wolverine. We've seen it before. We're seeing it again. They can flee into the team up with Bobo there on the Phoenix. So could see a bit of additional impact to come through on that one if they want to try and isolate through some of their opponents there. Get some good catches there off the Feral Leap. But they're going to have to put it to the test on this next mission area, because if they lose it out here, then they get sent down to the lower bracket. Crazy Raccoon need to lock in. One of the same Chopper Mag. The gates are now open, and we're going to be pushing straight towards the mission area. Here we go. All over again, Dan. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Skittles and Rain on Me both have their strategist ultimate, so this first fight really could come down to how Chopper Mag stagger out their strategist ultimates, as Skittles looking to find a CYA at a high ground advantage, making sure that it's out of the line of sight of Crazy Raccoon, but Yaki and Piggy already positioned into the back line of Chopper Mag. They get spotted, so they will just disengage for a little bit as Gargoyle looks to take all the aggression, goes down into the abyss, is able to feast on the Rocket Raccoon of Chopper Mag. Brownie goes in with the Ensong Inferno, was not able to find much value as Chopper Mag do string out the Cosmic Yarn, but Piggy does go down, but he'll be right back. So still gonna be in control of Chopper Mag, as that point looks to be going so close in their favor, as Bobo is able to snipe down Piggy mid-jump, trying to take flight, but is not able to evade the sparks from Bobo. Zenstarry just running over the side. The CYA gets strung out, but it doesn't matter. The 3-man strangling prison is all it takes for Chopper Mag to get themselves on the board, and Crazy Raccoon gets staggered and will have to regroup. And Chopper Mag look at their positioning. They're looking to aggress a little further and looking to make sure that Crazy Raccoon do not have enough neutral space to work with. Now, how does Crazy Raccoon look to fight back this control that Chopper Mag already have?
Really going to have to dig deep into this one, aren't they, Dan? You know, it's going to be a true test of their mettle here for Chopper Mag. Finding the early control is only going to strengthen their resolve here. I like how they're diverting the focus with Gargoyle there, climbing the walls and forcing Zenstarry to, look to the skies here. One of the same with Yaki. This is good because it allows openings in other areas, but FMCL, what a huge grab and go there. Last stare coming out as well. They absolutely capture Gargoyle, and Bobo bringing out the Ensong Inferno as well, trying to get some other impact through. Last row is going down. It's looking a bit troublesome. They did bring Gargoyle back with a BRB, but it might not matter. Ensong Inferno coming up, no one going down, and Chopper Mag still in control here.
Not quite sure why Brownie popped the Ensong Inferno. I hope it was because he had to get the health reset. Probably got taken down dangerously well, had to take to the skies. But it might cost Crazy Raccoon in the end, as Skittles is really close to that Ensong, not the Ensong Inferno, the CYA, the Cosmic Yarn. Skittles is so close to being strung out, as Zenstarry could use it to take advantage as Gargoyle goes into the abyss, looks to get a nice big chunk out of Chopper Mag, but he will be able to grab him to safety. But Rain on Me with the great force physics allows Bobo to slam down the Symbiote, who does come back thanks to the Rebirth Beacon. But look at the points. Chopper Mag getting closer to that 100 mark, looking to equalize here on Burn and T'Challa. Can anyone on Crazy Raccoon tap onto the site? They will be able to do so, as Bobo gets pressured by Piggy, who is just trying to cause a nuisance, drawing the line of sight away from the rest of the team. But now Bobo looking to set his sights as Yaki from an off angle yet again, using the Galactic Legend to get himself in a favorable position to find any sort of eliminations, as Bobo takes shelter and will pepper down and take away the one thing that Crazy Raccoon needed to get themselves back into this fight. Ensong Inferno not going to do a damn thing, because Rain on Me with the invisible boundary will keep everyone on Chopper Mag in tip-top shape. Bobo is just clicking away. He gets a double, and we're going to be evened up here in map number 5.
Oh my days, they've done it. They've captured the Imperial Institute of Science. And it's all going to come down to one last objective here. Warrior falls. Who rises? Who falls? That's going to be between these two teams right now. They've had a competitive series thus far, and this last map is no exception. And this will determine who progresses through to the next side of the upper bracket, and who will be sent down to the lower bracket to bow it out against the victors of our other respective series here. But let's see how it all is going to go right now. Both teams are looking to set themselves up for success, looking to prepare themselves for battle here. Not going to be too many changes in terms of the heroes either. You know, FMCL is still ready to rip and tear things up with the claws there. They're out and ready to go. But speaking of ready to go, the gates are about to open down. It's time to get back to action. And let's make it happen.
He's something crazy out of Crazy Raccoon. They have to stay true to their name if they want to do something completely crazy. And so far, Yaki's looking to match FMCL with the Wolverine Mirror. As FMCL gets the isolated 1v1 onto Gargoyle, who does get the better of him. Zenstar is able to help him out. Vostro is able to swallow up the brute on the side of Chopper Mag as FMCL looking to get the last stand. Oh my god, he catches 3, and 3 go down just like that. Chopper Mag finally opening up the bank. Look at you like it. And what seems like the fastest point control in this entire map.
Oh my goodness, can you believe what a kind of destruction they were able to bring just then and there. It's a swift approach towards the mission area right now, and they got the big hug online on both sides already. For the Strangling Prison, should it be required, Piggy and Zenstari. Eyes on the prize here. FMCL, look at this position. They're ready for the Feral Leap. As soon as they get too close to the side, here we go. Uh-oh! They got it through. Going to be able to get a bit more with the Seer as well. And it's the FMCL special damage time, baby. Bobo looking to stack the deck as well. They will be able to shut them down piece by piece here. They are sending them all the way back to their spawn point, Dan. With no recovery in sight, they have to hold back in their spawn for a moment longer.
With this, Chopper Mag looking to just keep the pressure on Crazy Raccoon. They don't have any way, any great ultimates to use to retake onto the site. Yes, Crazy Raccoon have 5 ultimates at the ready, but none of them are really that great when it comes to taking control of the neutral area. The only thing really is going to be Sunkun on the Cosmic Yarn, as the rest of Crazy Raccoon have to use their own ultimates in front of their spawn, and so far they get negative value out of it.
Ooh, not going to be able to get much from it at all, are they? You know, the last stand came out, but it didn't do much either. Oh, big pickup from Bobo and a Brownie. They need Brownie right now. Piggy ready for the portal as well. They need some way out of spawn. They need to stop that portal. That's it.
Last stand.
Here we go. It's going to be the last stand. Yaki's down. It's an absolute rip and tear. They got the Strangling Prison. FMCL's down, but it doesn't even matter. They're forcing them back as far as they can. The time could be up, but they're on the mission area. They've managed to get back in time. Oh, they snuck it around the back. They're so back.
Brownie was able to rocket jump himself onto the site, but do it! What in the world was that? A crazy meteor is able to dunk down the fellow Magneto. Yaki looks to get the kidnap down. Chopper Mag. We need to hold off the flood of raccoons flooding onto the site. FMCL takes to the skies, looking to desperately try and make sure that the raccoons do not get control. Chopper Mag, so close to that reverse sweep. Chopper Mag lose 1 as Crazy Raccoon still 6-man strong. Everyone on Crazy Raccoon still flooding around, but Chopper Mag, they're still alive and well. Everyone still struggling to get the ultimates down. Raid on me, so low. Doesn't get taken down. Maelstrom Madness will take out Brownie, but everyone on Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon just clamoring onto the site. No one going down. Chopper Mag, their ultimates are so close. The Eye of Agamotto and the Ensong Inferno could be devastating if they're able to stay alive. But Crazy Raccoon, they're not letting up any sort of pressure. Here we go. Bobo takes the skies, goes down, takes down Lostro, but Brownie looks to counteract. Is he able to find the value? Yahtzee will find Zenstari, but Brownie still firing away, but he cannot find the eliminations. Gargoyle goes to the skies. FMCL stuns up Brownie, will take him out as Skittles does string out the Cosmic Yarn, and that might have been the difference maker. Crazy Raccoon will fall, and that's gonna be it. That's done. It's dusted. Chopper Mag complete the reverse sweep, not only in Burden T'Challa, but also in this best of 5 series.
Can you believe it? Chopper Mag have managed to run it back. The train, choo-choo, coming along. It's the comeback train, baby. And Bobo is the conductor here on this final map of this best of 5 series. The caliber of this game is insane. And these teams keep it competitive as ever, going absolutely down the line there. So very impressed with how Chopper Mag managed to bring it all the way back, and they will be progressing through the upper bracket now. And you know what that means? Crazy Raccoon are going to be sent down to the lower bracket, and they've got a series in store for them. We'll see what the outcome of our other series is going to be soon as well, but definitely excited for the potential, you know, of what's in store, because we could see a couple of outcomes there, Mr. Dan. It could be a lot more in store. But speaking of what's in store, it's our highlights in store for this matchup here. So shout out to our players once again. It's the Bobo Psylocke. Lock it down, lock it in, and you saw lots of KOs be ripping through them like they're paper thin. And same could be said as Zenstari and FMCL, just burning through competition there. But you know, there's more players than that. There's Yaki, there's Gargoyle. They put in some hard work there. Oh, the quad KO from Lostro.
Yeah, the Lostro
that was such
too,
a huge ult.
That was the only reason why Crazy Raccoon got 1 round on the board, and we're 1 round away from denying the reverse sweep. But Chopper Mag, oh my god, their performance on Warrior Falls was a sight to behold. Everyone just playing to the best of their ability. But Crazy Raccoon, they had their moment. They had a chance to bring the momentum back in their favor by having Brownie sneak onto the site, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And that was the first series. We have more to do, and that was the first one, and we already went to 5. So what else do we have left?
It's going to get better and better from here, Dan. You know, definitely get hyped up for what else is going to be in store, everybody, while we get our next series set up. We are just going to be heading to a short break, though, so keep your eyes peeled for the next one. We'll be back before you know it. See you on the other side of this break.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
on the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody! What a day it's been so far. That was only the beginning. We saw Chopper Mag take down Crazy Raccoon. Oh my god, Dad! And now, we have another banger series from round 12 coming at you guys. You know what we got? Dan, tell us what we got. What do we got?
We got Gosari up against Tetek Thunder. Tetek Thunder is a team that quite pleasantly surprised us as a whole here in MRC Pacific of Season 5, already making it to the top 8, now going up against Gosari. This is a lower bracket best of 5, so the loser will get knocked out, and the winner will face Crazy Raccoon, the team that almost took down Chopper Mag, but Chopper Mag went on a generational reverse sweep and threw Crazy Raccoon down the lower bracket. So whoever wins this best of 5 in particular will move on to face the powerhouse from Ignite Asia back in 2025.
Let's see who's going to be able to take it here, everybody, as it's going to be none other than our teams right now, jumping straight into our draft here. And we got Rocket Raccoon as the first protect in this one. Gambit is actually going to be locking it down for a second as well. So interesting to see some of these picks coming through here, but we'll see what else they are going to be able to bring into this one, Dan. I'm excited for the Invis Protector.
Yeah, Rocket Raccoon going to be protected on the side of Gosari, which enables BRB as well as this Cosmic Yarn. Do Tetek decide to ban out the Phoenix, or will Gosari be able to secure it for themselves? We're going to have to wait and see, but Tetek Thunder do take away the Daredevil, so it limits the dive composition as a whole, not only for Gosari, but also to Tetek Thunder as a whole as well. But Gosari look to extend, denying more dive potential with the Captain America ban, and also that Freedom Charge being able to be so good at keeping the team sustained, and Gosari will actually pick up the Phoenix, which means that Tetek Thunder will have to use the Phoenix themselves, or else that Cosmic Yarn really could be one-sided.
It could be a one-sided, it could be the time to collide into this one, and let's see what else they are going to be able to do here. Star-Lord is going to be the next one on the chopping block there. So, one more ban now for Gosari. There's been some solid picks from the Tetek Thunder side so far, but Gosari now have the ball in their court, and they are ready to take away the Mantis. No Soul Resurgence this time around, so pretty solid to shut down that strategist there, but now does leave a few things open and a few things shut, and it looks like Tetek Thunder, they're focused up on the Bucky, the Phoenix there. They're looking to bring this with a bit of force.
Yep, Angela also going to be hovering on the side of Tetek Thunder, which provides potential for environmental KOs, especially when you're on Hell's Heaven. There are definitely maps where the Angela shines, but also Gosari taking away the Mantis means that this triple strategist lineup that both of these teams really could go for is not going to be as effective. Not only that, but it's also going to hinder anyone from getting that ultimate charge advantage. With the damage boost coming in from the Mantis, means that the ultimate charge from any of these teams will not be any faster, and none of these teams will take advantage of that. So now Gosari and Tetek Thunder looking to resort to a 2-2 composition. Sluxa could roll out on this Penny Parker, although it might be unlikely. It still is possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's gone. There you go.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
it's gone. Goodbye. Goodbye.
There was a chance. There was a slim chance, but it's not zero. Penny Parker did, in fact, roll out in one America's MRC match. Shout out to Tongmin from Lunex Gaming. But in the end, it's not going to be that case, as both teams looking to take over the first fight, one of the more important fights here in this best of 5 series between Gasari and Tech Thunder here in the lower bracket, as Gasari making a quite interesting of a rotational play, going to the backside of Tech Thunder, and they will find the pick onto RF. That's going to be one of the strategies gone, and now Exile needs to do all the heavy lifting, is already dangerously low, but he's able to stay alive thanks to the Guardian Shield and the healing overtime coming in from RF, who is now respawning and trying to make his way into the fight. But Rocco and Solman on the side of Gasari will be able to open things up, as Tech Thunder were able to sneak a few percentage points in, but now Gasari look to take early control.
Early control will roll it down, roll it in, and let's see which way they are going to go right now. Mr. Dan, need to take it easy for a second longer here. And to bring things up a notch for a second, just waiting for their moment. It's Rocco around the corner, ready for the feral leap here. They have eyes on their enemies. They're waiting for their teammates to shift the focus up front. Oh, Rocco ready to rock and roll here. Hoodie brought the boundary up. Oh, their focus is on the BRB though. That's actually big. Prioritizing the main focus there. Looking for more. It's going to be the Kraken impact up front with the Ansong Inferno as well. Into Strangling Prison. In into the big Meteor F. They will absolutely annihilate them. It's KO City for Gosari right now, Dan. Oh my days.
Lock them up with the Strangling Prison, and then you go for the dunk. Baker sets up the alley-oop for AWD, who slams down 2, and the rest of Gosari are able to capitalize. Tech Thunder need to go back to the drawing board. They do have the Cosmic Yarn, Meteor M, and Strangling Prison, so they really could look for their own alley-oop as well, with the Cosmic Yarn amplifier amplifying quite literally the damage output on Tech Thunder. RF thought about going for it, but Assault does go down, but he'll be right back. But RF crucially goes down, and that means it's going to be one less strategist ultimate that Tech Thunder can rely on, and Gasari will be able to take advantage as 2 go down, and the rest of Tech Thunder might follow suit as Exile gets dangerously low, needs to make sure he stays alive, because that invisible boundary will be crucial when it comes to that retake, but it's not even going to happen, as Gasari are able to just take over round number 1 as we head to Frozen Airfield.
Oh my days, they have managed to take control of round number 1. The Eldritch Monument has been captured. Now it's time to stay frosty here on the Frozen Airfield, Dan, and I'm eager to see if they are going to be able to take control of it, as they are looking to give it their best in this one. Tech Thunder, you know, they've brought the Thunder before. I think they've got the potential to do it all over again, but we'll see what they are going to be able to deliver into a map like this, because they almost have 6 ults, man, which is pretty big, heading towards the next point of contention. You know, if they wanted to commit some of them to get a bit of mission area control early, they've definitely got the flexibility to do that. So we'll see what they are going to be able to bring to the table into this one, or what else they are going to be able to do, as they're going to take it slow, take it easy for a second here. Mission area unlock going to be on its way, and I'm eager to see how Rocco in particular, to be honest, navigates the initial phase of this one, because we saw them go for the cheeky feral leap in the beginning of the last one, and they might be looking for some similar plays into this next round as well.
Yeah, it's also gonna be up to how many resources Tech Thunder use in this initial fight, as Rocco takes to the skies thanks to Wolverine Airlines, and he's able to find 1, but Slux is able to come back thanks to the BRB. But Ved will not be so lucky, as he's going to be up next on the chopping block, and that's going to be an early man advantage on favor of Gasari, while Tech Thunder have so many ultimates. I was going to say, Tech Thunder, it's going to be up to them how many resources they use in this initial fight, but they don't use anything. And Gasari are just happy to take the point for themselves.
Yeah, able to take the point for themselves and able to see if they can dispel any of the troubles ahead of them. Ooh, Baker's ready, waiting. Strangling Prison into the Meteor M. What a combo! And they will get at least 1 KO through from it. Nicely done. And we'll see if they can spin some more, just like that. They are looking to stick it back for a while longer. But The battle is just beginning here. Tech Thunder trying their best to redeem themselves, but they're able to get in front of it. Here we go. The big hug does enable them to get the KO onto Rocco, and they're now forcing them back a little bit here. Rocco coming back with the BRB, though. Boundaries coming up in consequence. So we'll be able to take advantage of the fight. Rocco isolates Groot there. There's the KO on the bed. BRB bringing him back, but the last stand as well. They're doing it all over again. Oh my goodness, Dan. It keeps heating up.
Tech Thunder just look disoriented. They don't know what to do with Rocco on this Wolverine. Not only is he getting value out of these feral leaves, but he's also so much stronger thanks to the Phoenix team up. So this Wolverine is just on an absolute tear, quite literally tearing down bed again and again. And Tech Thunder getting staggered like this entire second round means that it might just easily go into Gosari's favor. But the last stand from Masold might have been the difference, but it's going to be easily countered. No one on Gosari gets taken down. Already 5 seconds left until Gosari just shut out Tech Thunder in round number 2. And it all seems likely as the time will run slow. Gosari commandingly take over map 1.
Blink and you'll miss it. And here we are,
Yeah,
Dan.
quite literally.
Yeah, map number 1 done and dusted. My goodness. Can't believe what I have just witnessed. And it's going to be MVP to none other than Hoodie. Good job on the Invisible Woman there, as they are able to put in the hard yards on the strategist role. And we'll be able to roll out into that first map. So, solid beginnings here for Gosari, and we'll see if Tech Thunder can manage to find any chance of redemption.
They're gonna have to do something because Tech Thunder. You can look at the scoreboard and it gets a little bit concerning. This is a team that made it to top 8, and with a performance like this, it's gonna be a very, very uphill battle for Tech Thunder to come back. Only amounting up to 3 eliminations total is something that is a bit shocking coming in from a team that made it this far into the tournament, but still, it is a best of 5, so they still have a lot of maps to work with for now. As Tech Thunder, they will also get choice in terms of what map we go to next.
I'm excited to see how they approach this one, you know, because there's a lot of options that could be available to them here, but obviously they're going to have to play to their own strengths, right? They're going to have to really dig deep into this one to see what kind of, I guess, would give them the most strength here. It looks like our next map is going to be heading towards Midtown. So, unlucky for Tech Thunder, I'd say, because they played Midtown once so far, and they didn't win. So, we'll see if they're going to be able to break that streak here against Gosari, because yeah, I'd say it's a rough one. Maybe it's one of the maps they're more confident in, but in terms of MRC so far, Tech Thunder haven't won on Midtown, so this actually could strengthen Gosari because they've won 3 times in a row so far.
It might become a 4th at this point, because with that kind of record, Gosari might have the upper hand. Do Tech Thunder think that they have what it takes here on Midtown? Only time will tell. Only until we get into the map itself is when we will find the result, as Gosari are able to secure the Daredevil. A strong dive duelist option that Gosari really could work with, especially when Rocco is just cooking on the Wolverine. And with Daredevil now available, the options for Rocco to dive in just opens up exponentially.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, having access to that is so huge because there's been a reason why Daredevil has been consistently banned basically every map across all series so far. Having access to that Daredevil, being able to let the devil out, is just so big. And Gosari already looks scary on map number 1, but now they have access to that, and they got access to It's Jeff as well. Ooh, it's a deadly combination, Dan. I'm worried. Very worried.
Yeah, I'm very worried because Tech Thunder also invest a ban onto the Rocket Raccoon, which could be a option that Tech Thunder really could have used if Gasari do look to go for the dive composition. They do end up saving the Winter Soldier, which is a great option to counteract the dive potential that Gasari could throw at them as they look to extend it even further by taking away the Venom, which also takes away the Symbiote Shenanigans, which got locked up by Gasari, taking away the Jeff.
Yeah, it's cause and effect, isn't it? You know, they've been able to make the impact onto that one, and now looking at the hero picks that they're going to be looking to choose through into Rocco, Hubbard the Wolvie, but now it's Rogue, which they might be looking to play into. Nah, they're not gonna. They're just teasing. Yeah, so it's going to be the Wolvie and the Daredevil into this one, which is insane. Like I guess, frontal presence they could make with that is something to be keeping your eyes peeled on, to say the least. But looks like they are going to be playing into it, and they are not going to be playing into the Daredevil. In fact, it's going to be Phoenix with the Rogue pickup on AWD, ASD, AWD there. So there you go, Dan. Oh no, Rogue's out of here.
Nailed all the letters.
Yeah, call the player alphabet. It could be the end of it. Yeah.
You think that's how he moves on the keyboard usually? Like AWD and then ASD and then AWD. Is that the key to get godlike movement in Marvel Rivals? But it doesn't matter because we're going in. We're already in. Monosopa's lighting up the battle, quite literally igniting the battle as they look to take over the high ground of this initial building. The initial contact between two of these teams. Tech Thunder got blown out of the water in map 1, and they hope to not do the same here in map number 2 as Gasari look to hold a great barrel leap onto Ved, who does get picked off, and with no Raccoon available means that elimination will be confirmed.
That's it. KO confirmed there, and looking to see if they can confirm a few more from above now. Trying to see if they can manage to navigate past it. Morosapa to maintain a bit of distance. We'll find Dylan FPX there, so solid beginnings. Rocco supporting them as well. Decent KOs coming through across the board there, and looking for more. Morosapa ready, waiting. Skate past this one, but they don't get too close to the sun, so they won't get burnt out, which is always a net positive for them. You know, they respect that they can't overcommit to this.
The Thunder biding their time, taking their time, just moving up to the point little by little, but with Monosopa just lighting up the backline, is able to take out Dylan yet again. And as Rocco takes the skies again, and Mono is able to finish off Ved, who does get kidnapped, well, it seems like the second time in this entire map. And with Rocco just putting on an absolute show on the Wolverine, while Mono is just in the back, just lighting them up. The team up between the two heroes is just absolutely perfect, as Solvent is able to keep the team alive with an aggressive invisible boundary. Exile and RF teaming up their strategist ultimates to find some semblance of value, but Gasari are happily willing to back away for just a little bit, and it's another 1v1 win. What a stun coming in from Hoodie with the absolute 0 as well, setting up Mono for another Phoenix 1v1 win. But this is really a 1v1 when Hoodie was able to contribute.
Yeah, it could be from 1v1 to 1v more. So instead of a single duel, it's a battle with more. But for now, they are going to be forced to back off here. So Tech Thunder doing what they can to establish the upper presence there. Good on FPS, good for it. Does find the KO on a Monosapa, and we're going to see if they can get a bit more from there. They have pushed forward a lot, so they now can commit towards the mission area a bit. Big last stand as well. Isolating Faker out of this one. This is good. They need to shut down the Groot like that, because then they don't have access to those walls. Going to have to fully rely upon the Magneto, as well as Rocco on the Wolverine there. So very keen to see how they adapt around this one, Dan. But for now, Tech Thunder, good to at least get a little control.
Tete Thunder could use the Freedom Charge to get some extra neutral area space, but the Sari do have tools to counteract it. Most notably, Hoodie on the Fate of Both Worlds. Another great Absolute Zero stuns up one of the vanguards of Tete Thunder. Here we go. There's the Freedom Charge, and then there's the countermeasure coming in from Gosari. Great walls as well to try to cut him off. Does Hoodie stay alive? No, he will not. No, it's actually going to be Exile. He's going to get taken down by AWD as the invisible boundary from Solman will take it fruition as Tech Thunder just gets shredded to pieces. Great clicks coming in from Faker. Hoodie will contribute as well, as this strategist who used to be on the Genji roster has been so good with his aim, but forced on the strategist role, had to rely on different strategist picks, most notably on the Adam Warlock, but now cooking on the Luna Snow as the timer hits 0. Overtime comes up. Portal will also be popped up as well, but Tech Thunder are just going in one at a time, and with no strategist ultimates to rely on, Tech Thunder are just feeding themselves into the waiting jaws of Gosari, and they are able to secure the full hold.
Oh my days, Tech Thunder not able to get much presence at all onto that mission vehicle, and it will be done and dusted before you know it. So solid hold from Gosari there. Now going to flip the switch onto this one and see Gosari onto their own attacking presence here. So Tech Thunder looking a bit worse for wear at the moment, but you know, it's not over till it's over. There is still a chance at redemption for them as well into this one, and I'm super duper keen to see what else they can bring into the fold, bring into the mix of this one, Mr. Dan, as we want to take this one as far as we can. So, without further ado, everybody, we are going to be getting into the next round right here, right now, and let's see exactly where they want to go. It looks like Mono Sapa. Time to put on a show, time to bring the devil out here. And I'm keen to see how they go into their aggressive stance.
Thunder are setting up with the triple. It almost was the Ultron on the side of Exile, but he's going to switch over to the Luna Snow as the rest of Tech Thunder. Where do they set up? Fed on the Angela could fly anywhere as he pleases, whereas Assault and Slux need to make sure that the back line of Tech Thunder is alive, as Tech Thunder, their main goal is to run down the timer as long as possible. But with no duelists available on the side of Tech Thunder, their damage is going to be very limited. And Gosari, look at their setup. They're quite literally primed to bust through what is the triple composition of Tech Thunder with the Storm and the Moon Knight. Top it off with Faker on the Groot as well, and look at the value it's already providing. Rocco able to open things up with a pick onto Assault, and with no Rocky Raccoon means that KO again will be confirmed. Rocco still landing the shots with Monosapa as well. The AoE damage, just look at everyone's health bar on Tech Thunder just melting away because of this damage buff coming in from Rocco on the Thunder mode. As Fed is able to get a good Assassin's Charge onto the group, but it just catapults him right into the front line. And Rocco with the double, top it off with the hand of Khonshu. Everyone on Tech just run for the hills. And Gosari, quick as you like it, will surely be able to secure the site. Dylan is trying to hide and seek his way into the site. Exile tries to hide behind the point, but the portal does come in, but the Strangling Prison is even better. RF, though, still is able to get the invisible boundary off, so safe passage for Tech Thunder. Solman is able to counteract as Monosapa from the off angle right behind Tech Thunder is able to find some key eliminations as that convoy moves closer and closer to that finish line. Gosari are surely be able to secure that second round and the second map.
1, 2,
That
0.
they will. So that's going to be a series point now afforded to Gosari out of this one. They are going absolutely wild into the series right now, Dan, and this is just the beginning, my man. We've still got more gas on its way. Monosapa going to be the one to pave the way on the MVP there on the Moon Knight. So solid stuff coming out for Gosari, but there is going to be at least one more map available, and it's all going to be on Tech Thunder here. Are they going to be able to take on the pressure head on, or will they fall short here and be eliminated out of the Marvel Rivals Championship? It's make or break.
Make or break for Tactic Thunder. Backs against the wall for them. Although they did make it to the top 8, if they want to go any further, they're going to have to do what Chopper Meg did to Crazy Raccoon, and that is to pull off that reverse sweep. As Tactic Thunder still having that uphill battle ahead of them. They need to find a different approach. They need to find a way to outplay Gasari. They probably tried to pick up Midtown to see if Gasari made any adjustments, or did Tactic Thunder find a way to strengthen their map pool. But unfortunately, with a commanding win-loss record on Midtown for Gasari, it just means that Tactic Thunder kind of just got outclassed and outplayed, especially when it came to that second round, because that triple busting composition really got its value there. And Tactic Thunder, what maps do you have left to try to juke out the plans of Gasari?
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? You know, it's what maps do you have left available to you? And by all means, it looks like we do have our third map locked in here. Mr. Dan, it is going to be none other than the Hall of Dajalia. So, Tactic Thunder have played this one actually pretty well so far. They've got a 2-win record on Hall of Dajalia at the moment, and very eager to see how things will progress for them, you know, because obviously they have a clean record, but that doesn't mean they're going to have a clean game, because the series momentum is in favor of Gasari at the moment. So, really interested to see if Tactic Thunder take a map that they have a bit of strength on and may just be able to push themselves towards a greater height. But speaking of, we are going to be getting into the drafts right now. Time for that band protect phase, everybody. Time to get down to business. Here we go.
Here we go. Tactic Thunder looking to try to pull off a reverse sweep from the likes of Gasari, who are looking to be on fire. Tactic Thunder, do they really want to invest a ban on this Wolverine that has been a nuisance for them, as Rocco just is able to get so much value, not only from the Fair Elite, but also from the Last Stand, as well as Gasari are able to pick up the Phoenix relatively early, and it does threaten Tactic Thunder if they want to pick the Rocket Raccoon for this map in particular, as they look to settle things with the Captain America locked up for themselves, not for themselves, but for the entirety of the lobby. As keep in mind, it's MRC, and there it is, Tactic Thunder. They finally had enough, and they will take away the Wolverine from Rocco.
That they will be able to take it away, and ready to play as well. So, very eager to see what else they are going to be able to bring to the table here, as they've taken away Groot, they've taken away Wolverine, they took away more, but I don't know what else.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. Why is Gambit not banned? That is a very peculiar detail. Gasari.
Protect either though.
Yeah, no. Gambit could be protected here. Not sure if Tactic Thunder really want to invest in that approach. Yeah, the Loki is banned out, but Gambit is still such a strong pick here in general. Do Tactic Thunder bite? No, not just yet. They still could use the ban on the Gambit, although it's very late. Something we don't see very often. It's either it gets banned out relatively early or not banned at all. And so far, it's looking like to be the latter.
My days. Looks like we could see the Gambit after all.
Oh my god, there it is.
Falls. There it is. Gambit's in. We actually might just be able to see a Gambit come through here. This is huge, honestly. I can't wait to see how they will be able to bring this one up. Hoodie already looking tougher over. Oh no, Sapa. Don't be doing it like that.
No. There's no way. Although Gasari are on the defense. Maybe.
Ooh, yeah.
Very possible. Could combo it with Faker on the Heaven's Retribution. As Tactic Thunder They chose to be on the attacking side first, while Gasari are actually rolling out with the blade. Oh my goodness, great. Oh, never mind. Ah, I saw him move forward. I thought it was it. Come on, man.
Ain't gonna be it. No blade today, no blade night today. It's just gonna be Phoenix all day long. So, all of Jolly are here. One last chance for Tetek Thunder and one more step to advance for Gosari. We'll see. Will Gosari be able to lock it in for a rematch against Crazy Raccoon, or will Tetek Thunder look to run it back and keep this series online a while longer? It's all going to be proven into this third map here and now. And let's see how these teams fare. Solomon already keeping up front there, looking to ignite the battle. Trickling in a lot of damage early is good to stall for a temporary measure, but now Tetek Thunder, they're ready to take it from above.
Rocco got chunked out a little bit. There's an off-angle opportunity for Dylan to try to go for, but he gets spotted out immediately, even zoned away, thanks to the left shift ability from Solomon. So he's not going to be able to get any sort of value from that off-angle just yet, as Tetek Thunder looking to contest the high ground, as Solomon is just able to sustain the rest of Gasari, who are just doing their utmost best to get their ultimate charges up as soon as possible. But so far, keep your eyes on the two gambits in this entire game. Tetek Thunder have the lead, as Exile is already at 60% compared to Hoodie only at 45% and is still struggling to find more. But Rocco is able to find the opening pick onto Dylan. Might even find another thanks to the Assassin's Charge coming in from Faker himself, as AWD is able to capitalize as well. And Exile, although he had the lead in the Gambit Ultimate, is not going to be able to use it because Tetek Thunder just get blown right out and have to get the regroup as soon as possible.
As soon as they possibly can, and see if they are going to be able to run it back as soon as they possibly can here. Is Tetek Thunder, they're getting pretty close to, I'd say, some of their ultimates, like Rage and Royal Flush in particular, closest to the mark there, but I mean, Gosari wanting the same, but pretty close to some ults of their own, and they're already zoning out the opposing Angela. Like, Bad is in deep trouble. They're trying to go for some plays here, but it just ain't working, man. They're just getting isolated one by one, and Tetek Thunder can't afford this, especially at this stage of the game. You know, getting singled out like this is only going to waste more time for them.
Rocco almost chunks down Dylan, who's just running for the hills. As Rocco is just zoning this area down, making sure that Gasari don't have any actually Tetek Thunder any way of coming back, any avenue in. But here comes the rush down with the Rage Royal Flush. Exile is able to counteract it immediately, but RF is able to capitalize as well. So both strategists on the side of Tetek Thunder investing their ultimates at relatively the same time. While Hoodie is able to keep Gasari alive for just a little bit longer. Rocco switches over to the Doctor Strange, so Gasari should be able to regroup in no time, but AWD with a quick double will keep things even for now, as Gasari look to use the portal to get themselves back into the fight. Slux going up to the skies with the Meteor M, does not find value with the dunk, as Faker is able to Divine Judge Slux down. Assassin's Charge as well, even securing the elimination onto Exile, and Gasari are able to hold.
Hold it through, hold it strong. Exactly what they need to be doing here. Good for Tetek Thunder to get at least one tick onto the mission area, but I mean, they need 3 ticks if they want to push it over to the convoy section of this convergence map. So, let's see if they can prove themselves with only 38 seconds to go here. It's going to be a tough battle ahead over and over again, but one and the same. Still going to stick it through. Waiting for their moment. Uh-oh, here we go. Gonna get the charge ahead once again. Faker ready, waiting, patient as ever, but never say never, because Tetek Thunder, they're splitting the angles, and here it comes. It's the blade into the retribution, Dan. The battle begins.
Looks like the Soul used the butterflies far away, but doesn't matter because both teams are going to invest in the Gambit Ultimate. The Rage Royal Flush being activated, everyone trying to rush down each other. But it's just going to be Gasari just holding down the fort as they get the early pick onto Exile. who does switch over to the Doctor Strange because he's the first one to go down in this overtime scenario. But because he went down in overtime, means that these respawn timers are going to be extended for just a little bit longer. Ved doing his best to try to take down Hoodie, will be able to do so successfully as Tech Thunder finally might be able to break through and get on the board here in Burned into T'Challa.
There it is. And we'll be able to bring it up and take control of the mission area at long last here, Dan. But still more work to be done, and there's no way. It's Hawkeye! Let's go!
That's your guy.
That's my guy! Love a bit of Hawkeye. Rocco coming at you with that one. Finally, Hawkeye graces our screens with the best kit in the game. No, we love Hawkeye, but we'll see what Rocco can do with them. Already they're looking good, so we'll see if they can make it look even better. Some KOs here.
Everyone on Basari spreading out, looking for different avenues of entry into the backline of Tech Thunder. But so far, Tech Thunder are able to manage them very, very well. Assault very close to the Dance of the Butterfly, looking to take advantage of it, but it's already going to be 2 picks, make it 3 on the side of Kasari. And Tech Thunder, half of the team gone, means that RF needs to do the heavy lifting in terms of keeping the rest of the team alive before they respawn and regroup. Kasari will not aggress any further, will hang back and wait for Tech Thunder to go right at them. Because if they overextend a little too far, one good Raging Royal flush timing, and they are essentially cooked.
Yeah, medium ram. And they're going to be in for a scare there, but we'll see what they can do with the Ensong Inferno now into the Heaven's Retribution, committing the Meteor M as well. Heavy commitment of ultimates coming through from Tech Thunder here, 3 into the bout, and it will dispel their opponents on Gosari without a doubt here, but they are trying to get the delayed KO on a Monosapa as well. Good success there, so that's great to just buy some time on the clock here, get a little bit closer towards the next capture point. And Gosari are trying to stop them. Point 36 meters.
Oh my god, they got it.
Royal Flush. They will bring it back.
They actually step foot onto the site and are able to deny Tech Thunder from securing the second one for a little bit. Hunter's sight is going to laser down RF. Lux follows suit as Rocco, out of nowhere, getting a quad as 15 seconds are left on the side of Tech Thunder to keep the push going. Rocco, can he land a shot onto Exile? That would be a crucial elimination. It's going to be no Royal Flush this time around in this final fight. No one is home on Tech Thunder, and they have to settle with only a single point.
My days, really well done, I'd say, to Tech Thunder for redeeming themselves at that stage of the endeavor, right? Because I thought it'd be all over and out on the first mission area, but they did manage to at least find a bit of potential, a bit of momentum to bring themselves back. So well played to Tech Thunder to bring themselves back in that kind of way. But Gosari now, they do hold them off and will be able to flip the switch on to their own attack now. And I'm worried because they're bringing out all kinds of crazy stuff, Dan. They brought out a Hawkeye. They're now hovering the Black Widow and the Scarlet Witch.
No way.
There's no way we are seeing all these kinds of picks, man. This is insane. I mean, I'm not against it. I love to see some of the heroes we don't get to see often.
Just stay on this. Stay on there.
Yeah.
Don't press H. Don't go back and switch around. Yeah. There you go. I like it. But Gosari definitely do need to, at the very least, take control of the first point and then move it all the way up to basically the second point. So Tech Thunder will have to get a hold of a lifetime if they want to stay alive in MRC Season 5. But Gosari, so far, the momentum heavily in their favor. But either way, Tech Thunder are able to, at the very least, get some distance down. So Gosari, it will not be easy for them to match Tech Thunder as Gosari look to roll out on the Black Widow. They actually listened to us. Monosapa actually didn't press H. He's rolling out with the Black Widow.
The more you know, so they are going to be rolling out and open up the KO department immediately. Oh my goodness, they are just ripping it up like their Zaza stack right now. huge stuff coming out of this Black Widow right here. And I'm eager to see the Electroplasma explosion when we get there, because they aren't letting up, man. It's a Monosapa Monotage right now. Huge stuff coming out from them, Dan.
Oh my goodness gracious. Monosapa. This is the reason why he rolled out on the Black Widow. A pick that's usually memed on, as the rest of Tech Thunder having to cower on the right side of the map, needs to rotate to the other side in order to, at the very least, defend the push, the onslaught of Gasari, who aren't letting up the pressure at all. Dylan just getting peppered down by a bunch of cards from Solman, as the health bridge just gonna keep everyone on Gasari sustained up and ready to go. Monosova just controlling this lane and is able to get a dink onto the soul, as Rocco just being on the back line of Tech Thunder, as the line of sight being controlled by Monosapa, and the back line being in control of Rocco. Cosmic Yarn even going to be amplifying the rest of Gasari. The Electroplasma explosion gonna do damage, but it's not gonna finish off anyone, as everyone on Gasari just have to zone away Tech Thunder for just a little bit longer. AWD even committing the freedom charge as well. Monosapa getting dangerously low. Slux is eyeing him down, and he's able to finish him off, as Dylan is able to get into the back line of Gasari, as everyone on Tech Thunder look to stagger out what is left of the attacking side, as Slux will be able to finish off Solomon, and the cleanup is complete for Tech Thunder. And now Gasari need to pick up the pieces, need to find a way to regroup, but they can take all the time they want for now, because they got 4 minutes on the board.
4 minutes on the board, ready to draw the sword, and let's see what else they are going to be able to do, my man, because we got more fun stuff in store. And there's going to be even more around the corner right here, right now. Isolde looking to hold around the statue here, prepared for battle, and Gosari, one and the same, looking to zone it up. Players at every angle. It's going to be the Raging Royal Flush, already for activation. Solman jumping straight into it. Good response from the Dancer Butterfly. Boundary goes down with immediate effect, letting the Devil out as well into the Heaven's Retribution. And Solman will be the one to find KOs here. Gosari don't care how many old Tech Thunder bring out. They are just getting KO City. Oh my days. Monosapa again and again. It's just destroying them. Oh my goodness. It's Monosapa showing you how to get it done on the Black Widow, everybody. Oh my day.
How in the world is Monosapa getting away with this? The only way Tech Thunder can deal with this Black Widow is by jumping onto the Black Widow. Gasari are doing a good enough job in keeping Tech Thunder away from the Black Widow, because they themselves are just diving right onto Tech Thunder themselves. And because of that, that just allows Monosapa to just wail on the backline, doing some free damage. But finally, they're able to shut down the Black Widow. But Monosapa is stubborn. He will stay on the Black Widow and just let it ride, as Tech Thunder have to keep the pressure on. Make sure that this Black Widow is pressured at all times, but with the Electroplasma Cannon, it's going to cause a lot of problems. But a great one-for-one trade so far, but now making a man advantage on the side of Tech Thunder, as they look to hold off Gasari for just a little bit longer. But Gasari, with 2 minutes left on the clock, might have to get a little bit anxious, as they have to start looking for a different way in.
Yeah, they need to find a different angle, because otherwise they're going to be in a trouble in a big way here. But they're going to take it easy a while longer. It's going to be Raging Royal Flush into the Heaven's Retribution there. Meteor is available, but then just trying to take them out of the fight here. Going to see if they can capture something out. Letting the Devil out. It's time for the Seer into the Dance of the Butterfly Boundary coming up. Rocco goes down, and more to follow. Is sold there. Great KOs, looking to hunt down Faker as well, and they will be able to just force them back here. So Tech Thunder are back in action here. Solid work on the hold and the defense. Just when it counts, there's not much time to go here, Tan. We could see the redemption before our eyes.
I think Monosapa had enough fun will actually switch over to the Phoenix this time around. Now Exile crafting the Raging Royal Flush is going to be one-sided in favor of Texas Thunder, so they should be able to take control of this next upcoming fight, which is happening right now. As look at the offensive moves coming in from Texas Thunder, are able to shut down a few members of Gasari, so that forces them to regroup and look for a different approach, just waiting for their moment, waiting for their time, as the time as well already hitting that 30-second mark. Gasari need to do something, and need to do something fast.
Fast as they can, otherwise they're in big trouble here, Dan. They got no ults at the moment either. It's going to be raw willpower. But speaking of, Rocco has all the raw willpower as they spill KOs in this hour. And they're looking for more. Heaven's Retribution coming out in desperation. Meteor M as well, just trying to get a KO back. They will succeed. Double down, looking for more also. And it's going to be AWD, ASD, bringing it back for their team as well. Trying to push past them here. But they're in big trouble. Tech Thunder, no ults, no worries. They have a boundary they can rely upon if needed. Gosari getting close to their own ults though. Solomon, this Rage and Roll Flush could be exactly what they need here. Here it is. Sia available as well, Dan. They're looking to take it up a notch. The boundary comes out. Hoodie still got that Sia online if they need it. Here we go.
Oh my goodness, the invisible boundary will stay alive as everyone on Tech Thunder and Gasari throwing hands at each other. Cosmic Yarn, Dance of the Butterfly, but the Devil Out from Mono is going to be all it takes for Gasari to get themselves over the line, and they will be able to get themselves to that finish as Dylan needs to get the portal going, but it might be too little too late. It's done here as Gasari just sweep out Tech Thunder out of MRC.
My, oh my. Gosari, they get it done and get it done with class. What a way to push themselves deeper into the lower bracket run here, Dan. Huge stuff coming out from them, and Monosapa on the MVP. So that is going to be that. And I got to say, props to Tech Thunder. You know, when it really counted into those last moments there, they actually managed to compete for a time there. You know, they managed to push it through to that OT segment. So really big props to Tech Thunder for holding them off at the last point, but also for managing to push their way through the tournament to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, big. You got to give your flowers to Tech Thunder for putting on what is a very impressive performance. Some of these players on Tech Thunder have played in Ignite as well, so there is some experience under their belt. But with this finish here in MRC Season 5, Orgs definitely will take some notice on some of these players. Surely some of them will get picked up by the top organizations that are looking to make a name for themselves in Ignite of 2026. But for now, we do have to talk about Gasari, because right now they have punched their ticket for a rematch against Crazy Raccoon.
That's it. They're so back. You know, prior to our last series, Gasari were the only team to take a map off of Crazy Raccoon. And now they have a chance to take not just a map, but maybe even more maps. Maybe a series. They have a chance to eliminate Crazy Raccoon. So see what that's going to look like when we get there. But everybody, while we get things set up for our next series of the evening, we are going to be heading to a short break. Don't go anywhere. This is only going to heat up more and more. We'll be right back to ignite the battle after this break.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
spiders. Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship, Season 5 in the Pacific region. Matsy and Dan coming at you once again, and we have progressed our way through a couple of rounds of games here. We started off with some amazingness with the Chopper Mag, Crazy Raccoon, then Gosari and Tech Thunder, and now we're going even deeper. We're going in to the next round of competition here, round 13. We are moving all the way towards the final hurdle here. We're going to be starting off strong with none other than TBD taking on a Z10, one of OCE's last representatives, taking on one of Asia's representatives right now. It's the Pacific battle between these two rosters, Mr. Dan, and I don't know who's going to take it.
I don't know either. This is also a lower bracket match, so if you lose this best of 5, again, you are out of MRC Season 5. And so far, Zero Tenacity getting knocked down into the lower brackets early in this double elimination stage of MRC Season 5. They have been going on an absolute tear throughout this lower bracket. And if my memory serves me well, so far, they have not dropped a single map here in the lower brackets, and they look to keep that record flawless as they look to take on To Be Decided to decide who moves on to the next round in the lower bracket. Is it going to be Z10? Is it going to be To Be Decided? Is it OCE or Asia? Only time will tell as we head into this band draft, as Captain America will be headlining the first band for TBD.
There you go, TBD. Gonna be taking that one. Gambit will fall out of the draft immediately. So we'll see the usual suspects, but they've let Daredevil through. So Daredevil will be brought out again here, Dan, and I'm terrified because of the direction we saw things go, where Daredevil came out in the last series, and now he's back. But Loki is also on deck as well. So two of the top bands in MRC so far are out. in full swing, but one and the same, TBD are not playing around. They want to deny that dive potential from Z10 immediately. They're taking away practice bot's cap, they're taking away the Angela, they're taking away pretty much everything that they want to play with in terms of the Vanguards, but this leaves a lot of other things open as well.
Yeah, from the way these saves are coming in for Zero Tenacity, they want to look for a dive composition, which is one of the reasons why they banned away the Mantis. Not only for the extra damage amplification that To Be Decided could utilize, but it's also a triple strategist option that To Be Decided could have gone for, but Z10 will quickly shut it down, as To Be Decided also saving the Groot as well. As Zero Tenacity, what kind of composition do they want to go for here? They do get saves on two of the most prevalent duelists here in the current meta, with the Daredevil and the Phoenix. To Be Decided need to choose carefully on what they use on their last and final ban, and it's going to be onto that Emma Frost, who is just so good at controlling the neutral area, especially with that Silent Seduction.
Yeah, it's really force to be reckoned with, so to speak, isn't it? And now their Vanguard options are so limited, right? They don't have much they can play with here, and already you see, like, they're forced to play into the Strange and the Groot. That's kind of all they can do at this point on Bernard T'Challa, and I'm eager to see how they utilize the isolation, you know, with the walls there, how they're going to be able to play around those angles. But one and the same, Netra is looking to play into the Thing. We've seen the Thing be quite the presence here tonight, you know, even for FMCL claiming power on the Thing. So I'm keen to see the fastball special coming right up from Hypnotic and Netra from TBD here.
Definitely is an option for TBD, whereas Zero Tenacity, they're staying on the Doctor Strange, so it seems like Zero Tenacity are going to look to use an early portal to get themselves either up in a high ground situation or just get right in TBD's face. So both options are available to them. And with Jerry staying on the Storm, a Convoy Convergence attack-sided rollout, but this time it's going to be in Domination. And for some reason, Zero Tenacity are not opting to use the portal early, and they're just going to keep Kaidia on the Doctor Strange, which means that Zero Tenacity just have so much damage packed in their composition.
Yeah, they're looking to stack it up, perhaps saving the portal for later, but oh, Kaidia getting taken away for a second there by the Feral Leap. Hypnotic going to be forced to run it back up for a second though. Just going to take it easy, take it slow. Isaac ready, still staying present in the show, but Z10 good to get that early control. Netra goes down, brought back by the BRB though, so it's not all over and out. Hypnotic though, not going to have the same fate. Will be taken out. Good KO there from Z10, and going to see what else they are going to be able to achieve with it here. Isaac is taking so much focus, and it's just a good singling out coming out from Z10 here. Does enable them that opening presence over the progress there.
And look at the positioning. They quickly move up to the high ground thanks to the movement speed buff coming in from Jerry, and then quickly switches over to damage boost to make sure that Zero Tenacity are able to keep TBD at bay. But TBD, they've got their strategist ultimates available, so they can use it to force some sort of retake. Netra even going over to the Doctor Strange as XE gets isolated from the rest of the team thanks to the walls coming in from Isaac, as E-Cart will take advantage of the man advantage that TBD have at the current moment, as Creative puts up the invisible boundary. Careworn will follow suit with the CYA counter. Kaidia goes in with the Eye of Agamotto, only suns up 2, but will not find the eliminations because of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, as Jerry looks to try to turn the tide, looks to keep the zone in favor of Zero Tenacity with the Omega Hurricane. Will he find it just yet? It's going to be Hypnotic though with the kidnap onto Marvel, as Jerry also follows suit as E-Cart goes in with the Endsong Inferno, and TBD will finally be able to get some percentage points on the board as Z10 tried to sap out as many percentage points out of it.
Yeah, really impressed with how TBD converted that fight there. You know, shutting down Hamza Omar as soon as they activated the God of Mischief. They were about to bring up another ultimate there, but then they got punished before they could actually pull the trigger. So it was great to see to be decided, just putting focus around those strategist ultimates and shutting them down as soon as possible. But now Z10 are looking to go on the path of redemption. They're slowly but surely trickling forward. They're utilizing the group walls though on Isaac to stall them out as long as possible. It's good to build a percentage, but if they get too close to the sun, there could be a bit more where that came from. Picking on Ayabagamoto up front. They actually caught Exy. That's big. Boundaries coming up as well. Hypnotic already on the last stand there. Nobody going down as yet. Cardi in a bit of trouble. Triangle in prison coming out from practice spot here. Big pickup. Everyone's in trouble. Isaac tries to get their own Triangle in prison. It doesn't matter. It's too little too late. The hug is just a bit too tight, and it will be Z10 saying goodnight to that fight.
I'm proud of what you did here.
Practice spot with another banger Brute ultimate. The Strangling Prison again landing on so many members of the enemy team up to TBD. And that's going to be the difference here as Kaidia also has the Eye of Agamotto as well. But Jerry off the rip is able to get a double. Exy is able to capitalize on a third. And with no one able to use the Strange Portal onto the site, Zero Tenacity get first blood on Burn into T'Challa.
That they do, capturing the Stellar Spaceport, and we move on to the next objective into Warrior Falls. Let's see if TBD will be able to redeem themselves at this portion of a domination, or whether it could be Z10. Lock it down, lock it in, take it one step further. But speaking of taking it one step further, both teams just going to be mirroring similar compositions, you know, to the rest of this one. You know, they're still maintaining the presence with the Strange and Groot here. They're going to do what they can with the power of their Wolverines. But we'll see how things go into the 3-1-2 for Z10, and one of the same, how things go into the 2-2-2 for TBD here as they prepare themselves for the gates to open once again. It's time for the battle to begin here and now. And let's see if they started off with a bit of Portal Combat, or whether they change it up. Looks like they're not going to opt in for it as yet.
Interesting by both sides. It's Hamza Omar. Early use of the God of Mischief will get the aggressive invisible boundary for Z10 as TBD just hanging around in this tunnel area of the main area, but that allows Zero Tenacity to position themselves onto the site. Can TBD contest this, or will they just concede it? They will do the latter, and Zero Tenacity will take early control without finding a single elimination.
Yeah, really impressed with how they've been able to hold it together for themselves there. You know, no KOs required. They will be able to do what's required to get control. Boundary coming up, though, to keep them on top of the missionary here. To see what else they can do. Toucan going to be able to bring up their own boundary now. They're going to do whatever they can. His last stand, he got in a bit of trouble, but they will stay on top of it. Practice bot, Isaac bringing out the Strangling Prisons there. Cardia into the Agamotto there, and they will catch Jerry. So TBD locked and loaded into this one and trying to see if they can get more explosive damage in the mission area. Netra does have the Eye of Agamotto as well, but they don't need it. They're just getting the KOs in the neutral here, and this is big for them because now they have more pieces they can rely upon. What a big Feral Leap as well from Hypnotic. They're just getting them out in the neutral, and they will find that control there. And now they got more ults built up for the next fight. Like, this is huge for to be decided, but for Z10, they only got a couple in their arsenal now.
At least one of them is a defensive ultimate on the likes of Hamza Omar, who can use the God of Mischief, which I assume will be used on the invisible boundary, while the rest of To Be Decided looking to hold off Zero Tenacity's retake as Ikar takes to the skies, is able to end the creative song. As the rest of To Be Decided with that man advantage looking to hold off Zero Tenacity, who completely disengage and are looking to regroup immediately.
Regroup. See if they can rise once again here, but it's going to be more where that came from. Ooh, Hamza Omar ready. They're ready to pop that God of Mischief. So they could be ready for an activation into a fight here. Boundary is available now as well on creative. Looks like they could double boundary into this. Campbell going to be the first to commit to it. And Hamza Omar responds in kind. Now, going to do more with it. Netra going down. Great start from Z10 here. Now looking to see if they can spread their reach further. Try and play into a strangling prison coming out. Another boundary lost. And oh, it's big from Hypnotic. They hypnotize their enemies and will rise up. Traded out by Jerry though. So nicely done to react in time there for Z10. But to be decided are still deciding their fate in clobbering time coming up as well. Toucan putting in the yards on the heels right now. Looking to keep Isaac online as long as possible. Boundary coming up from Toucan as well. They want to take control of this fight. They will take down Jerry and Creative. It's looking better and better by the second here, Dan. Things are looking great for To Be Decided right now as they force them onto the retreat. And the only thing to get them on right now is if they quickly shift onto the mission area or if they portal up, but 99% it's OT. The time is ticking here. They need to get on, Dan.
They need to find a way in. Practice Bot dives in from the skies. The regenerative domain will be able to keep Zero Tenacity alive for just a little bit longer. E-Cart goes in with the Ensom Inferno, but that overtime meter is still alive. But the last stand from XZ takes down 2, but he gets traded in the end. But Kaidia and the rest of Zero Tenacity are able to flip the side in their favor, as To Be Decided will have to wait for another fight.
Ooh, have to wait for another one. They were right on the edge there, and Z10 managed to bring it back when it mattered. Now, both teams going to have to play a very big battle of endurance here to see who can build up the KOs. But not just that, the ults quicker and quicker here. They are going to still look to step to it. To Be Decided, they have the ult advantage right now and good to find it even further. Got a mischief coming up. Boundary will be online. Hamza Omar ready to respond as well. Who's going to pull it out first? Careworn, definitely the one. Hamza Omar bringing it up as well now. So, trading our strategist ultimates into this one. No one going to be KO'd out yet. Practice one in big drop away. Vagamoto up top though, trying to isolate them in place. Toucan going to be able to bring up the boundary there. Going to be finding the KO through on the E-Cart there. And going to see if they can capture any more. Last stand, Hypnotic again. Not going to be able to get the KO this time though. That's a bit troublesome. Z10 could have something out of this. Agamotto, no one shuts down Netra. Oh no! Feast of the Abyss coming out as well. They're doing what they can to shut the strat lineup out. And Song Inferno from Jerry. They need everything they can at this point. It's down to another OT. Everybody refusing to go down. You think there's zero tenacity? No! Everyone's showing their tenacity in this fight, Dan. And Isaac brings up the KO line onto Jerry. TBD are sending their packet here.
Oh my goodness, and the site flips over to Be Decided. Zero Tenacity, they might have a portal available, but To Be Decided are just flooding over because they have a portal of their own. E-Cart just T-poses onto the sky, making sure that there is no entry back for Zero Tenacity. And we're all tied up here in Burden T'Challa. We need a third to separate these two.
Oh my days. If you wanted another competitive series, here we are, Dan. Another one on a line. A 1-1 in Dom right now. We eating good tonight, and it's time to get scientific with it in the Imperial Institute of Science. The third and final capture point into this one, Dan. And we are going to be going the distance here to see, will Z10 be able to bring it back? Will it be To Be Decided? Bringing it back all the way through. Full swing here. The test is in their court, in their corner. And I don't know who's going to be able to make it happen.
It is my only world.
Be tough. First fight, always the most important when it comes to these domination maps. If you get that early control, you get that early percentage points, and you have the momentum that can potentially snowball into something even bigger. To be decided, have the Strangling Prison, and we'll also have both strategist ultimates available. Whereas on the flip side of Zero Tenacity, they're going to have to wait a little bit as they look to use the portal to get a different angle down, as XZ just waiting in the wings, hoping to fish for a Vanguard. He does find one. He takes it to the sky, and he will secure the elimination thanks to Jerry. But the invisible boundary does come in, but it's too little too late to help out Isaac. Mission area now opening up as Zero Tenacity looking to take advantage as an aggressive invisible boundary next to the God of Mischief will be utilized as Kaidia and the rest of Zero Tenacity will just secure that point for now and look to push on forward. Try to clean up what is left of to be decided, hoping to find any staggering eliminations, but to be decided will be able to disengage.
Disengaging from the fight for now, at least realizing that they don't have to overcommit to this one. They can build up ults a little more, and E-Card EXO is pretty close to it, but maybe not for long. A last stand coming out there from Exy, looking to see if they can capture something else. It's going to be Natural, the first one to go. Boundary coming up with the God of Mischief there, strangling Prison into the end song Inferno, trying to combine those ultimates there. Hypnotic will go down though. Exy gonna be chopping it up right now, and Strangling Prison coming out from practice board as well. Gonna do whatever they can here to just capture those KOs, and it all works out magnificently for Z10 into this one as they propel to be decided all the way back to their spawn point here. And the percentage has now reached the halfway mark for Z10. So to be decided, how do they collide into this next portion? They have the Eye of Agamotto available, last stand in the boundary. There's a few things they can do, but Z10, they got a few things as well. You know, they got God of Mischief and Song Inferno. He's looking good, and Creative is close to that boundary too. Here we go.
Kaidia is just aggressively moving forward, but he knows that he has the backup he needs in order to secure these eliminations. The Maelstrom Man that's doing so much AoE damage. E-Card just stands still, making sure that he doesn't get staggered too much. And to be decided are just struggling to leave their own spawn room as Hamza Omar looks to extend the aggression with the invisible boundary thanks to the God of Mischief, and he will do so right about now. Hypnotic goes in with the last stand for the great double Guardian Shield of all things. Will keep the rest of Z10's backline alive and well. Jerry still untouched in top side in the high ground as a portal does get used by Netra, and that'll give access for to be decided to move on to the site, but Netra is threatening with the Eye of Agamotto, is only going to stun onto Exy, who is going to get refuge from the invisible boundary placed by Creative. What a great Feral Leap into another Feral Leap. Both Wolverines trying to do what they can, but it's Exy with the value with the double elimination on the last stand as the overtime meter will surely run short. To be decided, their resources are running low, their health bars are also low, and the timer will run low to zero. Zero Tenacity with a slight hiccup will be able to get it done here in map number 1.
Oh my goodness, map number 1, they get it done. A solid beginning for the likes of Z10 there. Hamza Omar gonna be the MVP on the Loki. So, huge impacts coming through on that one. You know, God of Mischief. Certainly nothing to shrug at there. They were able to do a lot by mirroring their supporting strategist ultimates there, and going to do even more from there. There's a reason that both Lokis got MVP and SVP respectively. They did tons for their teams in that one, but definitely excited to see how the next kind of point of this series goes. You know, we had a 12-minute 41 map of domination, one of the more longer ones considering we went to all 3 capture points, and I don't know what this next map's going to look like, Dan, but I know we're in for one competitive series, considering how that one already started.
Yeah, I've really shown some signs of brilliance here against Zero Tenacity, which, keep in mind, have a lot of strong members that have had played in the Ignite series before in the past season and are looking to do it again. And what better way to do it here in MRC Season 5, one of the more stacked MRCs we've had in a good while, especially when Ignite is in that off season, so they all have access to be able to participate here in the MRC. And that's gonna be what, so I'm not entirely sure what To Be Decided really want to do here when Zero Tenacity are just this powerhouse of a Korean squad. And To Be Decided need to choose their next map carefully.
Couldn't agree more there, Dan. You know, they have to choose their next steps carefully, because if they don't, then Z10 might just be able to sweep their way through. So it'll be a very dangerous endeavor ahead of to be decided, to say the least. Z10 are looking confident as ever, and this is going to be a no exception as we jump in to our second map. It's the Hall of Djalia. So, Hall of Djalia actually has been a map that, to be decided, has played once in MRC so far, and they won it. So, there you go. Solid outcome for them the one time they played it. But Z10, they also played it once, and they also won. So, it's kind of a tight matchup in terms of who's played Hall of Djalia more in MRC Season 5. And looks like they're both going to be one win each. So they're going to taint each other's records, I suppose. But we'll see how things go here.
Yep, it's all but inevitable. But so far, the ban draft has been relatively the same when you compare it to map number 1. To be decided taking away Marvel's, or I should say practice bots. Main source of Vanguard, main comfort Vanguard pick with the Captain America. To be decided, we'll jump onto the Mantis pick early. It's a different approach this time around, making sure that to be decided, if they really want to, have that option to go for the triple strategist composition, whereas Zero Tenacity may have to pivot towards targeting more strategist bans, which they've been doing already, taking away the Gambit and the Loki respectively, as they look to get the lock onto a hero. Still pondering their options. It's going to be the Invisible Woman, another great strategist in the current meta, and that will be locked by Zero Tenacity, meaning that both teams will have access to one of the best strategists in the entire game.
I'm keen for that, very keen for that, and very excited to see how they will play it out. It's, to be decided are going in a similar direction again, where they're banning out those divey vanguards there. They don't want to deal with any of that. They want nothing to do with it, but they have at least got to protect through onto the Magneto. So we should see some meteors come through on probably both sides of the coin, to be honest. But Emma going to be banned out as well, so it looks like that leaves Daredevil open, leaves Wolverine open. That made a big impact into the last map there. Hypnotic's already hovered over the Daredevil, so wouldn't surprise me if that comes through, unless Z10 bans it. Emma banned out as well, so yeah, it's pretty much the exact same decision making coming through from To Be Decided. Yeah, they just want to take out all the vanguards. They don't mind about the strategists. They don't mind about the duelists. They're just gonna take out those vanguards there. They realize the pillars of the team is going to be their full focus, but Torch, Ultron.
Oh,
we're so
this
back.
It's very viable here. They took away the
back.
Angela. Yeah, that allows To Be Decided to run the Torch Ultron combination if they really want to do that. And on the attacking side here on Hall of Djalia, I should say, it's very effective. You have a lot of high ground that you can take control of. You also have these tall buildings that you can use as cover. Just bob and weave in and out, landing shots while you're doing that. And that's going to be the approach that To Be Decided to go for. Whereas Zero Tenacity, they do go for the 2-2-2 composition, but with Eggsy on the Phoenix and Jerry on the Hela. So there is a lot of hit scan opportunities to shut down To Be Decided's Torch Ultron composition that they have been looking to go for. It's all going to be up to Zero Tenacity's duelists to land their shots and also to control as much of that neutral area as possible.
That's it, and let's see if they are going to be able to take control of the neutral here or whether they may get swept by the wayside, as we are going to be getting into the match right now, everybody. And look at that. It's the Fantastic Four team up. Nah, yeah, it is. Fantastic Four team up coming at you from TBD right now. Haven't seen that one in a while with those characters in particular. We're so back with the Torch and the Invis there. So let's see how it all goes for To Be Decided on the offense right now and Z10 on the defense. To Be Decided looking to take some presence through the halls here. Going to see if they can have a jolly good approach forward towards the mission area. But Hypnotic is already looking to shift the focus by approaching from the front there while their team goes through the halls.
Creative just needs to make sure he doesn't get jumped by To Be Decided. The only threat really is Hypnotic with the Flaming Meteor, whereas Kaidia trying to beat this front line for Zero Tenacity, who are going to have to adjust their positioning just a little bit, as Jerry is taking a long way around with the flank. He knows that everyone on to be decided are in that little room and are starting to leak out. And now this positioning could prove to be valuable if he is able to land the shots. Doesn't quite land the mark onto Hypnotic. So Careworn is able to keep the team alive. But with that CYA active, it's going to cause a lot of problems. And Song Inferno into the Strangling Prison. It's going to be another wombo combo executed perfectly for Zero Tenacity. They will hold off to be decided to push.
Well done. Well played there. They do keep them at bay for now. And ready to see if they are going to be able to do it all over again now. So taking it slow. Exy. Poised just so clean with those pixel perfect shots from afar, right? Just finding the tightest angles. So it's so hard to respond to it. They will be able to pump up the jabs over and over again. But now, to be decided, looking to run it around the outside here. Practice Bot is ready. Has the Thornwood walls there. Stop them in their tracks. Netra taking a ton of damage. Isaac wanting the same, though. Wraith of Ultron now going to be going up from Ecard. Meteor in response. Soul Resurgence wanting the same. Not going to be able to find it much at all. Practice Bot will come back with the BRB, though. So Isaac now just looking to just stall it out, hold it back. Good with a Strangling Prison. They isolate the KO, get creative out of that one. Supernova coming online. Haven't seen that one in a while. And they do it with style. Getting KOs a double, maybe a triple as Kaidia will fall. So good KO from Isaac. They know Jerry's going to be trying to sneak around. Ain't going to happen. So they will convert this one. And we move on to the Convoy section.
Convoy section. A place that has a lot of lanes, a lot of neutral area that can be given or taken away. Zero Tenacity. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with. The both duelists having their ults. Practice Bot will have his as well. So if anyone on the side of Zero Tenacity are able to follow up on the Groot ultimate, Zero Tenacity should be able to hold for a little bit longer. Jerry gets dangerously low, but good trigger disappoint on him for not popping the Gods of Death immediately as soon as he gets down to that lethal amount of health bars. As Hanzo Omar strings out the Cosmic Yarn. Countered by Careworn on the invisible boundary, as Netra could be threatening with the Meteor M. When does he opt to use it? He might opt to use it now with Jerry going to the skies with the Gods of Death, but Netra doesn't quite pull the trigger just yet, and that might just punish him as the rest of Zero Tenacity just wipe the floor.
Wipe the floor and mop it up. They're looking good at the moment. They will be able to cause a bit of resistance for the moment. Going to use the walls to get on the high ground as well. Practice Bot is ready. They're wide awake and ready to go into this one. And let's see if they are going to be able to bring themselves back in the fight right now. Going to just stall it out, hold it back. Just keeping themselves aware towards that mission vehicle there. But to be decided, they're clawing closer and closer here. Closer to 5 ultimates. Closer to maybe even more. The fight could ignite in just a second here. Here we go. Wraith of Ultron coming out. Ecart now forcing the boundary as well. Meteor coming up. Dan ready to go up. And they will flop it through. Strangling Prison as well into the Supernova. Soul Resurgent and Song Inferno. And finally, the people go down. It will be the KO on a Hypnotic and Jerry. Jerry back with the BRB. Another Meteor coming out from Kaidia here. And Isaac still has the Strangling Prison. And there it is. Trying to isolate the back line there. And they finally get some KOs through.
They take out XC, but Creative is able to trade out with Isaac. Hamza Omar is able to put out the Cosmic Yarn. That provides Zero Tenacity some extra damage to work with. Hypnotic doing his best to bob and weave in and out of cover as much as possible. As the rest to be decided, they're getting a little bit held up here in this main area. Whereas Zero Tenacity, they're happy to pepper everyone on TBD down before they get their strategist ultimates. But the only thing that Zero Tenacity can really rely on is the Gods of Death, as the rest of Zero Tenacity are still struggling to get their ultimates. Creative just now gets the invisible boundary, but Jerry off the off angle is able to find one, but is able to come right back into the fray. And now how do rest of Zero Tenacity decide to operate here? They will find another pick onto Hypnotic. Now to be decided, with a few more staggers to boot, we'll have to go back to the drawing board yet again.
Back to the lab again, and let's see if they are going to be able to cook up something good here. They're looking to just stall it out and give it their all here to be decided. Struggling to get past this choke point. Z10 have just been able to give it their all and stalling them out. Cherry in a bit of trouble. Does find the health back, so at least there's that to look forward to. Speaking of, it's time for the Strangling Prison into the Meteor into the Ensong Inferno. It's all going out there. Neftron not going to be able to get the dunk through, but Kaidia might just be able to find one of their own. Looking to zone it out. It's the Seer coming online from Hamza Omar as well. He got going down, but no, nobody gets on the guard, and it will be a successful defense coming at you from Z10 there. So, time for the coin to flip. Time to see how Z10 approaches the attack.
A little bit unfortunate for TBD. Either they lost track of time, or no one was able to make it onto the site in time. Not sure what entirely happened, but Zero Tenacity, they're gonna be happy with it. They're gonna have to only secure the first objective, the first zone, and then move the cart for just a little bit. And they will be able to match what TBD did, which would award Zero Tenacity map number 2. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5, so even if TBD lose out here on Burn into Chala or Halajalia, I always get these two mixed up. TBD will still have one more map to work with, but that's when things start to get a little dicey, a little scary. Because if TBD are not able to win any more maps beyond this current one, they're going to be knocked out of the tournament.
They're going to be knocked out. That's right. For both of these teams, it's a make or break into this series. You know, it could be they progress forward, could face off against another team, could face off. It's another portion here, but see what they are going to be able to do as we get in to the next push here. Z10 already and waiting on the defenses, ready to give it their utmost, give it their best, but to be decided, they're ready to play into the deep wrath right now. And it looks like we could see a bit of portal combat from Z10 on their attack, but not quite yet. They are looking to bring it up top there, and now they've got the immediate switch, and they're ready to get in action.
High ground control is going to be the name of the game for Zero Tenacity. Everyone looking to rain down hell on TBD. There's going to be a hella 1v1, which E-Cart will win in convincing fashion. TBD also, something worth mentioning, they are also running the Hella Neymar composition, so it's a great defensive composition just to poke down Zero Tenacity, who are looking to get in your face and just brawl their way down. But with the amount of range, the amount of damage output on the side of TBD, Zero Tenacity are gonna have to look for a different approach, or else they'll just get harassed and poked down here in this main area.
Yeah, looking to poke their way through and just give it whatever they can. Hypnotic getting caught off the wayside there. This is not a good for to be decided now. Under Omar taking advantage of the Seer. Toucan going down as well. This is big for Z10 here. Slowly but surely trickling the KOs through around the side there and looking to glide across and convert this into the convoy section. To be decided though, still close by but not close enough to contest, so they must concede, and it will be a retreat as the convoy is now online and Z10 have no signs of letting up. They have 4 minutes 40 to push it not very far at all.
Yep, only have to make it up to what seems like around the 80% mark. TBD need to get the hold of a lifetime here as they're starting to stack up their ultimates, already at 5 ultimates on their side. But Zero Tenacity, they will have countermeasures. They will have ways to shut down any offensive move that this TBD team wants to go for. Jerry looking for the backline access, will dink down Careworn, but he's still undetected, but E-Cart is able to snipe down Jerry, who does come back thanks to the Rebirth Beacon. As Idea still standing in the front line. Brute Ultimate is going to be used. Can they get the value with the Ensong Inferno? Yes. E-Cart will go down. Creative will find a pick onto Netra. Jerry finds Careworn again. Almost as if it's the Rage Bait tech happening here, as Eggsy will find Hypnotic as well. The staggers is good on the side of Zero Tenacity, and TBD just cannot recover, and they will have to lose out here in map number 2.
Oh my days. So just like that, Z10 take control and will be able to stroll their way through towards series point against a DBD Dan. What a series this has turned out to be. You know, I was getting a bit worried for a little bit there, but to be decided when they collide with Zero Tenacity. They will be left behind for 2 maps so far. So solid beginnings here, but there is at least one more map left in this series to be decided. The pressure is at an all-time high. It's make or break for them because they win here, they still have a chance in this series. They lose here, they're eliminated from the Marvel Rivals Championship. So it's all or nothing, it's everything weighing on this next map in competition here, Dan. And let's take a look at what made this map so amazing in the highlights.
Coming in, both teams utilizing their ultimates in tandem with each other. That's what you want to see from top level teams here, coordinating their ultimates, making sure that they get maximum value, and maybe even get lucky to get the burst damage onto a strategist, which could shut down some key strategist ultimates. We've seen it already happen here tonight, especially in that Crazy Raccoon versus Chopper Mag matchup we saw for our first best of 5 to title our night here in championship weekend. In fact, both of these teams looking to get as far as possible. They've already secured the cash prize, but you know, obviously, if you get a higher placement, you get a little more of that cut. And so far, Zero Tenacity being in commanding fashion over to be decided, who do have a chance to choose the next map. So it's going to be a big question mark as to what they want to decide to go for.
Yeah, I'm curious which direction they're going to go. You know, I think that both these teams have a bit of potential, but I think word on the street, Dan. Word on the street. No, I'm kidding. Word in the game is that the next map is going to be Convoy. Going to be Midtown, even. So,
okay.
like we are going to be going to another map of hot contests here. Very excited to see how Midtown's going to play out for both of these rosters. You know, Z10 have been looking pretty solid so far. To be decided, looking as good as they can be. I think, like, even if they haven't been able to get victory, it's definitely been competitive nonetheless. But now we're jumping in to Convoy, everybody. It's time to get down to business. Time to get ready to go. Let's make this draft happen.
Yep. Already, the band draft looking about identical to the past few maps. As the Gambit going to be taken away by Zero Tenacity. To be decided, will take away the Captain America. Likely a target ban onto Practice Bot, also known as Marvel. If any of those names ring a bell for you, you've come to the right place. As Zero Tenacity look to keep the band draft mundane as they're able to secure themselves the Phoenix yet again.
See if they are going to be able to do it, as they will be able to get that locked in on the Protect there, but it's going to be Invis locked in as well, Mr. Dan. So no Cap, no Gambit, but we do have Phoenix and Invis. And what's next on the chopping block? Could be Loki. Now we'll see what they are going to be taking out here. They're going to think about it. I reckon it's going to be the same old, Angela and Emma. Probably. Maybe.
Maybe.
If they change it,
Maybe.
But they changed it. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Okay. To be decided, actually taking away the Mantis. Which means no triple strategist is likely. But also that chance of getting that ultimate charge faster compared to your opponent is not going to happen here in what could be to be decided's final map here in MRC Season 5. But you never know. It could be like the first best of 5, where to be decided could go on another generational reverse sweep. Albeit very unlikely, but still very, very possible.
Yeah, anything's possible at this stage of the competition, man. And let's see. how things go now. Angela going to be protected for Z10. Mag, one of the same for to be decided here. So Angela could be a bit of a problem for to be decided. But, you know, the strategy they approached with full focus around the Vanguards didn't work 2 times out of 2 so far. So now we're taking out the Mantis out of the mix. And now looking to run it back, one of the same. So, I mean, their focus has shifted slightly here, but it's not entirely different all in all there. So
You'll need a top-notch
we'll see
team
how
to
they
win
will be
this
able to
one.
approach this one. Hypnotic looking to bring out the DD into this one. I do have an E-card on the Adam as well. So we're going to play into a bit of that resurrection potential. Very keen to see how that's all going to go. Actually, one of the same is playing into the Adam here. So it's going to be the battle of the triple, perhaps. And I can't wait to see who's going to be able to spin victory into this one, Dan. This is going to be insane.
It's definitely set up to be an all-out war between both of these teams. Zero Tenacity sitting pretty at match point, while TBD are going to have to find a way to take over this map. But this momentum, this morale, is heavily in Zero Tenacity's favor. And how do TBD decide to pilot this early composition when they just want to use it to roll out and get some room, control some of that neutral area for themselves? And it's going to be with a standard rollout on the attacking side. The Groot and the Magneto combined with the Moon Knight, and also the Invisible Woman and the Phoenix as well, who just taking a bit of a high ground advantage as Kaidia tried to look for some sort of brawl in the back line, but was not able to find it, and will be able to regroup with the team as the rest of TBD still struggling to get a foot onto the site. It's only moved 34 meters, and the rest of TBD just crumble apart because the sheer amount of damage, the sheer amount of stall potential coming in from Zero Tenacity is just way too much for them to handle. Kaidia is able to find the ability absorption, but it's going to get Force Physics out, but the Rebirth Beacon will then again send them straight back into the fray.
Back into the fray and ready to put it on full display here. Let's see how they're going to go. Hypnotic close to the hand of Khonshu. Might be waiting for Isaac though. Play into that Strangling Prison and hand of Khonshu tech we've seen time and time again from many rosters here tonight. And we'll see who's going to land it first. It is going to be Practice Bot bringing it up first. Double down on the KOs there and looking for even more around the side. So solid collision coming through from Z10 here. To be decided, don't commit any ults in response yet. The isolation from the wall is going to stack them out as well, even longer. That's big, Dan.
That was a perfectly placed Ironwood wall to prevent the Magneto from escaping. It's really just these micro plays that are just so game-changing, in fact. As Marvel, the Practice Bot, looking to stack up those percentage points, while the rest of To Be Decided looking to try and break through what is a powerhouse of a defense coming in from Zero Tenacity. With so many ultimates available from both sides, it's going to be a matter of time of who presses the Q button first, and everyone now, as soon as one ultimate's used, they all follow suit. Kaidia even going to chase down the fellow Moon Knight on the other team. Is he able to find it successfully? Not quite yet, but a good Strangling Prison could be set up for immense success, but it's only going to find E-Cart in the end. Careworn with the CYA is only going to find minimal to zero value because the heavy hitters of To Be Decided went down as soon as that Cosmic Yarn was strung out.
Yeah, they really managed to pick their targets effectively there, you know, bringing up the Cosmic Yarn, and they managed to isolate the key picks immediately. So just big stuff from Z10 on the defense here. They're dismantling their strategy piece by piece, and they have no signs of letting up here. So pressure is only getting higher into this one, and see if it's going to get even better. Kaidia ready, waiting. Trying to see if they can isolate the picks here. It's going to be the hands of Conchu coming out. Immediate deactivation there. Actually, good for that opening KO there. Meteor coming through from Netra as well. Going to be able to do much with it is Practice Bot shutting down Ecard XO. Now, looking to see if they can get more flowing through. You can't fall back by the BRB. Could be good, but they're going to have to fall back for the second. To be decided. Going to bring out the last-ditch effort. It's the Blade. Ready to put on a show.
Decided can't even look on the opportunity as everyone clambers right on in. Toucan is able to find Kaidia. The dunk goes in onto E-Car, so it's going to be a one-for-one trade, making a one-man advantage now, thanks to the BRB coming in from Hamza Omar. Toucan counters the CYA with an invisible boundary of his own as Practice Bot tags up two, and it might be the two most important members as Toucan goes down. Even with the BRB, Stardust, the CYA keeping him alive, but you gotta make sure that TBD cannot use too many of their resources or else Xe can just bring them right back in. 1000 full slash, even invested on the side of Hypnotic to try to apply the anti-heal and keep Zero Tenacity at bay. But I don't think they really care too much as the Psylocke does go down thanks to Creative with the left clicks. And TBD, looks like it, cannot push the point any further, and they will have to settle at 54 meters.
Wow. That is just incredible. Just fantastic efforts coming through from Z10 on defense. Now looking to convert that into the offensive section here as well. Dan, this is just huge. I can't believe what we're witnessing here right now, Dan. Like, this is just incredible. I love it. And I can't wait to see if To Be Decided can bring it back, because by all intents and purposes, they're struggling, man. Like, it feels like they just aren't able to find the recipe to get that win condition. You know, they have a full focus going in one direction around, you know, shutting down the Vanguards in the draft there, but ultimately leaving a lot more to be desired there. And I just, I don't know how they can fix this.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They're gonna have to find something in fast, because right now, Zero Tenacity don't have to move very far if they want to get themselves the map and series win here on Midtown. We decided need to get the hold of a lifetime. They do have the thing, which some teams have been struggling to deal with, especially with the buffs to the NC Street Charge. You're now grounded for what I believe is to be an extra 2 seconds. And now the rest of Zero Tenacity looking to just, at the very least, match what To Be Decided have pushed in the previous round. Can they do it? That is the big question.
Gonna be the question, and it's gonna be swiftly answered here. As the damage is already stacking up. Xe locked and loaded. Kaidia one in the same, isolating the strategist lineup here, and they will hunt down Careworn. Looking for more around the bend as well. Ecard in a bit of trouble. Will not be forced back, however. They're still going to be online in the fight. Isaac might not be so lucky. Those Arcs are putting in the work. Speaking of the work, they have Hand of Khonshu available, but no one's on the mission vehicle. Okay. Series done, guys. GG. To Be Decided. Not going to be able to contest it all. That's C10 eliminating To Be Decided in a... Well, that's going to be that. GG, well played. Practice
A
squad.
little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, we made it.
Yeah. Albeit it was a very anticlimactic ending, but in the end, Zero Tenacity will continue their tear throughout the lower bracket and will set aside To Be Decided and will set themselves up with what I believe is another round in the lower bracket for Zero Tenacity as they move on forward, and they will have to face their next match. It's going to be either the winner of Crazy Raccoon between Gasari, which might be the headline for our next match. But for now, we do have to cover the highlight reel between this series, albeit it was a clean sweep for Zero Tenacity. But To Be Decided had their moments. They had their clips of brilliance, but in the end, it's going to be all Zero Tenacity here in this best of 5.
That's it. Big stuff coming at you from Azura Tenacity. They will be progressing through the bracket there to face the victor of Crazy Raccoon versus Gosari. We're going to be looking at that one on stream next, everybody. So while we get that one set up for you, we're going to be heading to a short break. Don't go anywhere as we see the rematch on its way through. We'll see you after the break.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship, Season 5 in the Pacific region. It's Matty and Dan coming at you once again with another banger series on the way. We just saw round 13, C10 eliminating to be decided there. So, the C10 side will be progressing through the tournament a little more on the lower bracket side. But next up in round 13, we got another matchup. It's going to be the rematch between Gosari and Crazy Raccoon. Now, prior to today, Gosari was the only team that took a map of all the likes of Crazy Raccoon. So, very excited to see if Gosari might be able to take more maps all over again here today, because it's definitely going to be a competitive and entertaining matchup, Dan, and I can't wait to see how these teams go.
We'll see if either Crazy Raccoon or Gosari, or maybe even both, have adapted against their competition. Crazy Raccoon getting sent down here from a map 5 thriller against Chopper Mag, and now this all sets up a rematch with Gosari, who, like you said, were the only ones to take a map off Crazy Raccoon before Crazy Raccoon had to play up against the likes of Chopper Mag. And now Crazy Raccoon, they may be filled with vengeance here as they look to try to make a lower bracket run in order to make it to that grand final spot.
Yeah, in order to make it through to the grand final spot, we'll see if they can slot in to give it their best, as they are going to be looking to lock it down, lock it in into the draft here, and looking to see if they can rip their way through, take this one for their own. But, Mr. Dan, it's time to bring it up a notch once again. Time to see who the prioritization will be. It's Groot on the first protect there. Okay.
All right. Interesting pickup here. We've been seeing a lot of Groot being saved throughout tonight in general. Gosari actually do opt to go for the Rocket Raccoon, but do they leave the Phoenix open? If they really want to emphasize keeping this Rocket Raccoon pick, they probably should look to maybe think about banning away the Phoenix so that the Ensong Inferno doesn't deny the CYA or the BRB, but instead they will just ensure that the triple strategist lineup will not be as likely as they do take away the Mantis.
Yeah, so not going to be able to play into that one this time. Going to have to shift their focus elsewhere here. Crazy Raccoon thinking about which direction they want to go. Not much time, and it's going to be Wolverine. Shutting down Rocco.
Okay.
Looks like someone's been doing their homework.
Someone's definitely watching Rocco cook on the Wolverine. And another thing to note, the Mantis Band also denying the team up with the Brute as well. So no extra healing potential on the side of Crazy Raccoon or Gosari if they wanted to go that route. But Crazy Raccoon will choose to save the Invisible Woman, another strong strategist here in the current meta. The third, I would say, best option when you compare it up to the Gambit and the Loki, as Gosari will in fact save the Phoenix.
Looks like they are going to be jumping into it once again, with the Phoenix banning out the Daredevil as well. So don't want to see the Devil coming out at all here, but the one last ban is going to be in favor of Crazy Raccoon right now. Did they take out another one of the Jewelers? No, it's going to be Jeff actually taken out of the game here. So there you go.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Option to take away a very strong pick here, especially on Hell's Heaven, where there's a lot of options for environmental KOs. But another hero that could also do really well for environmental KOs here on Hell's Heaven in particular is the Angela, which did in fact go through in the draft here. So we'll see if any of these teams, any of these players will opt to adjust to the Angela, maybe swap off the Groot, maybe swap out the Magneto, but only time will tell in that kind of scenario. It might just come down to if Crazy Raccoon want to look for those kind of opportunities, maybe get some cheesy KOs with it, thanks to the Assassin's Charge. But for now, no one will be opting to go the Angela, especially here in this particular map. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get those environmental KOs, so none of these teams are going to opt for it just yet.
Yeah, not going to be opting for it this time, but maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Yeah. we'll see if they can do it. But what they can do right now is get out of those gates and get onto the battlefield. It's time for Crazy Raccoon and Gosari to hit the rematch for the ages here. Gosari are going to be looking to take this one on with a fiery vengeance. They got sent to the lower bracket by Crazy Raccoon, and they want to show them what they've been cooking up in the meantime. But Crazy Raccoon, they're angry as well. Angry after their last series. So let's see how things go into this one now as the mission area now hits the unlock. Here we go, Dan. Who's going to claim it first?
A bunch? They're kind of tangling with each other a little bit. One team going off the high ground, the other team going on the other side of the map. So it's just going to be one big ring around the rosy. But Monosapa will draw the first elimination, trying to fish for the second frag. But Rocco finds Sunghoon all left in his Loza, who tries to escape Rocco, but will not be able to do so, as Rocco is just single-handedly winning this first fight for Gosari. Taking out the two strategists means that Gosari should be able to get early control, but with Brownie with the Pentagram of Ferala, will look to regroup Crazy Raccoon in a timely manner, but Rocco is just on a tear in the back line of Crazy Raccoon. It forces out Lostro to use the invisible boundary, but Lostro again gets caught out inside his own boundary, and that's going to cancel out the invisible boundary for Crazy Raccoon, and Gosari will finally take over the site.
That they will. They're going to take over the site. They are going to be looking to give it their best, and Gargoyle goes down in the meantime. That's a nice little trickle through there. It's going to delay them a little longer. So great for Gosari here to establish a bit of presence early on. Can build up their percentage nice and confidently. Monosapa in a bit of trouble as well. Fall back from that. You don't want to get caught off guard, especially now. But they are going to be looking to run it around the outside here. Crazy Raccoon trying to shift their focus to multiple angles here. See if they can bring it up. Strangling Prison is available. Boundary already coming up. Sia online as well here, Dan. They're ready to get this one started.
Yep, and they take care of the Cosmic Yarn immediately. Hoodie was able to get it down, but Hoodie not going to get tagged up by the Strangling Prison. Will be able to help out his fellow teammates that are caught up in it. Rocco takes to the skies, is able to eliminate two members of Crazy Raccoon. Might even look for a third, but he will disengage for just a little bit. And he now sets his sights on Piggy. Tries to finish him off with the Blast of Barrage, but gets dangerously low. Will have to regroup with the team as he sets up another teleporter. But Rocco will be able to spot it out, and he will take care of it swiftly. Monosapa in the back line of Gosari, just making sure that Crazy Raccoon cannot find an avenue in. But they're desperately trying to find options. You can see on Crazy Raccoon trying to think about going up to the high ground, but then choosing to go to the low ground. They have to decide on a move. They have to decide on it now. Gargoyle is isolated, and he'll get taken out. Will is not able to get into the invisible boundary, and Lostro goes down in his own boundary again. And somehow, some way, Crazy Raccoon had a chance to come back into the site, but immediately are just denied. Piggy with a desperate Strangling Prison will not find any value. Gosari might just shut out Crazy Raccoon in round number 1.
Oh my goodness. They will. Yeah, there's no might. They will. They'll take it with all their might, Dan. And they will be looking to go plus ultra on this one as they capture the first mission area. The Eldritch Monument is done, and it's time to head our way over to Frozen Airfield here, Dan. And I'm so ready to get down to business in this one. So ready to take things up a notch. And let's see if Crazy Raccoon can redeem themselves, because Gosari already off with a fiery start.
Lostro, I feel like Lostro definitely needs to play a little bit safer. Sometimes you can just, sometimes some Invisible Woman players will just put down the boundary and then just use the double jump to force themselves to go invisible and just hide. And as soon as that duration runs out, they reappear again and go back to what they were doing. Lostro, you're not invulnerable inside of that invisible boundary, so you got to be careful. Make sure that no one is able to burst you down. And any form of CC is essentially a death sentence. And that's going to be what Crazy Raccoon need to look out for, as Kasari already taking the lead here in this round map number 1. They have to find an adjustment, have to find a different way in as we head into the first fight in this second round. One of the more important ones. Keep that in mind. And I know both teams are going to have to use everything in their arsenal in order to at least get early control.
They're going to have to give it everything they've got here, Dan. And let's see if they are going to be able to power through this one right here, right now. It's time for the Galactic Legend into the Meteor here. Rocco doing what they can. Strangling Prison coming out as well. Another Meteor from Gargoyle. Rocco, the only one down so far. What a dude on there. Mono's up and down, back up with the BRB, but now Faker goes down as well. Solomon was good with the Seer, but not for long. And Song Inferno coming around the corner. Monosapa trying to target him out, but will be nullified immediately. So Piggy doing great work, just holding control of the mission area right now, and does catch Monosapa as well. No one dealing with Piggy, so they're just getting free rate of damage onto the opposing side. Faker, though, in the meantime, has brought the portal up, so they keep this battle going a while longer. Boundary's up for now, sure, but it's going to run its course. And now that it has, it gives more potential to Crazy Raccoon here, because Galactic Legends online. They do have Sia as well. Here we go. Someone brings it up now. Brownie has Angsong Inferno. They don't even need the ult. They are just annihilating them. And what a comeback from Crazy Raccoon there. They just commit the Seer, and they just decimate the mission area.
That was a beautiful chain of events for Brownie. Able to get so many sparks, so many chain reactions. Especially when Gasari's backline was all bunched up like that. And Brownie has been absolutely dialed in throughout this entire MRC. And here it looks to be no different as the Scrambling Prison is able to lock down 2. Yaki and Brownie, the 2 duelists, will team up to find 2 eliminations. Lostra will even join them on the party as well. And Brownie, this hit scan duelist, is just putting on an absolute show. He's been absolutely dialed and locked in, able to land every single shot, it seems like. And Gasari will have to regroup yet again. They do have the combo of the End Song Inferno with the Meteor M, and they may look to use that as their one-way back into the site. But Crazy Raccoon have a lot of tools to counteract that.
Yeah, a lot of tools at their disposal, isn't it? And let's see if they are going to be able to put them to use now. Gosari looking to run it through the front line right now. Do have the Boundary available, and Song Inferno going to be the first to pop. Yes, here as well. Boundary coming out. Brownie in trouble. Does manage to creep back. Here going to run its course as well. Big focus. Yaki ready with the Galactic Legend into the Strangling Prison from Faker as well, and they will find Gargoyle. Good KO up top, and we're going to see if they can run it down low. Gargoyle's back though. BRB going to put them online. And Rocco brings up the Galactic Legend again. Knocked out of the skies. Gargoyle so good for it. They get 3 KOs across them. Rocco's back though with the BRB, but they don't have the Galactic Legend anymore. But they do have the Boundary going down. A Brownie ready to get more shots through. Big KOs doubling into even more. And they don't even need to secure the last one. It's the OT timer. Gosari nowhere near this. They need to get on the mission area. Otherwise, Crazy Raccoon will swing it back. And they succeed.
What a comeback for Crazy Raccoon. We're seeing some signs of life here. Just these ultimates that are just going to get countered easily by Kasari back in round 1. Crazy Raccoon recovering from their mistakes, looking to lock themselves in, and are able to just press on forward. And that snowball was put into full effect here in that second round, as both teams need to look to find one more round to secure themselves the first map in this best of 5. Keep in mind, it is also a lower bracket match, so you are at risk of elimination. And Gosari nor Crazy Raccoon want to see that fate as they look to brawl it out here in Hell's Heaven. We need all the maps here in this map number 1. It's a matter of time of who comes out on top and set the tone for this elimination series.
Let's see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, Dan. No one is able to get their hands on victory just yet, but there's lots of capture point. It's going to be where the first victory is decided. Last row, peak damage from afar from Monosapa. Traveling Prison coming up front as well into the Endsong Inferno, trying to combine forces. We'll be able to nullify it just at the edge of the ult there, but there's still going to be more that they need to spill through. Brownie in deep trouble. The focus from Monosapa is unparalleled there, but see ya, Foundry going down immediately. Lastro comes back for the BRB though, so they're not out of it just yet. Piggy going down, however, no BRB for them. And Gosari are locking it down. Rocco looking to see if they can rock things up right now. Yaki in a bit of trouble. Rocco ain't letting up. Not giving into this one. Ooh, Bionic Hook getting a bit dangerous there. Rocco a little bit too close now though. Must concede, but my goodness. What a explosive fight.
Yeah, some of these ultimates going to be invested on the side of Gosari. Only the Cosmic Yarn, in fact. And it's enough to send them over the line and get themselves on the board. Whereas Crazy Raccoon, they only have the CYA. Gargoyle is close to the Meteor M. We'll see if that'll be used in tandem with Sunghoon. As Yaki is getting closer and closer to that Galactic Legend. For sure, Sunghoon is going to use it to team up Yaki, as well as Gosari are going to use 3 of their ultimates for the price of a Sunghoon CYA. As Gargoyle is able to dunk down Rocco. Yaki takes the disguise, the Magneto on the side of Gosari, looking to soak up all the projectiles from that Galactic Legend, and that will be able to neutralize it. Brownie, though, is able to just left click down onto AWD, who does come back into the fray. Gargoyle goes down and will do the same thing, but inside close quarters combat, Brownie takes the disguise and will quickly crash down and crash out the rest of Gosari.
Crashing down and looking to give so much more here, Dan. So, let's see if they are going to be able to continue to string things up into this one. This Crazy Raccoon, they still have the Strangling Prison and the Boundary available. So if Gosari starts to commit a few more tools to upcoming fights, they're ready to respond in a big way. But I think Gosari are going to wait a bit more for their own Boundary to be activatable before they go for anything further. But Yaki, oh, that's big. Finding the BRB before the fight's even begun, that is huge. If they go down, they're down for good. But Piggy going down will be brought back, so their BRB still online. Sia putting in the hard yards as well, elevating the damage there. Brownie in a bit of an uncomfortable position, and they will go down. So, what a way to start this one off there, Dan.
Sorry, good luck for Gosari. Crazy Raccoon will be able to regroup a little bit faster compared to Gosari, as Gosari investing a lot of their ultimates. 3 of them will be popped immediately. Sunghoon, his CYA still alive and well. Monosapa, I don't think was able to get the CYA out of the fight in time as Yaki gets hooked in. Trooper's Fist even going to be contributed, but it's going to be Rocco going down instead of any member of Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon will have that momentum. Will look to preserve it and extend it even further. Yaki now with the Galactic Legend available. What can Gosari do to counteract it? It's only going to be the Meteor M, and Rocco will really need to go absolutely crazy on the Kraken Impact.
Yeah, they're going to have to make it happen in a big way. Speaking of a big way, Endsong Inferno from the Strangling Prison there. They've doubled down into the KOs and they're looking for more. Big trade on a Yaki, but it doesn't matter. It's the Brownie show. They flow together, KO after KO, and they're not even done. 4 to the board. They're looking to draw the sword onto more. Hunting down Monosapa here, but they're just so slippery. And the damage builds up, and they will be able to get both KOs in the end across their team. And that will be Crazy Raccoon locked and loaded, taking away domination. Map number 1 on Hell's Heaven in their favor. And what a way to take control of the series there, Dan. That was impressive.
What a way to start the revenge arc here. Keep in mind, Gosari, before this entire weekend here in Championship Weekend, were the only team that took a map off of Crazy Raccoon. But here, Crazy Raccoon, they know that Gosari were the ones to show that Crazy Raccoon can bleed. and they are so far showing zero mercy.
Yeah, no mercy, no worries, no holds barred. And let's take a look at some of that action right now on the highlight reel. As you see both teams waiting to give it their all. Rocco, one to watch throughout the series. That is for darn sure. They put in a lot of work on that Star-Lord. Very sharp shots, but I mean, you take a look on the other side of things as well. You know, AWD gonna take some KOs for free. Brownie, one of the same. Flicked in the pain there, Monosapa. It was a great work too for Gosari, but this is one of the testament moments where they managed to just string all those KOs through in combination there. You know, playing off of Strangle in Prison, utilizing the End Song Inferno there. It all just comes together like a symphony.
Yeah, we talked about this, right? Being able to use your ultimates in tandem with each other has been the difference between the good teams and the best teams. Being able to quickly on the fly utilize a combo of your ultimates is what really makes Marvel Rivals such a peak esport to watch. Seeing the coordination, seeing the amount of preparation that these teams need to do on the fly, and considering how quick these games are, you're gonna have to do these several times in a single match and make sure that every micro, every small detail is nailed to perfection. As Crazy Raccoon and Gosari go at it yet again, but this time Gosari will choose the battleground, and it's going to be Burn to Tala. So another domination map right after Hell's Heaven.
We run it back for the double domination, so it would seem. And what we run it back into is a Loki ban to kick off the draft here. Ban Protect phase, Loki gone, Gambit gone, and we'll see who the first to protect is going to be. Will it be something like a Mantis, one of our Vanguards here? All will be decided.
Oh, you nailed it.
Look
at that.
Mantis. There you go.
There you go. A great pickup if you want to utilize the triple strategist composition, which very well could come into fruition when you utilize a triple sort of setup. But also, Mantis is just such a very, very strong character overall. Being able to use the damage boost to help your teammates do a little bit of that extra damage, but not only do a little bit of extra damage, but also get a little bit of that ultimate charge just a little bit faster as well. As Crazy Raccoon will utilize that to their utmost potential. Gosari will also have access to it, but will ban out the Groot just to deny that Mantis Groot team up.
Yeah, they don't want to have any point of activation for that one. One in the same. Crazy Raccoon don't want to deal with Phoenix anymore. And, you know, it makes sense. Like, both the Phoenixes had a big impact, but that means the Devil has been protected. So we could see the Devil get let out after all, but the Thing has been protected as well. Okay. I see.
Right.
I see you. Emma
Right,
gone.
that's a good response. Yeah, that's a good response to the Daredevil lock. I got surprised that this Daredevil ended up getting locked by Crazy Raccoon. This is one of Yaki's best heroes. Every time I've seen Yaki play the Daredevil and he goes for the backline, he somehow always comes out with at least one KO every single time he went for the dive. But Gosari had been responding really well by securing the Thing
I'm not judging.
from getting banned and preventing it from getting banned, especially because of that Yancey Street charge. If you're able to tag it onto anyone, they are grounded, so no one can use any of their mobility in their kit. And Gosari might have their winning chance in order to try and shut down Yaki on the Daredevil if he does opt to go for it. We're not entirely sure if he will decide to go for it, but it's going to be likely.
The likelihood's there, and we'll see if they are going to be locking it down, locking it in, as there's no signs pointing to change yet. But one of the same, we got Monosapa going to bring out the Daredevil as well, and not that you guys could see it, but Faker was toying with us for a second there. I thought we might have seen the Bruce come out. Not going to see Bruce this time. Looks like the only hello Bruce we're going to say is to Hoodie on the Jeff. So great to see that. But we are going to be getting into the game right here, right now. It's time for the rollout and time to see who will be able to take aim and claim map number 2 here as the mission area heads towards the unlock phase. And let's get ready to make this game happen.
All right. Gasari looking to get an early engagement. Rocco looking for some kicks, but will be able to disengage quickly. Gasari also running a triple Vanguard composition, similar to what Chopper Mag did in their own domination map back in that series, as Faker opens things up with a pick onto Sunghoon. So that's going to be the Mantis out of commission, out of this fight, and it's going to be one of the strategists unavailable. So Lastro really needs to lock in on the healing, making sure that everyone on Crazy Raccoon are being pocketed as long as possible. But Gasari already swarming and zoning away. Crazy Raccoon will mean that the site will go to themselves.
That it will. You know, it's been, I guess, a pretty consistent factor for Gasari so far, where they've just had solid beginnings. They've been able to convert a lot of initial attacks onto mission areas, right? So this has been pretty good for them, but we'll see if they are going to be able to hold on to it. Oh, they got
two Venom just saw each other.
Yeah, they faced off, didn't they? It's like a face-off before a wrestling match.
It's like when they do go for the, you know, like little head nod, they just like pass on by, just like, all right, hey, what's up, bro? And then they just pass on by. As Hoodie swallows up his fellow Venom, but will just use it to help him reposition for a better angle in. Piggy and the rest of Crazy Raccoon need to look for the retake. They're doing their utmost best. Gargoyle goes in to try to get a feast down, but Brownie is able to find one before getting traded out by Faker. As Sunghoon, switching over to that Jeff, is proving to be valuable, as the rest of Crazy Raccoon are inspired by this adjustment, inspired by this team fight win, and they will finally flip it over, as Gasari will have to settle at 60%.
Nicely done at being able to settle it through 60%, and see if Crazy Raccoon can hold on for 60% of their own, because they're getting pretty close to some ults, to say the least. I mean, Gosari, one of the same. Both Vanguards are on the edge of claiming their ultimates, so Heartbreaker could be coming in there, which would be great to nullify some of Crazy Raccoon's potential if they get the right circumstances for it. But see how they will be able to spin this one together, as now looking to take it around the outside right now. Rocco, here we go, already looking to see if they can take some things through. Force the SGF in the Endeavor right now, and looking to see if they can claim a bit more from there. Letting the Devil out as well. Piggy losing their Meteor M, but we'll get it back just as quick, no matter. And it will be time to let the Devil out for Yaki as well. Boundary coming up from Lastro here, doing what they can. Clobbering time will shut them down. AWD still in the fight for a little longer. That was a well-timed ultimate. If they didn't have it, they would have been gone, but now they may just get mopped up. Brownie goes legendary with a Galactic Legend here, hunting down the strategist in the backline, and now they will be able to tie things up nicely. They will claim that fight and claim even more.
Great looks coming in from both sides, but in the end, it's going to be Gasari falling to pieces. Crazy Raccoon going to extend their lead. How much more can they do? East is still available on the side of Gargoyle. Gasari only have Hoodie with the It's Jeff. And somehow, some way, Gasari need to use this Jeff ultimate to perfection. And this is the only ultimate that they can really rely on. Everything else have to be relied on their basic abilities. And so far, Crazy Raccoon applying the pressure as we look at this Daredevil 1v1 between Yaki and Mono. It's going to be a scrappy one. The Billy Clubs fly out left, right, and center. But at the very least, Yaki and Mono will get the sustain they need in order to extend this fight for just a little bit longer. Hoodie still holding on to the It's Jeff. Gargoyle also holding on to the feast as well. No one else close to their ultimates, unless it's Lastro to be the difference, but he goes down at the worst time possible. Gasari have a chance to come back into this fight. Rocco slams down the gauntlet as he tries to find a way back in, and they will be able to brute force their way back into this site and are able to succeed in the retake.
Yeah, should be able to succeed through into the retake and there beyond as Rocco is the KO on a piggy there. This is good to delay them a bit longer and potentially push their way towards their own 99%. Speaking of, they're looking to take it even deeper, man. They're committing to let the devil out. See ya coming online. Crazy Raccoon. There's no way. They actually utilized that to flip the point. That's insane. And now Brownie's bringing out the Galactic Legends here. They used their own momentum
what in the world
against
is going
them.
on?
And now they're going to be able to flip the game on its head. Dan, what is this, man?
I don't know what is going on. Either it's in the middle of the night or I'm seeing things, or Crazy Raccoon are able to shift the momentum back, and they're going to do just that. Yaki zoning everyone away of Gasari with the devil out means that no one on Gasari are able to contest on the point itself, and that's going to be Crazy Raccoon taking the first round here in Burn into Tala as we head to Warrior Falls.
That we do after a higgledy-piggledy first objective there. We'll see if things are going to get a bit cleaner into this next one. Somehow I doubt they're going to get cleaner from here.
30
But
seconds before you attack.
we'll see. We
Yeah,
might need
we'll see.
more than a mob. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But for now, Crazy Raccoon are going to take that, albeit it was a little bit scrappy from arguably both sides. But in the end, it is going to be Crazy Raccoon coming out on top. Now it's Warrior Falls,
Battle starts in
a
5,
map where
4,
environmental KOs could be king here, as Sung-hoon
capture the mission area.
will start things off with the chef if he so chooses to. Brownie switching over to the Punisher as well. Lostro also having that invisible boundary. Both Vanguards also on Crazy Raccoon having their ultimates as well. Gosari's Vanguards as well also having theirs at the ready. Who strikes first? Who wants to make the offensive move? It's the first fight in the round, and it's the most important one. Here we go. Baker will invest his, as Lostro will counteract with it, as he's able to get the force physics onto Rocco, is able to evade the clobbering time, and will preserve his life for just a little bit longer. Seung-hoon goes into the depths to try to swallow up anyone on Gasari. Is he successful? Nope, it's just going to be his fellow allies. And Brownie is just going to be able to laser down what is left of Gasari, who are just staggered and bruised. Gargoyle even squashes onto Hoodie. Pig and Yaki again capitalizing as well. Rocco just switching over to the Spider-Man just to see if he's able to stall for just a tiny bit longer. And it might have been successful for now, as Crazy Raccoon will be able to secure the site as Gasari look to go for a retake, which could be off the back of Monosopa's Devil Out.
Ooh, they're getting close to it, aren't they? But it's going to be the final judgment coming out first from Brownie. Yeah, big damage up front. AWD in trouble, and their fellow Vanguard Faker goes down as well. Luckily, they have the BRB available. And AWD will be back on a line. Monosapa does have Let the Devil Out available should they require it. Yaki getting close as well to that one. For the moment, they are just going to hold it back, hold on tight to the mission area control. Look to see if they can drag this fight out a little bit longer here. But, oh, look at that. They're hunting down at their opponents. And now the Devil's coming out here as well. Feast the Abyss into the boundary as well. Here, trying to do whatever they can with those ultimates. And here comes the opposing Devil coming out. Yaki, ready and waiting. Big focus from Brownie onto Rocco there. Not getting any use out of the Galactic Legend. And the trades are coming out, but still Crazy Raccoon. Solid positioning and solid target focus.
Crazy Raccoon are just dialed in. They know what's at stake. They know that if they slack off for just a little bit, they are at risk of losing out and coming out with a disappointing top 8 finish. This is a team that I'm pretty sure don't want to settle with an 8th place final placement here in MRC in the Pacific region of Season 5. As Crazy Raccoon just scrapping away, making sure that Gasari cannot find a way in, but Hoodie is definitely threatening with the It's Jeff. Waiting for the opportunity to use it. Will use it now. Hoodie looks to do the same as Sung-hoon goes into the depths. Piggy, though, has that meteor, could shut down Hoodie's ultimate. but will it be enough? Not quite, as it's going to be a man advantage in favor of Gasari. Everyone on Crazy Raccoon struggling to pick up the pieces as everyone falls. And Gasari will be able to flip the point. For the time being, Piggy will get staggered out, and Crazy Raccoon are okay with conceding the fight unless Lostro has something to say about it, as Gargoyle is able to melee down Mono, as the invisible boundary will provide some semblance of hope for Crazy Raccoon as they look to complete the retake. The BRB is good, but is it enough? Can Gasari find a way back in? Rocco takes to the skies with the Galactic Legend, but he's just going to get lasered down. The Joyful Splash from Sunghun is going to be enough. The Pentagram not going to save Gasari's run here in the burn into Tala. The point will flip. Overtime will be lit up. But everyone on Gasari just trying their best to just, at the very least, step foot onto the point, but they just go right into the blender of Crazy Raccoon, who just run rampant over the site and will take map 2.
Great way to just close it out there, using the Eye of Agamotto to lock them in place as they clear out the KOs and shut the door on map number 2 of domination there. So that means Crazy Raccoon are going to be on a series point and elimination point for that matter against Gasari here. Brownie on the MVP. Well deserved. Well played indeed. Yeah. They have been putting on a display of prowess into these maps so far. You know, they have just had laser focus into their shots and have really been able to take it above the line. So big shout out to them there. We're probably going to see some of that in the highlights soon. But look at the stats. You know, they've managed to do a pretty impressive job, I'd say, across the board.
Like Crazy Raccoon, they know that they need to lock in. They know they need to pop off, or else they risk themselves getting eliminated. And now they have a decent buffer, a decent cushion to work with, going up 2-0. But then again, when you look back at their match against Crazy Raccoon, or against Chopper Mag, they were in the same situation, but they were not able to capitalize in the end. But now, what does Gasari do? They have a bunch of maps to look at. They have to choose the right one. They have to choose the one that they think will have the highest odds of them winning over Crazy Raccoon here in this elimination match.
Yeah, they're going to choose where they think their path might find the most success, you know? They're going to really lock in and just give it their all into this one, because it's make or break, like literally. It's make or break for these teams right now, and yeah, really eager to see how things go, because you look back, right, at the last time these two teams faced each other, and the map where Gasari actually found their one map of success was Araco. If we can go there again, maybe we see a bit of deja vu. You know, maybe we see Gasari find some success on Araco again. And speak of the devil, and they shall appear. It's Araco on Convoy. Crazy Raccoon, are you gonna be looking to take this one away from Gasari, or will they be able to clean it up 2 times on this map in a row? We'll see how they go, as Crazy Raccoon got all the momentum behind them right now, and Gasari, the pressure's on, because Lucia, you're eliminated.
Gasari early ban out the Moon Knight, yeah. A pick that Crazy Raccoon really like to go for in these convoy convergence maps, especially when they utilize the Groot Knight wombo combo that they have been honestly on point with, which is very, very useful when it comes to these compositions where sometimes you've got other things to worry about. So if you're able to nail the Groot Knight wombo combo perfectly almost every time, it's going to take notice for some of these teams, and Gasari is one of those teams that will have to respectfully ban out that Moon Knight as they look to secure the Wolverine for Rocco.
That they will, and they're going to have to face off against the devil once again as well. So, we'll see how they will fare against it. So the next ban is looking to be a lockdown, locked in, and it is going to be a invis. So, no boundaries this time. And what do they take in response?
Not entirely sure. Crazy Raccoon so far also having a really good band draft, being able to secure the Daredevil for Yaki, one of his comfort heroes on the side of Crazy Raccoon's duel list, as they also look to take off the Phoenix from the hero selection screen and will pick up the Groot, which honestly could force Gosari to ban out the Mantis in their final ban, but still having the option to save. It's going to be a big question mark. Loki is still available. Will they look to secure it? Nope, it's going to be the Jeff this time around. All right.
Good. I like it. I like what I'm seeing here, and we'll see what else they are going to be able to bring to the table with 2 more bands available now. Groot and Jeff locked in, Loki locked out. So, late to the party, they're not going to be invited at all. It's Loki. But what else will be banned? Well, funny should ask. It could be maybe one of your fellow Vanguards. Another strategist, perhaps. But no, I think it's going to be one of our duelists. Taken away this time. Nah, we'll see what they lock down, though. Crazy Raccoon looking to lock it in. It's Magneto actually going to be taken out of this one. So no meteors to contest on the convoy.
No meteor means no way to defend your team from incoming firepower or shutting down key strategist ultimates with a one-shot meteor. So Crazy Raccoon, in theory, are set up for a decent amount of success. Gosari, though, saving the Jeff, looking to utilize it in tandem with the Venom to trigger the symbiote shenanigans, which enables the Jeff to heal a little bit more. And Crazy Raccoon looking to do the same here, as we may see a mirror matchup come into fruition. But so far, Crazy Raccoon looking to take to the skies with Gargoyle on the Angela and Brownie on the Ultron. Yaki even as well joining in on the party with the Venom. Piggy as well. Just the full dive Vanguard composition coming in yet again for Crazy Raccoon. And they will most likely look to just run rampant all over Gosari, because this initial area right outside the spawn area is just a lot of open space that Crazy Raccoon or Gosari can utilize when they want to push through. So far, Piggy just hides behind Arako, the convoy point itself, making sure that Gosari are going to have to remove Piggy out of the sight the hard way.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight it out. Not going to be able to brush past them too easily here. Speaking of, the fight already raging on. Monosafa are going to be targeted out by a Gargoyle there. So a good start, and we're going to see if they can capture any KOs just like it, as it's going to be Piggy locking it in there on the cap. Solid stuff coming out from them in the front line, and this is only just a beginning, my man, as they are looking to just hold it back, hold the line a while longer here. And just taking it nice and slow on this first choke point. Let's see if they can make it happen. They're standing up front and center, looking confident into this battle, but it's time. It's Jeff to see if they can get anybody.
Astro is able to find one pick onto the Daredevil of Mono, and we'll just throw him right into the abyss. Hoodie is able to not be able to find the evasion onto Gargoyle, who does find the important KO. Flies around looking for different opportunities, looking for more environmental KOs, most likely, as Faker is dangerously low. Another Daredevil 1v1 against Piggy, but Mono is able to win that out. Rage of Ultron going to be invested by Brownie just to keep Gosari at bay, but Mono is just unrelenting on the offensive push as he even lets the devil out. Yaki goes down, takes a big bite, but Hoodie might even get a bigger bite out of it. Gargoyle needs to try to save his fellow Venom, but he's not successful. But Hoodie does go down as well, so it's going to be a one-for-one trade in the end, as Gargoyle looking to peel, looking for opportunities to find more and more environmental KOs, but he's going to have to concede as this convoy moves further and further towards that first point. Gosari already at that halfway point. But Heaven's Retribution from Crazy Raccoon looking to be used. AWD looks to defend his fellow teammates with the Freedom Charge, but Rocco is able to send Piggy into the abyss. So no Freedom Charge on that side for Crazy Raccoon. But Grisari, they are out of steam. They are out of gas. They cannot find any more ultimates to use, as Hoodie, out of nowhere, will find Brownie and is able to heal up the rest of the team. And Crazy Raccoon are staggered left, right, and center, but Lastro could look for a banger of a It's Jeff ultimate, but Piggy is there to make sure that Crazy Raccoon look for a way back in, and the Hoodie again being the menace in the backline, and now Mono joins in on the party as Crazy Raccoon are just going to get routed, and they cannot find the response from Gusari's unrelenting push.
Yeah, there's no response, no way around it, and Gosari are not letting up. Once again, they just continue to pressure the mission vehicle forward, and ooh, they are going to be contested against with the portal coming up. Portal combat once again here, and point is 33 meters. Oh my goodness, Crazy Raccoon really telling the line here. Piece of this going to be coming out on both sides. It's Jaffa from Hoodie, and we see the Sia coming at Jaffa from Sunghoon as well. Solomon joining in. I have Agamotto. Both Vanguards saying goodbye, or not. One will get away, and they will be looking to see if they can get anybody else out of this one. Faker doing the very best that they can. It's Jeff coming out from the last row, though, and there's only seconds remaining here. Somebody has to contest this one. Somebody has to get some deeper control. It's going to be a big trouble coming through from AWD, and Go once again. Freedom Charge, barge it up, and look to lock it down. There's no further ult except for the Devil, and they are letting him out right now, trying to hunt down Last Row. Brownie go down as well, brought back with the BRB here, and there could be more around the corner. Last Row, deep trouble, finally hits the rubble and will go down. The struggles are getting worse and worse, but now in the meantime, Gargoyle has their hold. They built that up through the course of this fight, but Beast the Abyss coming up again as well. Still holding steady on the Heaven's Retribution, but Ayabagamoto is not going to take a back seat. Sia coming at you as well on both sides, and it never ends, Dan, until now.
Until now, Gargoyle is able to get the Heaven's Retribution on both of the strategists of Gusari, and that spells the doom of Gusari's push, as they cannot get a single point, and Crazy Raccoon are able to get the full hold down, and Crazy Raccoon are set up for success here, as it's their turn on the offensive.
Their turn on the offensive. They stop them right on the edge there, and they don't have much distance to cover at all, Dan. So this is actually pretty dangerous for Gosari right now. I'm a bit scared. More than a bit scared. I'm terrified for them right now.
Definitely terrifying, especially when your backs are against the wall and you're not able to secure not even a single point. And how does Crazy Raccoon look to get the push down? They have 4 minutes to match what Gusari did in their 4 minutes on the clock. And they may just look to just rush down Gusari, making sure that Gusari don't have any room to breathe. And Crazy Raccoon look to rapidly secure that neutral area as soon as possible.
Let's see if they can make it work here. Let's see if they can make it happen, my man, as we are gonna be Venom. Nah, we're gonna bring it up into the next portion now. 10 seconds to go before the gates open. Well, we see a successful Gosari hold, and we go in towards another map. Or will that be Crazy Raccoon looking to swiftly push their way past them, take it a step further? All will be decided, all will be proven in these next moments. But for the moment, the teams are going to be battling it out. We're going to give it their best. Want to suffer up front. And they are not letting up on the Lastro here.
Yeah, Lastro needs to utilize the hide and seek to make sure he weaves in and out of danger. Brownie teaming up with the Daredevil, something you don't see very often, as he's going to just whip out the shotgun and take down Rocco, take down Faker as well, might even find the one tap onto Soulman as well. Brownie, my goodness, the Punisher, not even using the blind, not even needed, as he just gets a penta, just casually, just moves the point forward, And now Crazy Raccoon, off the back of just insane shots coming in from Brownie, already has the final judgment.
Oh my days, has the final judgment and has even more from there. They're looking to tear it up and looking to get more. Gargoyle will be able to get the KO through on a Rocco. Nicely done, and they're looking to have a bit more fun with it. It's Jeff coming at you from Hoodie right now. Will they get anybody? Well, their fellow strategists certainly won't. Solomon goes down, and they're looking to see if they can drown out the competition once more. Monosuffer goes down. Crazy Raccoon on the home stretch here. They're still got a bit of time to play with. Gosari, all they have is Hawkeye. Oh, yeah. And they got the Seer. Is this going to be the last hope? The Rocco Hawkeye. We've seen it before. Will we see it again? Let's make it happen, Dan. Let's go.
They're trying. They're trying their damn best. Rocco jumps right on in. It's Jeff. Not going to tag up Rocco, but he does go down, but will be brought back. Mono switching over to the Black Widow, showing some signs of life here on this defense, but Lasher was able to find Faker. AWD then finishes off Piggy. The Crazy Raccoon are going to get staggered out, and they're going to look to regroup. So a great hold coming from Gasari off the back of a Monosapa on this Black Widow, showing off these insane shots that we've seen time and time again. Yaki takes out Rocco, but the Omega Hurricane coming in from Gargle should be able to finish off anyone that is caught in that storm. Piggy even providing that extra insurance with the Eye of Agamotto, as AWD with the Freedom Charge will get shut out. The shotgun is just too much. A baseball of lead fills the mouths of Gasari as they might just get knocked out, and they will get knocked out. Crazy Raccoon complete the revenge arc and will clean sweep Gosari.
Oh my goodness. And just like that, Gosari, their light was bright. They had a lot of hope, but now it has been extinguished as a Gargoyle and Go on Crazy Raccoon will eliminate Gosari and progress their way through the tournament, where they will be facing none other than Z10. So that's going to be an interesting one, Dan. I'm very excited for how that's going to play out.
Yeah, both of those teams going through a little bit of adjustments. Zero Tenacity tweaking their roster just a tiny bit. Crazy Raccoon went for a more drastic approach. Went for the, let's change up a bunch of the roster for a little bit. Although it's not official, I don't think Crazy Raccoon have officially announced that this will be the roster that they will be entering with throughout the Ignite season of 2026. But for now, this iteration of Crazy Raccoon is looking to be one of the strongest we have seen thus far. And so far, they're going to have to make one hell of a lower bracket run as they look to take on Zero Tenacity, and they will be able to brush aside Gasari.
That they will, and a really great showcase to some of the best plays from that series there. You know, Gosari, albeit they lost the series, they definitely made it competitive. I mean, there's a reason they were able to take some of those capture points on domination. You know, they have the makings of a great roster, I'd say, and I am really so hopeful that we see them again. But speaking of seeing teams again, we are going to be seeing more teams. More? You said more? Yeah, we're seeing more. It's going to be great. Right on the other side of this break, everybody. We got round 14 coming at ya. See you on the other side of the break.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship as Season 5 with none other than Matzy and Dan the Man, who can. So, we've had a pretty amazing day of series, I'd say. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
By all accounts.
But unfortunately, we will have to end it here, because unfortunately, the broadcast time has gone a little longer than expected for us, but do not fret, because we have many more matches up ahead, not only for here in the Pacific region, but also in the EMEA and the Americas region as well. You've got that 24-hour coverage throughout the entire weekend. But for now, I believe we may have to end things here. I'm not entirely sure as we
find out.
Yeah, as we await our word for any sort of confirmation. But for now, what a weekend it's been so far. What a day one here of championship weekend here for MRC season 5. And this is just the start. It's only the first half of championship weekend. And tomorrow we can see even more intense matches as we will crown a winner for MRC season 5.
That's right, my man. We'll be crowning a winner tomorrow. It's going to be exciting to see our first champion of the year, crowned in MRC into season 5. And yeah, first champion of the year. And you get to see who takes the crown, and they'll be historically listed in game as well, much like the previous season's winners now. Big shout out to NetEase for implementing that feature there, and very excited to see more where that came from.
Yeah, not only that, you're able to use the subscription feature. You can bookmark your favorite teams as a whole, as well as we take a look at what we saw go down today here in the MRC Pacific of season 5. The top 8 teams going absolutely ham against each other. And we started off with an absolute banger.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We started off with a Crazy Raccoon and a Chopper Mag. We saw Crazy Raccoon take away 2 maps in a row there before Chopper Mag managed to run it back in the reverse sweep for the ages. 2-3 in their favor to kick things off. Then we saw Gosari eliminate Tente Thunder there. 3-0. Very impressed in the lower bracket side of things. And on the other side, we saw TBD and Z10 saying goodbye to TBD as Z10 managed to end their journey. And speaking of ending journeys, we saw Crazy Raccoon take on Gosari, the rematch for the ages. And this time, Crazy Raccoon have a flawless victory.
Flawless victory indeed. They keep their hopes alive here in this tournament. As we take a wider look at the current bracket, Crazy Raccoon already moving further and further in that lower bracket, awaiting their next opponent. It's going to be between either XOXO1 or Chopper Mag. If Chopper Mag find a way to end up in the lower bracket themselves, oh my goodness, we're going to see another best of 5 between Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon. And honestly, I'm all for it. That could honestly happen, and if that does come into fruition, oh my goodness, MRC season 5 is already
so ready.
It's already peak. It's already peak.
Oh yeah, absolute cinema all the way through, and I can't wait to see how these next series are going to progress. We'll see how XOXO Chopper Mag goes, and we'll see how the loser of that series versus Crazy Raccoon goes. There's the winner on the upper side of things between XOXO and Chopper Mag, straight to the grand final. Loser will have one more bout against a Crazy Raccoon. So, scary times ahead for all rosters involved, I'd say. Yeah, it's an intense moment in the bracket right now. It's an intense moment between the battle between the regions. Definitely eager to feast their eyes upon it heading into the days ahead. But speaking of the days ahead, it's time to talk about our favorite costumes when winter answers the call of light and thunder. Wrapped in frost and grace, cloak and daggers, ice paredu, trading shadow for shimmering white and blue as they move like a winter breeze across the battlefield. And when skies tremble, hail Thor, God of Winter, his might sealed in ice and storm. Available right now till Jan 22, 6 p.m. PT. Embrace the cold, let winter reign.
Awesome costumes to pick up if you want to go for those options, but there's also these costumes available still in the shop as of now, as you can go nuts this season. The snowballs aren't going to throw themselves, and you can give in to the holiday spirit in style with Penny Parker's festive Snow Spider, Star Wars storybook-like Starcracker, and Daredevil's iconic I'm Not Daredevil costume, which is available right now until the 16th of January. And you can strut your cold as ice looks and bring on that winter cheer.
That's it. Big shout out to that costume there, and show them why they're all treading on thin ice. This was no snowman. It was a snow spider, or more accurately, a snow spider. It may have been coated in a thick layer of snow, but there was no mistaking everyone's favorite mechanical marble, especially when Penny Parker popped out of its hatch in her festive holiday dress.
And you can keep it cool on the battlefield with Penny Parker's Snow Spider appearing in Marvel Rivals here in Season 5. Available right now and also available until January 16th. So you got, what, about 6 days to make up your mind if you want to grab this costume before it is gone for a good while. I'm sure it'll come back, but if you want to get it, now is your chance. And do it before it's too late. And I gotta say, this is one of, if not the best Penny Parker costume so far in the game itself. As, oh my gosh, everything is perfect. The effects, the music, everything. It's all perfect. And you got that take a seat emote. Now you can actually see Penny Parker herself inside the game. You see the mech a lot, but finally, you get to see Penny Parker herself.
Love to see it. Love all of the stuff about our new costumes. And speaking of, it's the coziest time of the year, festive sweater season. Matt Murdock opted for a slightly more casual option, donning a personalized holiday sweater that still managed to make a bold statement, even if it wasn't a fashion statement.
And you can embrace these festivities in comfort and style with Daredevil's I'm Not Daredevil costume, first appearing in the Daredevil comics back in 2011 of issue number 7. And you can bring the warm, fuzzy holiday to the battlefield, which is available right now until, again, this January.
That's it. A big shout out to that one. And your magical story is about to unfold through countless victories ahead. Star-Lord was decked out from head to toe in an elaborate costume that made him look like a Christmas nutcracker. From his mustachioed mask to his red and green coat, he looked like a storybook character come to life.
And you can crack open a world full of mysteries as Star Wars Starcracker costume first appearing here in Marvel Rivals Season 5. And it's, again, available now until the 16th of January. And you can quite literally scream out the holiday joys, shouting out happy holidays to your enemies as they cower in fear as they hear a voice line that they did not expect, as the night is full of stars, and you can be the one that ignites the brightest.
That you can, Dan, that you can. A big shout out to all of those wonderful costumes that came on full display there. And, you know, we had some new ones. We got to see the new Adam costume in a game from some of our players today as well. So definitely get your hands on that one. And the new Phoenix one. Absolutely.
Right.
But what a day we've had today, Dan. Some fantastic games, you know, some fantastic casts. And, yeah, I just can't wait to see what this series is going to bring heading into tomorrow. But I want to say a big shout out to you, Dan, you know, for coming on with me for MRC in the Pacific region.
It's been great.
Been great. You know, we started off in Atlanta. Now we're here. Ran it back for MRC, everybody. And it's been a pleasure to bring you all the action. But for today, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in for all the amazing action. We can't wait to see you again heading into tomorrow. For now, ciao for now. Have a wonderful night and see you next time we ignite the battle. Cheers.